Howdy, folks. Welcome to episode 3 of NotJay Builds. It's actually going to be paint night tonight. Every other week, we're going to build something, and then the weeks like this week, it's going to be a paint night. There he is now. I was about to say we should have McMurray on any minute. Hello, McMurray.
Hello, just getting set up,
How you
guys.
So tonight we decided and by we, that's McMurray and I, are going to be painting Royal Navy World War II ships. Hizzy Cat has joined us, and he is going to be
drinking beer.
Hey, everybody's got to have a hobby. So, what I've got on the table is this HMS Belfast.
Nice.
And this Duke of York. These are two 1/1800th scale ships from Warlord Games for their Victory at Sea. Decent enough little models. Again, I've not played the game before. I have not really even read the rules. I've got the rules, but I've not read them. And they are, in my opinion, too big to game with. But that's okay. We're going to go ahead and paint them up because they're decent enough models to do that.
Without a gym floor or some such, I'd by and large agree with you.
There you go. Gordon saying hello. Hey, Gordon. Reese is in the house. Hey, Reese. Gordon says, what up, Skeezix? Hizzy Cat says, hi, all. Gordon says, hi, Hizzy Cat. Hi, McMurray. And Charles. Okay, if I just watch it, absolutely, Charles, you're more than welcome to just hang out with us. I love the fact that you guys want to just be here and spend time with us. So that's really cool. I dig it a lot. So
that's what I'm doing, Charles. I am not painting anything at the moment.
You might get a whim. Who knows?
I might. I still got to get some paints. I only have a handful.
Yeah. So what I'm going to start with here is we're going to go ahead and prime stuff up. Reese says, got 8 hours of painting in today while babysitting the birds. Outstanding.
And that's the way to do it.
So because it's cold and it did not get up into the 50s today like it was supposed to, unfortunately. So priming outside was not going to be a good way to go for me. But what I am doing is going to be using this Vallejo surface primer. It's pretty good stuff. Now, it does have a nice little cap that flips off, and you're supposed to be able to pour it out that way, but there's something going on inside. I've cleaned it. It still doesn't. I don't know what the hell's going on. So I'll just pull it out like that, pour in a little. And a little of this does go a long way, so you don't have to get a lot out. And you can always bring more out if you want.
Man,
Go ahead.
No, I'm up here trying to find. I might have painted all of my 1/6000 British ships.
Well, I just printed out these 5 today, and I got the Nelson. Or Rodney. whichever
I
one you
thought
want to
for
call it.
sure I had more of them, but I don't actually know.
I do have a KG5. Now this is the Badger and Quill KG5. It's not the Gukek, the Gukek one,
Yeah.
but it's still good. And I've got Gukek. I've got, I believe this is a town. Is this a town class?
Honestly, the towns are tricky with all the variants. Because I think they and the Leanders both have different stack configurations based on the variant, which is tricksy.
So this is not a town class. It may be a county class. It looks like a town class at first, and it might be hard to see.
It might be a Leander. Again, those are both light cruisers. The county should be significantly larger than a town.
But it looks like it at first glance. But if you'll notice, you got the stack. It's kind of hard to see. Here we go. Maybe. Well, you got a stack here and a stack here instead of a stack here and a stack here.
How many turrets you got? Main battery turrets, my bad.
Yeah. It looks to be 3, 2 fore, 1 aft, 3 guns each.
That sounds like a modified, or no, wasn't Exeter 243 or 2 fore, 1 aft?
I think so.
I don't know.
I think so. But,
I'm not sure. That's something you're going to have to hop on them internets for, to be honest with you. Okay,
now,
here is my big box.
I do have a Badger and Quill, or Badger with a Quill town class. So I do have the two ships of the same type in both one 1800 and one 6000. So
there you go. That's what I was hoping to do, but I think the only one 6000 ship that I've got that's unpainted from the Royal Navy, unfortunately, might be a Roberts.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
Let's see. Greg for Gamers with Coffee's here. What's up, guys? Gordon says I have nothing to paint at all. Well, I'm a bum. Hey, that's okay. That's good stuff. I use that. Referring to my paint on surface primer. Charles says, Hissy, do you know about the one hobby store over on Claremont Mesa Boulevard?
The hobby store or game store?
He's Discount Hobby Warehouse.
No, that I don't know about. Huh.
Okay, let me see if I can get.
I'll have to go check that out. Oh, great. Thanks, Charles.
Shit, those are Italians. Okay.
So the nice thing about
the
paint on primer is that you can literally just slop it on right out of the bottle and into the tray and onto the model.
Crap, there's my Royal Navy, and yep, they are all pink. You gotta be kidding me. Okay, well, looks like we're only painting the big boys today.
That's okay.
So I went on Warlord's website. Those models are not cheap.
No, they are not. That's another reason why I find it difficult to game with them.
You know what's a fun little aside? For the cost of like 2 or 3 of their fleet boxes, like to get enough to play an actual game, you could buy a small, like entry-level 3D printer, like a Mars 2.
Yes.
Yep.
And then the rules for the Mongoose games, Victory at Sea, which is a great game.
Yes.
you can get them off War Games Vault, as well as a printer and a bottle of resin, which a kilogram of resin will last you damn near forever printing these ships out because the volume is so insanely low.
Right.
And
Right.
the fact that they're a whopping total of a centimeter off the build plate at most if you have a standard 5mm rise when you put your supports on.
Yep.
They print quick. They take next to no
Resin.
Yeah.
resin. That's if you want to print them in 1/6000. If you want to print them in 1/2400, which is a pretty standard wargaming scale for this period and everything else, it's still next to nothing to print them, to be honest with you, because it's still not a lot of volume. Actually, somewhere around here, I have
Wow.
the Royal Australian Navy printed out, at least in the 1942 Royal Australian Navy in 1/2400, because I was doing that as a Paul project. But yes, so the point is, Hissy, you're exactly right. They are not budget-friendly options whatsoever.
No. And I saw the aircraft models. Don't care for that.
Oh yeah, on the weird like C-shaped crescent things.
Yeah, it's like that's so much bigger than the aircraft. I get it; they're small, but that could have been done better. I think.
I believe they're on a different scale too. Like I know for me, with the 1/6000 scale ships, I usually play aircraft at like 1/1800, just because otherwise you can't print them.
Yeah, no, I'm you know. Kind of like what you were saying the other night about ships, the boats, pirates and stuff. You kind of got to have a little leeway with the scale. You can't be, So I don't mind if the aircraft are a little bit larger. It's just that base with that C-shaped moon, it's like that with the huge shaft that goes up. It's like that is just not what I want to put on a table.
Correct. Yeah.
It's me, but think no.
Yeah, there are so many missteps.
Charles is trying to spend my money tonight.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. There's
Thank you,
so
Charles.
many
I will
missteps.
check it out. Sorry, Chris. I didn't mean to talk over you there.
There are so many missteps that Warlord made with these models, both the ship models and the airplane models and everything. The thing that probably the biggest complaint that has been made with these models is this right here, the base.
Really? I thought you were going to talk about the absurd warping. But yes.
Well, besides that, and that leads to the absurd warping.
It does.
Because they have they molded the base onto the ship, or the ship onto the base. It really it does two things. One, limits me as a modeler to model the base how I want to.
Right.
Two is because you've got that big flat surface. You've got you now have the potential of, because you're using resin, you've got that potential of having it warp really badly when you're using the type of resin that they use.
Just
the resin. Go ahead.
Crazy, insanely bad. It is.
Yeah.
It is absurd how terrible some of the warping is.
Yeah,
that's a shame, and because that looked like it looks like a snowboard, but
yeah.
The other thing is it means that they've got all of the names cast onto them, which is frustrating.
Yeah.
Well, isn't that something though that you could just sand off?
You can. It's just one of those annoying things that.
Yeah, no, it's just more work to make it usable.
It is.
And I would imagine it's dangerous to try to clip those off those bases without damaging the actual.
You can't.
No, because they've actually modeled waves up onto the bow and along the edge.
Yeah, you would have to cut down through the base along the ship.
Yeah.
And then it would be forever doing that and then sanding to try and get it in line and then trying to hold on to that.
You know what? If they were $3 each, you could maybe justify doing that, but at $12 each, it's not worth your time and energy.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I mean, if I pick these up for next to nothing, like somebody was giving it away, or hey, I don't like it, you buy the box set off me for $12, then it might be worth my effort to try that. But not buying it at full price and then going in there and trying to modify it. It just
correct.
It's too much work.
And keep in mind that $12 is like at half price.
Correct.
Well, no, I meant per model, right? Because
we are talking per model.
Well, I just saw one set that was like $50 that had 3 models in it. So what is that? Whatever that works out to be, $17. Yeah, so $12 is on the cheap side.
This ship right here, retail.
Yeah,
$25.
Oh, no way! No, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's absurd. The only reason I own any of those is because I found a Littorio that was completely smashed.
The box.
The box was completely destroyed, and I got it at Miniature Market for next to nothing.
Yeah.
Otherwise, there's no damn way.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to pay full retail. I'm not even going to pay half retail.
Correct.
These were the only reason I have these is they were given to me.
But yeah, anyhow, we've all established that those are hot garbage. Yeah, Chris, you got a town class, I think. Does it look like this thing?
Let me take a look here. Hold on. Let me embiggen you here. No,
what scale is that?
This is 1 to 1200.
So I like that scale.
It is brutally impractical to game with, except for I'm going to game on essentially gym class 4.
Oh, let me ask you this: if you were okay with fudging scale as far as shooting distance, because I would be kind of like that. I'd be like, okay, I don't mind the ships being 4x, what maybe they should be for that range, because I'm used to that with miniatures. You've got these guys that go, oh, you can shoot 18 inches, and you look at their weapon and go, that should really shoot from my house to the neighbor across the street.
Correct. Yeah.
Realistically, not 18 inches. And shotgun 6 inches, please. So I'm okay adjusting scale to get a little more detail. Is there something between what Chris was showing and that scale there that's got a little more detail, but maybe not as large?
These are basically this thing has less detail on it than the model Chris has, but these are kind of the two adjacent common scales. Every now and then you'll find old models in 1/1200 this scale that are really detailed, that have, lots and lots of small pieces. I'm trying to think of the company that makes them.
Those little ships the ones that Chris had run on his printer. Oh, that's a little smaller than I.
Yeah. So they make
1/2400 GHQ scale is pretty universal, as is like a 1/3000 that you would get from Navor. Actually, Navor, they sell 1/3000 ships, and they are very affordable.
Because if I get into doing naval let me rephrase that. When I get into doing naval miniatures, I got to figure out what scale I want to do. And now I haven't had the ones that Chris has done in my hands. Those might be fine. I'm just eyeballing it at this point, and I like a little more detail.
So, you got a 3D printer. The guy, if you look up Gukek Miniatures, Gukek, on on Wargaming 3D, Chris, is it? Yes.
Yeah.
He's got sample ships from usually one sample ship per nation, but he's also got at least one different class. Right? So like the US, you can get the South Dakota, you can get.
Yeah, I'm on his site now, and I see free models, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 8, so there's plenty to choose from.
Yeah, so there you can kind of get. I just download those, throw them on a build plate at a couple different scales, and see what you like.
There we go. Great idea.
But yeah, I'm trying to figure out. So I've got 2 books by the preeminent Malcolm Wright here, right? Mal Wright, awesome author. When you look up like XYZ ship camouflage, it's a World War II ship. You're seeing his illustrations.
Oh, neat.
They're insane. There's 3 volumes in the British series. It's British and Commonwealth. You've got the first volume is destroyers, frigates, escorts, minesweepers, and coastal craft. The second one is cruisers, and the third one is battleships and battle cruisers, which I ordered, and I got Tom Allen's book, No Shame, in the packaging instead of it. And then I opened up a claim with Amazon, and yeah, it's a pain in the dick. But anyways, the cool thing is, so you can look at, say I want to paint.
I love color plates. I'm a sucker for color plates of anything.
Right there, and his are
Those
second
look cool.
to none, right? Because if we're looking at London, here's London in early 43. There's London in 45. There's London in 49. Once it got done, right? Shropshire, 1930, 1936. 41, wartime, right? But then here in London, I believe London got sent to, whatchamacallit, Asia. And there you go. But so you could just see the really wild.
Yeah, I love that stuff, man.
Transformations. I'm just really pissed off because I want to paint this bad boy tonight. And I think I might just do a simple gray. We're gonna do that.
You don't know what color you want to paint it?
Well, yeah, because the battleship one, like I said, I got Tom Allen's friggin' book over there instead, which is completely worthless for me. Although I wonder if this bad boy or another Roberts class monitor is in one of these. I would imagine that would be in auxiliaries or coastal warfare craft. Because while coastal warfare might be taken to mean like MTBs and stuff, monitors are pretty coastal, to be honest with you. Let's see.
Too much stuff, not enough time.
Right. Let's see here.
Yeah, I've been editing a video that I shot this morning most of the day.
Charles says, Compass is great. They sent me the one chart table I was missing for Raiders of the Deep. Excellent customer service. Oh, there you go. Mutt says, yeah, boat talk. I'll join soon, dinner time. But Mutt, the boats are minis. Yes, they are.
Boats are awesome.
Is he good Napoleonic ship era? I mean, you can do that too.
That sounds fun too.
I've got
Jester's in the house.
As well.
Oh, hey, Jester.
What is up, guys? Christopher's in the house. Hi, everyone.
Hey, I saw part of his live, but I didn't see it live.
Yeah.
Nangala or Nangwaya?
Tim D is in the house. It was only towards the end. Chris Long. Hello, guys.
Hey. Chris Long, eh? Okay, so
Charles, at some point, you and I got to get together and do some face-to-face gaming.
Okay. There you go. Let me get this switched.
Is this the 2 different scales?
Right. So this one here is 1/2400 scale made by GHQ.
Okay.
This is its sister ship. This is USS San Francisco. This is its sister ship, USS Quincy. Same class, but a 1/6000 scale. And it is being a dick. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, I don't know where. Well, I don't think it would be in with armed merchant cruisers, but you never know. They're kind of odd ones.
There we go. I don't know why it's not.
Yes, I like the slightly larger size.
Yeah. Now, keep in mind, there are several different brands of 1/2400 scale you can go with. If you want to go with a pre-made model, you can go with GHQ, which is the cream of the crop. I'm going to tell you right now, you're gonna spend the money on it, but in my opinion, it's well worth the money spent,
especially for your battleships and stuff.
Yeah, battleships, especially battleships and big cruisers, because they have just amazing detail. Because they at 1/2400 scale, they are a fine scale model.
Okay. I may lean in that direction. Of course, I got my printer and I like printing stuff, so not that I can't do both.
That being said, getting those Gukek models, now this cruiser is about $13 for one.
Okay.
But again, to me, it's worth it because of the quality and the detail you're getting. I know
and that's the GHQ?
This is GHQ. Right. There's another company called CNC that is not as high quality, but are still paint up nice. And
they're very nice models still.
They're great for being game pieces.
Okay, I'm going to throw something out for the two of you. This information that you're feeding me would make a great YouTube video with the two of you talking about different scales and links to different manufacturers.
Accurate, and we can by all means do that.
Oh yeah.
Let's get to painting. We haven't been painting much, Chris.
Well,
he primed.
We're
slacking, and they're drying, and then I'm gonna get these other British ships mounted on my high dollar.
Well, I know the 24-hour thing. We're talking about doing painting miniatures. I may build some models during that time as well, my friend.
That's fine. Do what you want to do during that period.
Okay.
Because it's just 24 hours of us just sitting together and doing dumb shit.
And what time is the hookers and blow section for that? About 2 in the morning?
Probably around 4 in the morning.
4 in the morning? Yeah, 4 is probably better.
That's on you.
Whenever Rich
and afterwards a Taco Bell run, if they're still open.
Right.
Whenever Rich Clark shows up, that's probably when they will arrive.
Yeah, I need to get a hold of Rich. I did get a hold of James Wapple. If things are going okay with Kathy, he's wanting to be on with us.
Oh, cool.
I got a
what
hold
about
of
Jester?
Francisco.
Does he know about it?
Well, we need to get him onto the show in the first place. I'm going to send him an email out, and if he's still watching now, either this coming Wednesday or the following Wednesday, what's it look like for you guys? Would that be good? Let me know, Jester, since you're on here. If not, we can continue to work on date. But we'd also think we'd like to have y'all, hang out with us on the 24-hour deal as well. I also got a hold of Francisco. He and his brother are the ones who wrote Clash of
Spears
and Clash of Katanas.
Oh, cool.
He's a gaming buddy from Austin. He and his brother wrote the rules. I'm not going to say they were in direct response to a certain game by a certain company in Britain, but I think they were in a response to a certain game by a certain company in Britain.
Hey, Chris, while you're cutting those, you might want to double check, because I know you have a recent history of cutting your deck too short.
Yeah, I am double checking. I'm right here. I've got it. I got that there. This is the size that we deal with. So I put that there. So I need to make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 lengths longer, or 4 quarters, or 4/8. So a half inch longer. What I was doing for some reason is I was making them uh, be 3/8
Oh,
instead of a half inch long.
Wait, what? You got chips that you're mounting on stuff that's only a half-inch long?
No.
no, he did a bunch of ships and he cut all of his bases too short.
Yeah, the ones for Walt, right?
Yeah, and the ones for March to Victory.
Okay.
But that being said, with the guidance of Hissy, I went ahead and
Nah, it had nothing to do with it. Let me ask you this: why don't you
Reminded
print
me.
those with the base on them?
That's tough with how small they are.
Yeah.
It's tough with how small they are painting without the base, but otherwise it can get
Really?
kind of brutal. Yeah. Because you wind up getting base color on the ship and ship color on the base.
Oh, you want to paint them and then base them? Got it. Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
I actually put them on the base and paint. But I'll be honest, I don't know why I haven't printed them with the base on there. Probably more of the
Probably didn't just
I'm not
think of it.
comfortable enough in using the software to add the base to them.
Fair enough.
To be honest,
Yeah, I use Blender when I do my miniatures and I pre-base them before I print them. And yeah, if you spend a couple of hours with some basic tutorials on Blender on just how to select objects and move them and how to get around the UI, that's really all you need because you import the two objects, you select them and you just move them and place them how you
see,
want them.
I can tell that Blender was designed by not an artist because it does not act like any other art-based software.
Was Jay telling you that?
No, I dug into it.
Oh, okay.
It I'm used to stuff like Photoshop and Illustrator and how items are selected and moved and manipulated, etc. Okay. Christopher says, I am making progress on the postcard jam. Very good.
Awesome.
How's it going, A, from Chris Long? Going pretty okay, eh? How's it going, you hoser? Oak and Iron and Sails of Glory, nice ships, good games. I need to get back to my World War I naval. That'd be great.
World War I naval intrigues me.
When you get that going,
Who said that?
Get you on the show, dude. Definitely need to get you on the show.
Who's talking about World War I naval, Chris?
Chris Long, eh?
Oh, there you go. It really is.
Just realized I haven't made a list of my Napoleonic ships. I haven't played with them yet either. Get on it, son. My digester says we can do whatever you guys want. Just email the crew and we can go from there. Okay, I'll get an email out to you, buddy.
Chris, how's your painting going?
Maybe we shouldn't let Chris play with sharp objects. Hey, I have not cut anything off in a long time. I'm serious. Otherwise, and then Tim says, otherwise they roll in your hands. Blender works okay, so does Tinkercad. So, all right, let's go ahead and where is my super glue?
Yeah, I actually at one point using Blender to create 3D objects to put into some of my video games I was designing. That's why I ended up using Blender initially.
Oh, and speaking of video game designers, I got a hold of Thomas Foss. He is going to both come on to the Wednesday show before before March to Victory.
Nice.
And during the 24 hours, he's looking to come on as well.
Thomas is fucking awesome.
Thomas is damn near the coolest guy I've ever met.
He's a super cool dude.
Oh, he is a video game designer by trade.
Oh yeah, okay. Do it in your slicer. There you go. Sorry, I was just reading Walkabout Games. That'll work too.
What's that?
Oh, he's talking about pre-base. His guys that does it in a slicer.
When I pre-base my guys, I just do it in my slicer. You know what? I've never. What slicer do you use, Chris? Not that I've got a whole lot of. Yeah, I use Cheeto box because that's what came with. That's what came with my printer. Yeah, Cheeto box. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know how that would work. So I guess what I need to do is figure out a way to design the little bases, export them as an STL file. And I know I've created stuff.
I was about to say, you made your markers for your Star Wars game, didn't you?
Yeah, I've created stuff in
oh man,
in a particular software. I don't remember which software package it was.
So much stuff I want to do.
Well, do it.
Quit drinking beer and start doing it.
Oh, I'm drinking the beer because I had a really super productive day.
Well, there you go.
I published a coloring book. I published another ebook. I shot a video. I've got it mostly edited. And I made it to 4 o'clock. So just finishing week 2 of my fasting successfully. So yeah, I figured I'd chill with you guys because I don't have no boats yet. But you're right. I should be doing stuff, not sitting around jabbering.
You got this. Chris, how are your boats coming?
Going good. I'm getting them based. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You can base them out of Alameda. Let's decommission.
Uh-huh.
Oh, come on.
I knew. I see what you did there. I'm more of a Bremerton guy.
I have an affinity for the Pacific.
We're doing the Royal Navy, so we should probably go with either Scapa Flow or maybe Rosyth.
Yeah.
Liverpool?
To a certain extent, except for by World War I, by the time submarines became a thing in World War I and then World War II, the British really had to base their stuff on the opposite side of the British Islands.
Yeah,
right.
Makes sense.
Because even then, at the beginning of World War II, a U-boat got into Scapa Flow and hit shit. I can't remember the name of the ship that got dropped in Scapa Flow. Either way, a U-boat penetrated Scapa Flow in either case. And that's all the way on the western side of the north end of Scotland. But yeah, so you had obviously destroyer and coastal forces all up and down. Tyrwhitt had forces, or no, that was in World War I. I'm thinking Tyrwhitt. Either way, you've got channel forces, obviously.
Yeah.
But the bulk of the home fleet is still going to be in Scapa Flow.
Yeah. I'm with you, Gordon. I got to go change the battery in my mouse. I'll be right back, guys.
Yep.
I'm getting Rodney based up right now.
I'm painting Rodney right now.
There you go.
We're getting deck color down. I usually like to. So it's a tricky thing, right? Because when you're painting Napoleonic ships, the British ships, especially the sails, need to look more ratty than the French ships, right? Because they're actually out in the weather, and there you go.
Right.
But then, so that's the easy way with my 1/6000 pro tip, guys. If you're playing in one of my 6,000 games, the easy way to tell whether it's an Axis or Allied ship is usually the deck color, right? Because to a certain extent, Battleship Gray is Battleship Gray is Battleship Gray,
Right.
And Battleship Gray sometimes looks different in photos because you've got photos taken in the Med, you got photos taken in the North Atlantic, you got photos taken elsewhere. Like you're going to get different lighting, which is going to make your black and white photos look a little bit different based on where your ships are, where you're based out of, and all this nonsense.
Yeah, and any photos of me in Vegas are not real. Just ignore them.
Deep fakes, especially the ones where he's talking about hookers and stuff.
They're not me.
But so that all can kind of change and goof stuff up, not really badly, but a little bit. And Battleship Gray is Battleship Gray, and with destroyers where you don't really have teak on the decks, you're kind of screwed, right? That's just kind of one of those things. But when you don't, you can alter that a little bit. Stuff this big, though, it's super easy to tell. You can look straight at this thing and go, oh, yeah, that's Rodney. Okay, we're good.
Yeah. Greg's got to head out. Take care, buddy. Thanks for dropping in. Always a pleasure. And then Charles says, I did get Schnell boats punched in a deep dish DVG counter tray. Fits perfectly in the box. Outstanding. Christopher says, must have been so scary being on board a ship back in the day of unrestricted submarine warfare anxiety.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Especially before sonar, man.
Oh, yeah.
Think about that. That's terrifying. That's a whole new level of, oh, my God.
Yeah, that's all kinds of, I don't want to be out here right now, guys.
Not only that, but a lot of people don't realize this because U-boats in World War II get a lot of credit, which is fair. U-boats in World War II did a lot. But holy smokes, folks, U-boats in World War I sunk some serious tonnage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Especially considering, the quote unrestricted submarine warfare was not a thing for the entire war.
Right.
The unrestricted submarine warfare that everyone likes to talk about was not.
Yeah, it was actually limited.
There were there was certainly unrestricted submarine warfare for a good period, but then the Germans stopped from, I think, most of maybe 14, 15, and a chunk of 16 before then resuming, which is obviously not a good thing, Lusitania, whatnot. But
right.
Yeah, like it's the U-boat captains did some stuff, and again, you got to look at it from that side too. You got to think about it from the okay, we don't our depth charges aren't great. We don't have sonar. We got to depend on our lookouts real hard, which is fair to a certain extent. In World War II, that didn't change. But man, can you imagine being in a World War I U-boat?
Oh yeah.
First off, yep. Go for
hold on, real quick. John from Joy War Games here saying, "Hey-o, hey John."
John, what's up, buddy? Did you get my email regarding basic ship movement in the Age of Sail on a hex map? I just want to make sure that I still had the correct email address. I hope you did. For those of you guys who aren't following Joy of Wargaming, A, you probably should because he does really awesome stuff. But B, he just started fleshing out an Age of Sail solo campaign, and he's really doing the crunchy brain stuff that is not super duper to just try and like freehand on your own. I set up an Age of Sail campaign using an adaptation of David Manley's campaign system from Steamer Wars, which I know that the system works very well, but it really, you kind of got to have two people to play it. So playing it solo, I went through a couple turns and it just didn't do a whole lot for me. John's really getting into it, and he's going for all the gusto, and it's going to look great. But yeah, John, just give me a holler if you got that. I hope you did. If not, I can resend it. Let me know a better email address for you. Yeah. All the way out in Hawaii.
So there are only two reasons why I want to go to Hawaii. Well, three now. One, I'd like to hang out with John.
Correct.
He's cool. Two, I want to go to the Big Island and see the volcanoes. And three, Pearl Harbor.
Oh, Pearl
I don't
City's
give
amazing.
I don't give two shits about the rest of. Oh, you got to go to Hawaii. See the beautiful beach. It's garbage. The only beach I want to see is where the Nevada got beached before she got into the channel. That's the only beach I want to see. Tim says the only reason the British moved out of the harbor with the Acorn fiasco. Gordon says, speaking of, I would hate to be an orca when the ping happens. I've read that the ping on the ships nowadays boils the water around the ship, depending on the ping type used. Yeah, it's not exactly great.
But aren't orcas dicks anyways?
Yeah, they will they'll fuck with seals just to fuck with them.
Yeah, orcas are dicks. That's fine. Good. Let's start pinging the shit out of them.
Tim D says, hold still while I harpoon your ship. Of course, this blew me away that airships used to drop depth charges. Just found that out last week.
Yep. Just like reconnaissance aircraft used to carry a depth charge or a bomb or two just in case they saw a surface submarine. Just come screaming in and give them the business, man.
Now, here's something that a lot of people don't know. The Civil Air Patrol, which is a civilian, it's the civilian auxiliary of the United States Air Force, used to be the United States Air Corps. And it is the man, the myth, the mutt.
What's up?
Oh, hey, buddy. You got some boats?
No, we don't. I don't do boats. Not right now.
You have boats.
I do have boats.
You almost gave me an aneurysm buying dumb boats.
Dumb boats.
So, anyway, they're actually was founded on December 1st, 1941. So they actually were around a couple of days before Pearl Harbor. Anyway, civilian organization, always been a civilian organization, but they are tasked with education, aerospace education, air sea rescue for downed pilots, and just as a youth organization. During World War II, they actually sank 2 German U-boats in the Gulf of Mexico out of their little Cessnas.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So both Gordon and I were members of the Civil Air Patrol back in the days when we lived in Austin, and my son was part of the organization. We wanted him to be in Boy Scouts, but and he had been, but we couldn't find a good Boy Scout troop that weren't a bunch of jackholes in not jackals, jackholes in Austin. So we looked into the Civil Air Patrol and
sorry to interrupt you, but Mutt, this is the real Mutt because he's got facial hair. There was a fake Mutt the other day with a clean face.
Oh yeah.
I don't know who the hell that kid was, but it's good to have the real Mutt back.
Okay. Yeah.
I like you no matter what your face looks like, Bry Guy.
Oh, you're beautiful.
You're gorgeous. You can find that's a fun video. You should link to that. Was that a Roman video?
I think it was, yeah. That's towards the end too, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Gordon says, okay, so I would hate to be an orca. Well, I'm not a dick.
That's fair.
Chris Long says, Mutt. Mutt says, why, hello there. Gordon, kaboom, lol. Yeah, some troops were lame. Gordon Laughlin showed monkeys. Yeah, the problem was that it was all about it wasn't about the kids doing the advancement. It was, how fast can I push my kid to Eagle so I can have that nifty Eagle Court of Honor for my kid. It was as an Eagle Scout, I'm not a fan, and I'm sure you've run into that yourself, McMurray, where troops are all about pushing kids through as fast as you can and not actually caring about actual scouting.
I gotcha.
So, but yeah, we were part of Solar Patrol. Just before I left, and just before he left, our squadron commander put in for me to be promoted to first lieutenant. So I have, if I join back up, I will be authorized to wear first lieutenant bars in the Civil Air Patrol, wearing the uniform.
Cool.
So got to launch rockets.
How's your ship going, Chris?
I'm on my last ship to base, which will then allow me to get those primed, which has given the big ships enough time to dry so I can start painting.
Outstanding.
So it's all, it's all moving together.
What's Mikey doing?
Watching.
Oh.
So for those interested, they may be asking, well, NotJay, what are you going to do with these ships since you're not going to play Victory at Sea? I'm glad you asked. For those of you that have been around for a while, y'all know that I have been for the last 30 plus years, been designing my own miniatures game.
No way.
Yeah,
And it's got hookers and blackjack and
yeah, it's all that. Called Ocean Thunder, and that is what I will use these for. I am to the point now that I'm very close to being ready to have them to be actually published, and with the help of the crew here.
Yeah, we need to get on that.
We're looking to be able to have me actually published as an ebook by, or a print and play, I should say, by the end of this year. Fingers crossed. So we'll see how that goes.
I think we'll do it. I think we'll get it
yeah.
done. I just got to get through the what's on my plate and the postcard jam, because I've got a bunch of games now to play.
Yeah.
There's 20 that have been submitted, and oh my God, the guy's name just right out of my head. Anyway, there's probably
Johansson?
at least another 10 to 15 that will be submitted before the end of the deadline. There's 68 people. Is that? Let me check real quick. What our count? 68 have joined. 20 entries already. Yeah, and there's a couple of heavy hitters that are going to submit multiple games. And then there's myself, there's you, and like I said, there's probably another 15 games. So we're going to end up probably with, I wouldn't be surprised if we hit 40.
Nice.
Yeah, it's going to be a mad rush. And I've committed to playing all of them on the channel. So I got to in fact, I have one I got to get done this weekend.
So
started.
I know that there's supposed to be postcards, but what would be cool is once they're all submitted and good to go, just bundle them together into a print and play book.
So have you been reading my emails?
I get so much email.
No, what I'm saying is that idea is not new, and I'm talking to somebody about potentially doing that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. See?
Yeah, it's you've heard of them. I don't want to say anything until we finalize it, and I've got to talk to the people that are submitting, because I wasn't going to sell any of these, and I'm not. But this would be a book that would be sold, and it's not going into my pocket.
Right.
Nonprofit that's interested, and until I finalize things, I'm not going to talk about it anymore because I need to make sure that the participants are all cool with it's going to be an opt-in kind of thing, obviously.
Right.
But I have been approached, so
Very
that,
cool.
and I want to reach out to some publishers to see if I can find some company that might be interested in doing a sponsorship for the T-shirts that I want to do.
Yeah, all proceeds going to Mutt's Kennel.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Now,
That
if
should
you want
be
for
it.
more T-shirts.
That should be the next name of your channel when you change it again. Is Mutt's Kennel.
Mutt's Kennel.
Yeah, when you completely kill off the one you got now, when you hit to that 1,000, you're going to go ahead and kill it off and start from scratch again, right?
Yep. Scratch and start over again.
Sure leave.
Found out that Russians had submarines in World War I. Was also under the impression hardly any nations had submarines back then. Do you guys know how many had them? A lot, actually.
Pretty much all of them, yeah.
I mean, there might not have been very many of them out there.
Mini,
but
as in mini subs?
Yes.
Hell, I mean, to be honest with you, at the time of the Spanish-American War, the Spanish had a submarine and we had the Holland. Neither of them were exceptionally, fleet submarine-y. You didn't really get any fleet submarines until you got, the Type 9s and the Gatos.
Wasn't there a submarine in the Civil War?
The Hundley?
Yep.
There was a submarine in the American Revolution, if we really want to get into it.
There we go.
Turtle?
Yep, Turtle. That successfully got into the water and paddled around, what was it, Boston Harbor?
Yeah. Chris Long says, doing rigging on sailing ships sucks.
Duh, Chris, what scale, buddy? Here's one that's not too bad.
He says, I've been working on art mostly lately for my rules.
Chris, can you change me so that where I'm painting World War II ships like we're supposed to be, you can see it so I'm not under the emblem?
Yeah, you can put me under the emblem if you want. It's just my face.
But yeah, Chris, you're good. There's a 28 mil ship with some rigging to it. Not a whole lot, but it's a model, so you got to be able to move the
Show it again.
Oh, Jesus.
Show it again. He said 28 millimeter. So yeah, just like that.
You got to be able to move your fellas around. So we got some basic standing rigging, a couple pieces of running rigging. I still need to put silk span sails here. They're going to be furled, so we're going to have them on that yard, this yard, one jib. Yeah.
Front yard, backyard.
Yep.
Now is that where you use that Brazilian wax again?
No, because that lit on fire on this last one. So we're gonna
have some friction there.
Yeah, I was about to say too much friction.
Yeah. Always. There we go. We got those in. The question is, gun bags aren't modeled on these guns.
What bags? Gun bags?
Yes. They're not modeled on these guns. Should I try and paint them in a darker gray?
I mean,
yes. Do it.
Like on this thing, on this monitor, it almost looks like it's got gun bags on it, but certainly not on Rodney here.
Right.
Brazilian wax. Holy crap.
Yeah, I don't know where they're getting that from. That's a little out of whack.
Some sort of waxed string.
Yeah, they're referring to. I did a Mayflower, Chris, that you'll see pictures of at some point in time, that I thought had natural fiber rigging, because that's what it was advertised as. But I guess the guy that I got it from put synthetic in there, so when I went to burn the fibers out, they all melted. Needless to say, your man McMurray was not DJ Jazzy Jeff about that.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, but anyways, that's neither here nor there. Let's get, but yeah, so I have to go back and re-splice those together, which is okay, because despite the fact that it's the Mayflower, I'm painting it up like the ship from
The Love Boat.
James Clavell's Shogun, the miniseries, which was pretty good. And I'm pretty sure in that miniseries for the Spanish or for the Portuguese treasure ship, they actually used Mayflower too.
Oh, that's
So
cool.
That helps a little bit in easing my own mental.
Hola, Cindy.
Hola.
Hello, Cindy. Welcome.
Oh, you got to talk to somebody. I thought Brian was just spouting.
No.
You know, she's giving us away from Colombia.
There you go. Hang out with Dougie. He's out there.
No, Colombia as in the country of.
Colombia. You know, Sofia Vergara, Colombia.
I'm talking about Colombia and right adjacent to the Kingdom of Callaway.
All right.
Kind of going through a minor
Those
burnout
are
right
done.
now.
You're going through a minor burnout right now, Brian?
Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah.
What's going on?
I'm just waiting for tomorrow. Tomorrow's gonna be fun.
What's tomorrow?
Tomorrow's the Southwest Regional used book sales, man.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
That's gonna be something. They'll have a if I remember, I went the last time was about 3 or 4 years ago, and they did have board games there.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, and Sundays is their half price day, and they only do it once a year.
So are you going to go on Saturday and try and find some really good stuff, or are you going to wait and go
Today
on
is
Sunday?
Saturday, McMurray.
Shut up. All my days are off. You work nights on 12s and let me know how
He doesn't
well it
know
works
Arizona
to track
time.
your
It should have
days.
still been Friday.
Yeah, it's who the hell knows what's going on in Friday? Or
That's a
in
good point,
Colombia.
Brian. Your mountain time is different. I don't know about you guys.
It's Arizona time.
It's always
Nothing
Arizona
like-
time when you got
It's
99
nothing like
cents and you're thirsty.
Tulsa time, though.
But now it's gonna be fun. I'm gonna load up on some more books.
Look at Warmut over here flexing on how he's literate and stuff.
Yeah, man.
Right?
Okay.
It's just I don't read I'm fiction, so gotta have my fantasy stuff. So I don't sit there read about battleships.
Well, no one's perfect.
Things.
All right.
Except for David Manley. David Manley, if you're watching this, you're perfect. Never stop being you.
Oh, right up the
But I'll text you guys because there'll be a whole bunch of it. Go for like $1, $2 for these books.
Yes.
So
Well, I'm just going to tell you now. If you see Malcolm Wright's British and Commonwealth Warship Camouflage of World War II, Volume 2.
I'm not gonna remember all
I
that.
remember
crap.
that.
Just
Please
remember
grab it.
Malcolm Wright. Anything.
We're bringing
Yeah.
our luggage set to carry the books back home.
I'm about to
There you
say,
go.
you better bring some serious hauling capability.
Yeah.
That's a smart man right there.
Oh, dude, there's people bringing freaking dumpster bins.
Yeah, I'm about to say, if I had to bet, there's probably people with motorized transportation for these things.
A lot of people bring their red wagons and all that.
Coming through.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be honest, I probably would. I don't have nearly enough shelf space to store all of them, but even so, yeah.
Yeah,
I gotta give you that stuff.
I'm right there with you.
But you can always buy more bookshelves. Bookshelves are cheap compared to books and the happiness you get from them.
Yeah, but and that's the other thing is, just like, I like to have painted miniatures on the table. Paperbacks to me, nah, it gotta be hardcover.
Really? As a fiction guy, you don't read paperbacks?
No, hardcover. It gotta be hardcover, man.
Oh, wow. Okay. Huh.
I prefer the Cadillac.
Damn.
Huh. Okay.
Paperbacks. Come on, man. First off, they're hard to freaking. And they're too small.
Oh yeah, you got to get the big print, don't you?
Yes. So,
Yeah, for those of us that are damn near blind. All right, so I know that this thing is supposed to be the Duke of York. However, I can't get a good picture of what her camouflage.
I can't get over seeing this witness protection logo over Mike's face. All I see is a goatee.
Right?
Did you say Duke of York? So that's a KG5 class, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to do the King George. I'm going to paint her up like the King George V.
See, Brian, this is why I need you to find that book. See, because they sent me Tom Allen's book instead of that book. And so now I can't look this up for Chris. What if you painted her up like Prince of Wales to fight Bismarck?
There you go. There you go.
Okay.
And that's Wales, Wales, not Wales, as in blowhole.
Correct. My buddy Dan is the Prince of Wales, but that's a whole different story.
Nice.
What was I about to look up? Oh, yes. So I need to look up what color and what class ORP Poirun was. Poirun was a Royal Navy. Brian, you all right over there?
Yeah.
What did you hold up?
I'm just entertaining myself. That's all.
Hopefully he's doing what I do on streams when I get bored and holding up signs that say like McMurray sniffs farts or something, because I've had enough. I've held up enough signs in front of live streams to the general public at conventions and everywhere else that
I'm just being there with Mike there, his cat.
Oh.
Well, I am actually editing as you guys are talking.
Oh.
I'm not even looking at the screen.
Ah.
I'm editing. So I don't know. I'm doing my own thing, but you can't see it because it's on my screen. Here, let me minimize. I'm trying to get a video done.
There we go.
There you go. See, I agree with. I'm gonna get his name right sometime.
No,
Christopher. I agree about paperbacks and font size. I've been reading the Richard Bolitho series, and some publishers use far smaller font size than others. So I have to be careful which ones I get on eBay.
Name.
you don't have that problem with books on tape.
There you go.
Just leave it to the cowboy.
Hey, when the only time you got to read is when you're driving to work, kind of hard to read up.
Yeah, when I drive from San Diego to the Bay Area, that's a 7-hour drive. I listen to my books or I listen to myself. So yeah.
Come on.
Do that, man.
Now, if I get a Tesla, I can let it drive up 5, and then I could actually read a real book.
You could take a nap. You can do all kinds of stuff.
I know.
Hammer it for a while, mix a batch, distribute some free literature, feed the geese.
Yeah. Shoot the moon.
Okay, Poirun. Here we go. So now I know how I need to paint.
Not a waxed Brazilian cord.
See, when I hear Brazilian wax, man, I hear, it's like a girl bikini thing.
Yeah, see, everybody else was thinking it. We decided not to say it.
Oh, I said it.
And here comes Warmutt just barreling in. Hi, guys!
Yeah.
I love you, Brian.
Oh, man.
That's been obvious.
Did I print a? There it is. All right, so here is going to be Poirun, which was an N class. Oh, man, except for it's a Poirun that's only got the one quad. Dang it.
Yeah, also I listen to my audiobooks when I do my walks. I can go out and walk for 45 minutes to an hour, listen to books on tape.
There you go.
I'm going to have to print out a different chip to be Poirun. Sorry, guys.
I think I can't do the obvious stuff because I forget it.
We're going to start with a sky gray. This is the base here.
I think I'm going to do the hull in a darker gray.
Will you just pick a color and go?
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. I even have all my colors laid out right here, Bri Guy, just for you. So that when you have questions, you can feel free to ask them and not feel intimidated.
Oh, nah. Oh. Okay. Let's see, how many more do I got to go here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What are you working on, Brian?
7. 15 multiplied 7 is 5 is what, 95?
What are you working on, Brian?
96, 97. I got 95 more guys to go to put shields on.
Gross.
Jeez, oh, Pete.
So they all need their shields.
That's a lot
You
of
don't-
dudage.
You don't paint them and then put the shields on?
So, well, that's the other thing. I sat there and I primed a lot of those shields, and then I left some alone. And I was going to put up the shields on and the arms and the heads and prime them that way. See what that's like.
Oh, I've always had way better luck. I fully assembled a bunch of Romans when I first started doing ancients, and I fully assembled them, and then I tried painting them separately. That was an unmitigated disaster.
Okay, see, and that's what I was thinking. And it'd probably be faster painting the shields separately and then gluing them on.
Yeah, because it's real hard getting to those. You can see a lot of stuff behind shields, but getting to it is a giant pain.
Yep.
Highly recommend painting and then adding shields.
Well, too late on some of them. It's just the way it's going to be, man.
That's fair. No.
I plan on going contrast on pretty much everything except the shields and the armor. On the armor, I actually like that what was it, Retribution armor.
I thought this was a paint-a-thon, not a contrast-a-thon. Jeez.
I am painting.
Contrast is paint.
It is. It is
I also
paint.
am painting using traditional acrylic paints.
So
I'm using
a butthole.
So
everything. I've got
Chris-
Game Air, model
Chris
color.
is asking a question. He's asking if anybody has painted a ship with Dazzle.
I have.
Hold on. I have. Here you go. How about that? Boom.
Well, that's a camo, but it's not really the razzle dazzle.
that's not bedazzle.
I don't know where she is right now, but I've got 1/2400 scale Queen Mary that I did a Dazzle pattern on.
You
Okay, there
bedazzled
you
the
go.
Queen Mary though, huh?
I'm about to say I've
Yeah,
done
she
a,
didn't appreciate it either.
I did a
Never liked
dazzle
that shit
pattern
up.
on one of my Otrantos that I painted. I did a dazzle pattern on because I wound up with two because CNC actually sent me two of them when I ordered the stuff to do Falklands and Cornell. So I needed an Otranto. I ordered one. They sent me two. So then I painted up the other one as just a generic armed merchantman or something. And so that
Right.
one is dazzled. It's in 1/2400 though. So it's smaller.
I've actually painted the USS Missouri 1/2400 scale using that camouflage measure also.
The one that was on that last Victory at Sea ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, that was part of the deal. My former father-in-law was the one that basically bought most of my ships for me.
Yep.
And he said, "I'll keep buying them if you keep painting them in historically accurate camouflage schemes."
Huh.
So
Jesus Christ. You got any other daughters?
no, and she was psycho.
I'm aware. That's why I asked for other ones.
Nope.
Shame. It's a
That
shame.
would still been worth it though.
Yeah.
I know. I was trying to
Dumb.
do the math on that one.
They're GHQ. It might have been worth it.
It might be worth it.
Not when she goes to run you over with the car.
Okay, I'm fast. I'm still young.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's avoidable with a little, agility. Stay inside. She can't get the car inside. There's
Don't
all
make
sorts
that
of ways to
challenge.
avoid
People
that.
definitely,
Don't make that
people
challenge.
definitely get cars inside.
Well, okay, that's going to be that much easier to avoid.
Not if you're sitting on the couch and your back's to the window.
Okay, well, if you want to get hit, you can. Let's just say that.
This is not turning out too badly. Again, it's weird on these destroyers because they don't have the classically teak colored decks, so they feel kind of weird. Which on like 1 to 2400 and stuff, there's no way I'm putting a deck color on a destroyer. That's a terrible idea. But on these guys, there's more than enough room to.
Right.
But yeah, on account of the fact that it's fully twice the size of a 1/2400 destroyer.
No.
That being said, we're going to have a cool little exploration into ship design in a minute here. But yeah, because we're going to look at a couple things in different scales from different periods that are pretty wild, to be honest with you.
Okay.
You're gonna talk about ship design?
A little bit of naval architecture, not a lot. Just a cool comparison of different periods.
That'll be my nappy time.
Pointy end goes front.
Sometimes.
I mean, no, the pointy end always goes to the front, but sometimes there's pointy ends to the back too.
What if you're on like a bomb vessel, like a bomb raft? Then you don't have a pointy end, or like a marine far prom, or marine far prom. There you go. Or a Cybele ferry. Then we got no pointy ends, and we're just all kinds of confused.
Well, I mean, it is the Marines, so they also eat crayons.
What?
I said that we're also dealing with the Marines, and they eat crayons.
Hey, the Marines also dealt with Tarawa. I mean, come on now.
I must be. I missed talking about the Marines. My bad.
You said the Marines. I thought you said something about a Marine. The Marines.
Marine far prom is a German word.
Oh, okay.
It means water.
I mean,
yeah, because the German language is anything but simple.
I guess Charles moved the game yesterday and doesn't remember where he put it.
What game was that, Charles?
Huh.
That reminds me of Seinfeld, where Kramer and Newman are playing Risk, and Kramer's carrying the board everywhere.
Yeah.
Until they get onto the subway and they're talking smack about Ukraine. And the dude goes, "I am Ukrainian," and throws the board. That's outstanding.
Anybody want that? I see you guys are in the boats, man. I got that good old Captain Kidd pirate ship.
Did I send you that?
No, but I've had that in my collection for a while.
Yeah, the scale model.
It's a model kit, yeah.
Yeah, I have a bunch of those.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be like 1/120 scale, but it's far closer to like 1/60th. I was trying to get it to play with 15 mil stuff, but it would work better with 10 or 6.
I'm going to send it to Mike.
What?
I'm going to send it to Mike.
There you go.
I'll build it.
Yeah, here. And take the rigging with it.
The problem is I got to send some stuff back your way, and I'm trying to figure out what to send you to.
I don't give in order to receive, so don't.
I understand that, but I don't receive and not give. So something.
Hey, all right. If you want to mail me something, let's see. Some sugar-free Reese's peanut butter cups.
What? No. I'm not gonna help you with your
sugar-free.
No, hobby stuff.
It is a hobby.
What do you need? Like, I could send you like, I don't know, a box of X-Acto blades.
No.
I got some miniature stuff that's unique that I may part to give
I
to
need.
You. No, you may not need.
I don't know if I need.
Let's see. Christopher said contrast is paint, Soylent paint, and Soylent green is people. So Tim D is asking, got any triremes? I don't have any triremes.
I do.
McMurray has, I think, the entire Greek navy of triremes.
No.
Charles has an idea there, man. Trivial Pursuit. Let's do it right now.
I picked up a 1/250th scale Barbary pirate model kit. hoping that will satisfy my desire to have a ship that is a similar looking to the one in the Golden Voyage of Sinbad, although that one did not have cannons.
I was about to say, depending on which one that is, Charles, there's a couple is that Charles talking about that?
No, it's Chris Ningwaya.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. I was about to say, somebody's talking about the Sinbad thing. I think I have that Marbury Pirate kit because I use it with my 1/300 scale stuff. So I got a couple of American brigs and corvettes. That's a pretty cool little kit. I have an old Heller Corsair right over there, but that's closer to, again, like 20 millimeter size. That's a big boat. I'm going to use it for 15s. Actually, there's a 15 millimeter biream over there too that was listed at 1/64th scale, which is an absolute crock of shit. That old, for anybody who's looking for one, that old Airtoll Roman warship kit is not 1/6400 or 1/64.
The shields on the Greeks here, it's bronze on the front and back, right?
Depends, to be honest with you. What city state are you looking to do? What
crap, man, I'm not kidding.
Class of guys? What period? But
that's why that was my only hesitant about doing historical miniatures, man.
But Brian, don't ever forget, you can paint them whatever the fuck they want to.
Yep.
Paint up Testicles and his boys. Put them whatever you want to. Yeah, Testicles.
Testicles.
Yeah, Testicles. You got Buthyles. You got Clitoris. You got all of them. Get after it, buddy. I got plenty of names of cool Greeks that don't care what their stuff looks like.
Oh, I was about to say, hey, let's play a miniature game tomorrow, but I was like, crap, I'm gonna be gone.
We can still play a miniature game tomorrow.
Aren't you working?
No.
Dang, you got like 3 days off?
Yeah. It's my weekend off, dude. It's my weekend off, dude.
Oh.
Okay.
Bust one out real quick. We can reuse some of the other stuff that I already did and just throw a game out.
Brian, I have more than enough stuff to throw out a game whenever you want to play.
Well, I'm talking about, like Wiley games with the character cards and all that. Just reuse some of them.
Again, I've got more than enough stuff to play any game that you want to play. We can do a bear hunt with this thing.
A bear hunt?
Yeah, look at it.
What are you talking about, bear hunt?
I've played a bear hunt Wiley game. I think Chris played in that. No, Chris didn't play in that. But yeah.
Oh.
We played a bear hunt where we had 3 players, and each player had 3 or 5 goblins.
I'm Grizzly Adams.
Trying to hunt a bear.
Grizzly Adams did have a beard.
Yeah. No, that's who I'd be. I'd be Grizzly Adams. Or I'll be the Robert Redford dude.
Get it? All right, so we got...
Oh, hold on.
Oh, would you stop?
Some good-looking stuff here. It's confusing that we've got a crane. We don't have any spotter aircraft, though. But anyways, we do have a number of lifeboats. Chris, do you happen to know what color Royal Navy lifeboat colors or covers were? The lifeboats were white here with tan covers.
There you go. At least on cruisers, right?
Oh, well, it's a battleship, so I don't know.
No, okay.
Brian, here's one you might like. There's a cool paint scheme. The Mountbatten Pinks for the Far East Squadron.
Huh?
Right? Because as it turns out, when you're outlined against especially a setting sun, pink is a really, really good camouflage color.
Yeah.
But yeah, which is why you get some vehicles in the desert that were painted a light pink also.
They weren't painted pink. They were painted beige and they just faded.
Whoever told you that's an idiot.
Dude. We've had discussions about people like that.
Correct. I think we're going to do our lifeboats in this green-brown, just so it's a little bit different.
Cool.
So we'll go through and pick that out now. Or should we'll do white hulls with the green-brown cover. How about that? That'll look cool. That'll look cool. They'll all look ready for the Admiral to come aboard. That'll look cool. Especially because it's going to get muddied up a little bit in a second here when I put the wash on anyways.
All hands on deck, all hands on deck.
Yep. That would be one of the coolest things. It would be to hear bosun's pipes going back in the day
Yep.
on a wooden sailing frigate while guys are clearing for action and everything else. And you got bosun's mates piping, clear to action, but then action stations and everything else.
Oh man. Hey, can you guys actually see what I'm painting now? I tried to rearrange it.
Yeah, you got the full screen, man.
Oh, I just meant making sure it was in frame because last time I was apparently painting out of frame for most of the time. So it felt like a cooking show where I'd say, okay, now we're going to do this. And then I would come back and it's done, but you didn't see me actually do it.
Yeah.
Toddy Boy was pointing that out to me last time and I felt bad about it.
It happens.
Well, I set up a new.
I see that you're getting ready to start a members only for your painting channel, dog. You got a whole camera set up for it, yeah.
It's all about angles, man. He's got those angles covered now.
Chris knows how to work the angles. Chris, yeah, we're gonna stop with that talk, but yeah.
Yeah.
I was curious to see where you were going with it.
Chris is gonna work the angles. He's had a lot of experience with livestock photography. That's what I call it when my sister-in-law takes selfies. Ayo! That was terrible, and I apologize. She's actually quite a nice lady.
Well, I went to Central Missouri State University. Tons of girls there, just not many of them.
Correct, Brian.
When I worked at my mom's bar in Lee Summit, we always knew when the girls from Lone Jack showed up. You heard the air brakes from the cattle car go off.
There you go.
Wow. Where's the love?
Lone Jack, Missouri, dude.
There was plenty of love.
Okay.
So the deal when you're painting scale model ships, if you're not a good painter, like I'm not a great painter, you want to make sure that whatever you decide to paint, you do it as if you don't think you're going to be able to actually get the real camouflage scheme, so to speak, then I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Share screen, go to window, go to here and share. So this is the scheme that I'm looking at here. I'm not going to be able to put that on this easily because I'm not that good of a painter. So what I'm going to do instead is get to where it looks like it can be, so you're going for just like if you're painting in 3mm, 6mm, or 2mm, or what have you, you're painting for what's the word I'm looking for?
An impression. You're tricking your eyes into thinking something is there or seeing something or giving them the idea. You're suggesting that something is there. You're not necessarily painting exactly that.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. I've painted a lot of really, really tiny stuff. So
you want it to just kind of, especially when you're dealing with these guys, because I'm going to do an impression of Rodney.
Rodney.
So,
I don't know.
Dangerfield.
yeah.
You don't like Rodney Dangerfield? We gonna fight today? Is that what we're gonna do?
Rodney. What about Rodney?
It sounds like Mutt's decided to he's decided to choose
What?
Today, Brian
violence.
woke up and chose violence.
Yeah.
No, Rodney Dangerfield's a great guy.
Hell of a guy.
Can't get no respect.
No respect.
Hey, Brian.
Hey, McMurray.
So talking about ships, right? I know that's not your talking about warships
No,
isn't your
no.
favorite thing. I know that.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about not warships. We're going to talk about passenger ships. You know the problem with the Titanic?
Oh, this is a McMurray joke. What?
It couldn't break the ice, but I sure can. How you doing?
Nice.
Anyways.
Come
How
here
you
often?
doing? How you doing?
How you doing?
So, I mean, ultimately, if we're entering the realm of nautically based pickup lines, seeing Brian in a bar, that'd be the first one to come out. You know, not an expert. We could always get Harrington in here. He of the Royal Navy.
Yeah.
I'm sure Mr. Harrington has told quite a few women across exotic ports to ditch the zero and go home with the hero. But, you know.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey, man. He spent a good career in the Royal Navy.
Yeah, no. I saw him in his nice little shorts.
Yeah, his nice little white shorty shorts and everything.
Yeah. Yep.
Harrington's a beautiful man. What can we say? If you're watching this tomorrow, John, I hope you get an hour and a half into it to hear us talk about you. It's all
Speaking of John is a savior of mine.
Oh.
I had this this issue. I needed to figure out how to get data from two different fields or two different workbooks to be combined in a certain way, and he figured it out for me. So
Mr. Harrington's most recent accomplishments post-Royal Navy career being the Excel genius.
Yeah. So as he sent in a message, not in our group, but just directly to me, he says, and this is paraphrasing, after the Navy, I decided to sell my body. That didn't pan out, so I'm selling my mind.
There you go.
Much more lucrative.
Yeah. Yeah. I think John is the first one to make that spoof McMurray OnlyFans thing.
John says, you guys are such misogynists.
Which John? I hope that's Joy
Wargaming, John.
Wargaming.
Yeah. It says, I like that about you.
There you go. Yeah.
You sons of bitches are sick, warped, and depraved. And that's why you're here.
Not me.
The hell you're not. You're as bad as the rest of us.
Worse.
No. I keep you guys in line.
That's not true.
Not in the slightest. All right. I need to find
The last. What is this? Gaul archer? Yeah. No, Celtic archer. Oh, gee. Wait. Warlord makes all of them in one. So.
Yeah. Wait, that's the same scope for all of them. Thank you,
Yeah.
Warlord Games.
Oh, wait.
Okay.
I do. Chris says Chris in at Charles Torres seems to be a spreadsheet sorcerer as well. And then Chris Long A says, "Hey Chris, do you and your brother get battle games from Henry? I just got the first 6 issues. I do not. I don't know if my brother does, but he is on regular communication with Mr. Hyde.
I was about to say that one at March to Victory last year, he tweeted my Eat Hitler game to Henry.
Yeah.
Eat Hitler.
Well, and also to the author of the game.
He did.
Blog. Oh, damn it.
Jay's a big Twitter guy.
Yeah, he is a big Twitter guy.
Good for him. So is actually John from Joy Wargaming. So if you're not already looking at John's stuff over on the Tweeter, go ahead and give it a look see.
Yeah, I'm not a tweety guy. For no other reason than I've said it before. I'm not a big social media guy in the first place. I do the
Facebook.
the Facebooks, but that's about it. And maybe it's because I'm old. I don't know.
Okay, there we go.
This is great, man. You want a real good wood color for like the bows or whatever? You paint it like a tan brown, then you use the leather contrast over it. Perfect.
There you go.
Perfect.
So, Chris, the question is, do I go through and pick out AA barrels in like a black? It really only comes in one spot. The only other thing I need to figure out is what's up?
I'll be completely honest with you.
He's going to be honest. Listen.
I wouldn't worry about it. I would just do a wash and let the wash pick it out.
What color do I want to make my funnel covers? We're going to go with the damn near black. That seems to be a pretty universal color.
Yeah.
Like a Necromancer cloak or German camel gray.
Yep.
That's almost a pretty universal color, like throughout the ages, to be honest with you.
Just paint the ship.
That's what I'm doing, Brian. That's quite specifically what we're talking about. Thank you.
Do I need to separate you guys?
Please.
No, Brian's on his way out.
I'll turn this car around.
I'll end your brashest little field trip pretty damn quick. Ugh. We need to turn on the smell-o-vision. Have you guys noticed that some paints have a very distinct smell?
Yeah, it's the cadmium. You're not supposed to breathe that shit.
What?
The contrast don't smell anything either.
I think a couple of these paints give me gas, and that's the issue.
Yeah. You don't eat chili before you paint.
Good Lord, Brian.
Chili
With or
beans.
without,
Chili
with or
beans.
without beans, doesn't matter.
Baby beans.
I agree with Brian.
I wasn't going to bring up the beans, no beans. I was just saying chili.
Fair. I would agree. I would concur wholeheartedly.
You want some beans, Mr. Taggart? I think you boys have had quite enough.
Yeah. Amen. That's a great movie.
It's such a great movie.
It's a great movie. That being said, for the perpetuity of this video on YouTube, don't go watch Blazing Saddles. I feel like suggesting somebody watch Blazing Saddles could probably get you booted off YouTube at this point in time.
No, because actually they've got people that are actually reviewing it. They're watching it for the first time, and
I mean, that's fair, but they also have ISIS beheading videos that they don't take down. So, like,
yeah,
it's a little different. I don't know. Don't do it. Don't do it, guys. Don't go watch the fantastic movie Blazing Saddles. Your mother will be disappointed in you, but we'll be very proud.
I will say, and people will argue with me, but it's one of my favorite all-time Western movies.
Accurate.
But people want to fight me on that. It's not a Western.
That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. What?
Yeah.
On what planet is Blazing Saddles not a Western? That's confusing.
Well, the same planet that the Blues Brothers isn't a musical.
That is one of the most fightingest things I've ever heard. Blues Brothers is arguably the best musical I've ever seen, other than maybe The Producers.
Right.
Yeah, no, that is fighting words.
Yeah, that'll get you throat punched.
Yeah, you'll get thrown off this year's stream. That's for sure. Blues Brothers is an incredible musical, and it 100% is.
To pull the car over, and got to see that as a kid in the drive-in. You know what movie is a great movie to see in the drive-through or in the drive-in? Star Wars.
Chris is the only person who went to Star Wars as a kid in the drive-in, right? And everybody knows, what do you do at the drive-in?
Eat popcorn.
Sit in the back of your mom's pickup, in the pickup bed with her and her friends drinking beer while watching the movie.
You were drinking beer watching Star Wars, Chris?
No, I wasn't. My mom was.
Uh-huh.
Dude, I was only 8 when we went to the drive-in to watch it.
That's why I was confused, Chris. But
I mean, I drank all my beer before we left.
No, you go to the drive-in to bust nuts and watch movies. Chris is the only person who did that by himself.
Oh, snap.
Hey.
I can't blame you, dude. Princess Leia, Holmes.
You know it.
Maybe Return Jedi, but
Yeah, dude. That white dress with no underwear underneath. All about it.
Getting a little far here, but hey, we're just making John proud.
John.
Joy Wargaming.
Oh.
All right, so I'm painting gun bags, boys. I'm painting gun bags.
And that's not a euphemism.
It's not. You're quite literally watching me do it right now.
Yeah, Tim. I look a lot older than I appear. No, I appear a lot older than I am.
There you go.
No, he's freaking old.
I'm only 53 in June.
63.
No, 53.
We'll say 63.
The wife will be 63.
I turned 34 in July.
What day is your birthday again? In July?
13th.
Day after Jay's, my brother.
Yep. He told me he's turning 36.
No, not this year. No. He's turning 49 this year.
God dang it.
Who?
Jay, Chris's brother. Okay,
brother.
Gun bags are in.
We need to get you up to J3 this year, if at all possible, dude.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I am working on it. Is there a weekend set yet?
No, he's got to figure out drill weekend.
Yeah, it's all good.
For that month.
It's all good. As always, just let me know what weekend is as soon as you can figure out. And then if I have it off, outstanding. If I don't have it off, I can work on trying to get out of work.
Finagle it, yeah.
Hey, have you guys finished any miniatures during this time?
Brian, you are looking directly down my camera at 4 ships that were not painted an hour ago.
Yeah, he's a much faster painter than I am. Also, all his shit was already primed. Mine wasn't, like a dipshit.
Always building prime.
But to be fair, I was working on that spreadsheet.
All right, Bri Guy, you ready for the next step? You ready to take this to the next level?
Yes, Mr. McMurray. Next level, please. Oh, crap.
Excuse me.
You all right?
Where'd you go? Ah.
You know the best thing about Brian? Like 3/4 of the stuff he says just sounds like Bart Simpson. Oh, crap.
Right?
Oh, no. Eat my shorts, Shelbyville.
Now you hear some old man grunt.
Let's see.
Jesus Christ, Brian. Are you okay over there? Good Lord.
Yeah, Tim, I saw it opening night also, May 25th, 1977, 6 days before I turned 7 years old. Changed my life. That is, Chris says, that is how I saw Star Wars 2. Blew my mind beyond belief. Shots fired. Oh, crap. I'm older than Chris. In the Fort Fairmont. And was in the back sitting in the front. Had hard to see. Yeah, Chris is old as fuck as compared to me. Dude, you're like 13 days younger than I am. Shut up.
Who's that?
Gordon.
Oh. That's funny. I was about to say, I actually, I saw Star Wars around that same age, and then my nephew, who's about to turn 7, I've been watching Star Wars with him as well. So that's always
Outstanding.
fun. It's a good Star Wars age there. I don't want this to be too dark, so we're going to put it on Roberts first.
So the Brits did some weird shit with their paint schemes.
They did, but you could always fall back on that channel gray.
Well, but see, the thing is who puts green on a ship?
We were just talking about that.
I
Ships
know.
bound for the Far East and elsewhere. Yeah. Places where the ocean is green, homie.
Yeah, well, because back then, nobody saw blue or some shit like that.
Yeah. We do need to have Harrington on we need to have him on for one of these things so that he can explain to us his experience in the Royal Navy.
Right.
With Winston Churchill's 3 favorite things to come out of the Royal Navy: rum, sodomy, and the lash. Which is pretty harsh given that he was 100% First Lord of the Admiralty at one point. Like, come on, dog. Why you got to do your guys like that?
Right.
But who knows, man? He's kind of a dick, too.
He was.
Who, Churchill?
Yeah. Great man. Accomplished incredible things. Great man.
And starved millions of Indians. He's a wonderful man. He's a fucking ass.
Yeah.
Starved them for no reason.
Oh, sure, there was a reason.
Fucking ass.
It was the hip thing to do in the 40s and 30s, man.
Yeah, no, he's not so great.
There you go.
Sorry to be opinionated, but when you murder that many people, I don't care who the fuck you are. You're not
That's
that great.
What I'm getting to. But all right, yeah. There we go. Churchill, ladies.
Sorry, I work with a lot of Indians, and it's still a very bitter thing.
I absolutely understand.
Most of the West had no idea what this man did.
He advocated for pacifying the entirety of the Northwest frontier with the RAF and poison gas. That's my point.
Anyway, not to get deep. Sorry, I'll go back.
No, you're good.
I believe the Churchill is a great man /S. You weren't letting him get to the sarcasm part.
My bad.
That's okay, because you're not wrong. I mean, there were worse people out there, not by much.
I mean, I feel like you could argue by a considerable margin for a good number of people, but that's okay. That's fine. That's why we all have our own separate opinions.
Well, there's a line, and once you cross the line, the severity after that doesn't matter.
Okay.
Right? It's like, oh, they're the greatest basketball player. Well, there's a line that once you cross that line, you're just great, and you don't need to say, well, you made 4 more free throws than the other guy did, so you're that much better. Yeah, bullshit. Evil is evil. When you cross the line, you're evil. You don't go, well, that guy was worse. No. That is not a pass. That doesn't get you out of what you did because somebody was worse. You're evil.
Think that anyone ever said that.
No, I'm saying that. I'm not implying that you guys implied that. I'm saying that is my baseline. Evil's evil.
Murray, what color do you use for your decks on your British ships?
Again, it depends. In this case, I used Vallejo 7912, which is tan yellow. That's what this color is.
All right. I don't think I've got that one.
It's right between like Iraqi sand and desert yellow. So if you were to take those two and mix them, those two are really common. Desert yellow is super common, and Iraqi sand is pretty common too.
I think I've got desert yellow here. And I've got
Iraqi sand is like a really light beige. People use it a lot as kind of a catch-all dry brush for like vehicles and stuff.
Come on, where are you? I got that. I've got that that color somewhere, but I'm not gonna go digging for it. So what I'm gonna use instead is khaki and desert yellow.
There you go.
A little mix of that.
Those two will probably work quite well. Or you can do like a you can do one then the other if you want to do like a highlight sort of thing. Or what I'm going to do is just hit it with this wash and then come back and hit edges and stuff with the original color. I'm not going to mess with doing a highlight of a separate color, especially because with battleships and stuff, you don't really have any angular stuff you don't have high sections. How about that? That's what I'm going for. You have all kinds of angular stuff, but you don't have high sections like on a forehead or something like that.
Right.
To distinguish. So you're kind of hitting those edges and stuff, not anything else.
Alrighty. All my archers are done.
There you go.
Oh,
Just gotta
crackers.
spray mat them and wash them. Done.
Nice. Good stuff, buddy. Are you going to put pictures up?
See ya, Gordon.
Bye, Gordon.
Take care, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, I'll put pictures up tomorrow. I think we got one more good day of weather, and then we're supposed to get hit hard with another storm. We've been having a nice wet winter over here, man.
Oh, we.
Yeah, it's been wet and gross here for the last several days as well. Not a huge fan.
Okay, it's only good. All right, no, I got a couple more days. Hits on Wednesday. Never mind. We'll be in the low 70s tomorrow and there till Tuesday.
It was supposed to be in the 50s and sunny today. It was not.
It wasn't like outright bad in St. Louis. I guess that's a good point. Today it wasn't too bad in St. Louis, but this past week it was disgusting on Wednesday and Thursday.
Oh, it was absolutely abysmal here.
It was just raining and 30, 5 degrees or so.
Yeah, it was vulgar.
Excuse me.
Not a huge fan.
Yeah, it's raining over by you on Tuesday or Wednesday, right?
I don't know. I don't even check the weather. I just wake up and deal with it. Because I work from the apartment, so it's not like I have to worry about commuting or anything like that. So I don't even check the weather. But it's been a wet one, like you said.
Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Oh boy, that could be a good work week if that's how it is.
See, now here's the question. Do I worry about coffee staining the decks with this? Or do I redo the decks with, you know what, we'll be fine with coffee staining. I can always go back and do a heavy repaint, can't I? Yes, I can. Yes, you can, McMurray. Yes, you can.
Yes, McMurray, you can.
Tim says it's been very mellow in Rhode Island. 57 yesterday, then it snowed and went away. I hate snow.
That's always nice. Luckily, we're into that kind of season in St. Louis where if it does snow, it'll be gone that afternoon, which I really can't speak highly enough of, because snow is just about the worst thing that ever happens. I despise snow as a natural phenomenon. Weather-wise, one of the worst things that'll happen.
My office mate and I have a severe disagreement. Neither of us like snow, but she dislikes rain, or she dislikes rain more than she dislikes snow.
What?
Yeah.
Why? What's her showing her work on that one?
Because with rain, you get wet no matter what. With snow, there's some snow that's you don't get as wet with, because it's like a dry, powdery snow. So, and in my mind, it's like, no, it's snow is always cold, and cold is the worst.
Yeah, I try to figure out, what do I hate, heat or cold?
Oh, cold, absolutely, because I have the ability, and I know not many people are like this, but I have the ability of cooling off faster than I can warm up.
I mean, both are uncomfortable, right?
Yeah.
But see, I can, like I said, I don't mind being hot. I physically have pain when it's cold.
I'm going to say it's also a whole lot easier to just kind of deal with the effects of being warm, than it is to deal with the effects of being cold. Or at least for me, it is. It's easier to warm yourself up, kind of, by just adding clothing, than it is to cool yourself off, because you can't just necessarily just take off all your clothing. But at the same time, that's kind of a real mild thing with either one, right? Once you get to extreme hots or extreme colds.
Yeah.
An extreme hot will kill you, don't get me wrong.
I was gonna say, come here to Arizona.
I mean, I'm fully aware, right?
When
I mean,
my daughter was a freshman at ASU, we dropped her off. It got up to 117. I had a heat stroke while I was out playing golf.
Yeah.
So here's the trick, guys.
Fully
Here's
aware.
the trick. If I sit down under a tree when it's 15 degrees, there's a good chance that if I don't do anything, I will die.
Correct.
If I sit down under a tree and it's 115 and do nothing, I'm not going to die.
Keep drinking your water and take your time.
I was going to say.
Exactly.
You can.
No, not if you just sit down and do nothing. You're
not doing nothing. You're breathing. Trust me.
Just sitting there breathing.
I had a towel wrapped around my neck. I was staying in the shade. And playing golf is not the most strenuous thing that you can do, especially when you ride around in a cart and you're in the shade. And I still had heat stroke. So, when you get to the extremes, I think what McMurray was saying is it almost, pick your poison.
I
will pick hot over cold any day of the week.
I was about to say, personally, I would be with Chris. I would choose hot. I've been, again, I've lived in the middle of, several days of over 100-degree weather with, 90 to 85% humidity every day.
Well, you can play sports in really cold, but you can't play sports when it's really hot.
That's fair. And if it gets really, really hot,
they have a whole Olympics based around that concept.
They have two whole Olympics based around each of those concepts, I think.
Well, summer isn't hot. A lot of that's indoors and it's team sports and whatnot. But you've got some serious winter sports where people are out, snowshoeing and cross shooting and what is that?
And they're wrong.
Biathlon.
Thank you.
And that was my point, was that it's easier to add clothes to warm up than it is to take clothes off to be cold. But I would still rather be warm than cold.
Yeah, I think I would too. Because you can go, where I live, I could go down to the ocean and jump in the water, right? And surf and do whatever. It's not like being out where mud is, where you're just kind of out in the desert with the
And
critters.
you guys are forgetting when it's a windy day and it's 115 out.
Oh yeah, it's like sitting in a fucking hot air dryer. I got you.
Your pupils boil.
Oh, dude, I told you 117 and heat stroke. It was not fun.
No. And that's
Like I
what's
said,
scary
I
about
was
heat stroke.
hydrated. I had a towel soaked in water wrapped around to keep my blood veins, my blood down. I did everything that I'm supposed to do other than don't go outside. And
and what's scary, it's lesser, but the heat exhaustion, people sit there thinking they're great, and then the next day they headaches and they're just sick as a dog, man.
Oh, dude. Family was going out to dinner. I laid in the bathtub in water.
Yeah.
The rest of the night, I didn't do anything.
The weird thing about heat exhaustion is also that once you like deal with heat exhaustion, you're more likely to have heat-related issues into your health future. That's the
so far.
weird thing about heat exhaustion.
Yeah.
Well, once you get frostbite, you're likely to have frostbite. You're more likely to get frostbite.
What's so spooky is like it's 115 out and you get cold chills.
Correct.
You're like, oh crap, that's your body saying, dude, you're about ready to go down, man.
Yes, that's your body saying you're going to die. Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I don't like the extremes in either direction.
I'm not saying that I like 105, but I'll take 105, 110 over. I'll take 105, 110 over 15 any day of the week.
Yeah.
Because cold.
I haven't been in 15 in a long time.
Oh God!
I think that's the thing.
So much.
You got two guys that are in the cold climate, and then you got two guys that are in the warm climate.
I'm just being honest. You go up to Tahoe. I used to go up to Tahoe and go snowboarding, and it'd get into the high 20s. Because it's got to snow, and you're up at 11,000 feet if you're up on top of, not Mammoth, but whatever, man. Oh my God, I can't think of the name of the ski resort. It's the Olympics there. Anyway, so it's cold and windy and all of that, but it's been like Chris is saying, 15. Yeah, I don't think I'd like that at all. No, sir.
I was about to say I'd much rather be standing in the middle of nowhere with no AC for a couple weeks backpacking when it's 105, 110, than standing out on the highway for a few hours at 2 or 3.
Again, I'm going to pass on both if I can't. Is that an option?
That's fair, but I voluntarily do the backpacking part, and it's fucking amazing. So that's a great time.
Well, that sounds like fun.
It is.
I backpack on my mountain bike, but same concept.
Yeah, it's real hot, but whatever.
I just no comment.
Well, yeah, you gotta walk around. You can't be up on the zero turn or on the ride behind.
I work in it.
I know you do, buddy.
I work in it.
That's okay. Not for long though. You're about to retire, big dog.
Yeah, we'll see.
That painting career is going to carry you through.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
it is.
No.
That's what your wife said.
No, she's the one that carries the insurance, though. Well, she's at ASU, man.
Oh, I know. I got you. All right. Now we're going to come back. Like I said, that usually works really well. Like it worked really well with the Spanish-American War stuff that I did in this, not this scale, but same size boats, is to not even necessarily worry about like highlighting stuff. You just come back with the original color and hit the high stuff. So like the top of these gun shields, top of gun barrels, stuff like that. I'm going to do Robert's first because that's the first one I painted, or first one I washed. That's the other thing that I got to say. I was a big Agrax Earthshade guy for a while, but these Army Painter quick shades dry so much faster. It's insane. Like Agrax, you could wait 2-3 hours sometimes, and it seems like they're still wet.
Is that a good thing?
No, not on a wash. you're not trying to play with a wash for 2 or 3 hours. Like if it's a paint you're trying to blend, maybe, but a wash you're just
make my own contrast paints by using extender. So it'd take a while for them to dry, and this is back before they had all of this contrast stuff. I was doing that 20 years ago. You just put you go down and get some acrylic extender. Now, again, it takes longer to dry, but that's what allows the pigment to settle into those recesses and give you that. Now they call it speed paint. I don't know what they've done, but it's like you can make your own, and it gets a very similar effect. I haven't used any of the new stuff, so I can't talk about whether I like it or not, but it's pretty cool. It makes painting much easier, and there's nothing wrong with making things easier.
All right.
You are correct about that one.
Well, it's not great, but here we are.
So that's a Russian one? It's in the Black Sea?
No, this is British.
Oh, you beat me to it. Dang.
The British were still in the Black Sea. Maybe not necessarily a whole lot in this time period, although they did send some Lend-Lease stuff, so they could have been.
Jesse.
That's okay. So where are you located there in Phoenix area then?
Gilbert, southeast.
I don't know it. I was there a couple of times when my daughter was going to school, picked her up, went to some spring training stuff. So all I know, when not even that, is just around the campus.
Yeah, that's Tempe.
Yeah.
She's at the main, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, not now. This was 10 plus years ago.
Yeah. So here's Phoenix. Gilbert is southeast corner.
Okay.
So
I'm trying to figure out how far you are from me. About 4 hours?
San Diego's a 6-hour drive usually.
Is it 6?
From here to the beach, it's 6 hours, yeah. So it's maybe 5.
Yeah, that's a day trip, dude.
Brian, what you got to go to the beach for? You got all the sand you need right around you, buddy.
Right?
Yeah. Who was the president? Man, if he would just... Well, we would have California
Baja, California is beautiful, though. Oh, my God. Oh,
that's a Gadsden purchase, right?
No, I don't know. I did a. There used, and I don't know if it's still going on. Probably is, but there used to be a ride from Rosarita to Ensenada, a 50 some odd bike ride that goes down the coast. Mm-hmm. I did that many moons ago. Oh my God, that was so much fun.
No, the Rocky Point trip. That's always kind of shady in a way, because you just don't want to break down.
Well, nowadays with with all the drug cartel wars going on, it's
the coyotes.
Yeah, and I haven't been, even though I'm close to the border, I haven't been down, so I don't know what it's like nowadays.
I haven't. Yeah.
But San Isidro, which is right on the border, has one of these malls, and literally you're standing in the mall. You can go to the fence and see the border. And I'm like, there's like nothing stopping anybody from getting over here.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, I was in Douglas, which is a border town, and on the other side is Agua Prieta, and we were staying in, I can't remember what hotel it was, some 2-story hotel. We were on the second floor, and we were looking over at the border, and we literally see them. They're all coming across, and it's like nonchalant, casual.
Yeah, because nobody's going to stop. I mean, it's and not to get deep into anything, but
yeah, I know.
It's a joke. It's just a joke.
So no. Douglas is an old mining town. It's pretty neat. So, Nogales, So, but it's interesting because you go to Nogales, and if you go 20 miles north of Nogales, heading back in, Rio Verde. Yeah, it's Rio Verde. No, Rio Rico. It's 5,000 feet up. It's snow.
Yeah.
Nice. So people don't understand that, there's Tucson just had snow a couple of days ago or whatever.
What's the elevation there?
Tucson?
Yeah.
Tucson was like 3,200 feet, but the snow level dropped to 2,500. So all the mountains here, the desert mountains that surround Phoenix. See, that's the other thing. People are amazed. Oh yeah, mountains. They keep thinking we're like dry, arid, flat. And
Yeah.
but
Well,
no,
that's like
it's
when I
really
lived in
cool.
the Bay Area. Every now and then you'd actually get snow on the ground. Very rare. But Mount Diablo is 3,800 feet to the summit. And there would be almost yearly, there'd be a couple of days where it'd get dusted with snow.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing. It's not like you can go skiing or do anything with it.
Well, and then there's Mount Lemmon, which is Tucson's pretty much built around Mount Lemmon, and that is 9,000, almost 10,000 feet up.
Oh, that's pretty.
So
that's a good poke.
go up there, and there's a little town called Summerhaven, and they have a one ski lift thing up there. And stuff. Oh man, but it's it's cool. Go there in May, dude, and it's just beautiful.
Oh, I bet.
So,
Have you ever been to Tahoe?
no, a lot of my family been to Tahoe, so I never got
Okay, not to get all. I love California, but
Yeah.
you go to some of the beaches, you go to the redwoods, you go to the wine country, you go to Tahoe, you go to Yosemite, you go to the desert, high desert. There are so many places that are just freaking beautiful.
Yeah, Tahoe, and they were saying Carson City, Nevada, or something.
Carson City, Nevada. Been there many times.
Yeah, I was told that was pretty neat too.
Yeah, it's Carson City is. So if you're think of Reno, do you know where Reno is?
Yeah,
it's on the northern side of the lake.
Yeah.
So you got North
Carson
Lake
City's
Tahoe.
on the south.
Yeah, no, Carson City's on the south side.
Yeah.
And it's kind of not. It's kind of over the hill. Okay, it's the Sierras, so it's a little more than a hill, but they had a mint there, I think, at one point in Carson City. But yeah, it's a cool little town.
Yeah.
But that whole area is just, again, Lake Tahoe is just so freaking beautiful.
Yeah. Then Baghdad, Arizona, and that was based off of the TV series Alice.
That sounds like some goofy shit we would have in Missouri, man. We got every international city in Missouri. Not everyone, but just tons of them.
Yeah.
Like we got a Paris, Missouri. We got a Kabul, Missouri. Versailles.
You get a kick out Oatman, Arizona, man. Oatman, Arizona is all wild mules or whatever, and they just roam around the main streets.
Nice.
So I guess it's just wow. So, but there's still, I have not been to Bisbee yet, and I'm ashamed to say that because I'm an native, and Bisbee's supposed to be really awesome.
I have never even heard of Bisbee.
Bisbee, Arizona.
I've only heard of Bisbee, Arizona, in 310 to Yuma.
Yeah. So, Yuma sucks.
Yeah, that's why Russell Crowe didn't want to go there.
Anyways, no, Yuma and Gila Bend, my gosh. I had to stay at night in Gila Bend one time helping a friend move out of there. Never stayed in a house where his parents they were hoarders. And I remember the guest bedroom he put me in, I was scared to sleep in it because I'm looking at Daddy Longlegs all over the ceiling.
Oh, dude. Like that's
and I had to sleep. I had to sleep, When I had to take a shower there, Daddy Longleg webs all in the corner of the shower. And I'm just like, oh my God.
Nice. As much as they say there's so many beautiful places in California, there are some dives too that you just.
Well, yeah, that's
in the
my
Central
point.
Valley when you get into like the farming country, which is almost all of California in the middle is just farming country. But
yeah,
there are some little small hole in the wall places. I had a friend who was from Delano, and their claim to fame is it's the raisin capital of the world.
Nice.
So you drive along and you see grapevines, and those are future raisins.
Yeah. So someone was saying, wasn't it?
You can do that in New York City. They end up in Florida.
Yeah. I'm about to say, that's the thing, right? Like any city, even like Paris, the city lights, right? It's supposed to be these beautiful places. There's crappy places there too, Brian. Like,
yeah.
I'm sure there's hoarders in Paris.
Speaking about that, just a kind of a health tip. You guys really should be eating a lot of these dried up grapes. I'm just trying to raise awareness here. Just raising awareness.
Yeah. Go on.
Good grief.
Get.
I appreciated it.
I do appreciate it.
Come on.
Oh, dude, Nangwa, you would love staying a night out in the open desert. We used to do that a lot, and we slept in the back of our trucks. It was just sleeping bags or whatever.
Oh, that's fun.
And the coyotes, it's just great to you hear the coyotes yelping and stuff. And it's fun.
We used to go down to Santa Cruz on a Friday night, sleep in the back of my buddy's truck. We body surf in ice cold freaking water because the water in NorCal is cold. It's not like SoCal water.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'd wake up Saturday after drinking and having steak on a fire over the beach, drive up to the Sierras and ski at night. So we would do the skiing and surfing all in one day, or weekend, 2 days.
That was cool. Yeah, and then Nagua, especially if you go out in the desert and it's a full moonlight, that is really cool.
That's when you see the werewolves in Grimhaven and stuff, right?
Charles,
it's really cool.
Or whatever.
Yeah, Charles, I didn't bring LA up.
No, LA, we all know LA's bleh.
I was talking about Brian's town that we played a Fistful of Light game in.
Oh,
It was
yeah, man.
Beautiful western town that then all of a sudden
Grimdale.
Werewolves jump. Oh, Grimdale. Dang.
Grimdale.
I was close. Yeah, Grimdale's a crap hole. I had to shoot a werewolf in the face I was trying to help.
Anyways, yeah, I was a little pissed off, man. I was hoping that would be a little bit longer than I was hoping.
You had a monster spawn right in front of me when I had an action to. Yeah. It's okay. I still had a blast. Okay, last color, boys. You ready? Got to clean up the decks. And then this thing should pop a little bit more. It's going all right now. I can see it.
You're going to weather it?
It's got about enough weathering. So without it being white or coal-fired, there's weathering, but it's hard to see from this angle. But that's part of why it gets a heavy wash on it, is to give it that semi-grimy look. But especially in this age, you've got stuff gets messed up. I'm not painting them with a bunch of battle damage on them necessarily, but you don't get as much of the age of sail, age of steam, just extreme grime, right? Because you've got pumps, stuff gets hosed off every day, stuff like that. So there is grime, and that's why I'm not getting all the way down on the gray, right? And I'm not going to get all the way up to the gray with this color. So there will still absolutely be heavier shadows, heavier areas of grime, but not necessarily as much as some people do. They weather the hell out of it. I'm not that good or detailed of a painter. So there will be essentially heavy shadows that kind of convey that, okay, it's not.
Now on that deck, is that a wooden deck?
It's covered in teak, yeah.
Okay, so just for my information, at that scale, do you see the lines? Is that something you can put
Absolutely
a wall on?
not. No, they're still 2x4s. No.
Okay. So there's no texture there then. Okay.
No. I mean there are certainly manufacturers that put texture on. This does not.
Would be out of scale, but okay.
Yeah, which I'm perfectly fine with. I'm perfectly fine with not having any of the texture there.
I could be fine with texture there, even if it's out of scale. Those would be 4 foot wide boards or something.
Correct. Yeah, and it's not necessarily something I'm real angry about in either case.
Yeah, me too. I'm with you on that. If they're there, great. If not,
yeah, I'm not. I
was just curious looking at it, how big it was, if it actually had any grain on it.
No, especially because these are designed to be printed smaller than this anyways.
Oh, okay.
These are designed to be printed, I think, at 1/1800 for that Victory at Sea scale. But I blew this thing up 150% to get it to 1 to 12.
I love that about 3D printers, man. You can just change your scale if you need to.
Yep. And the nice thing about these Gukek models, which I really appreciate actually, is Chris and I figured out that despite the fact that they're designed to be 1/1800, you can scale them down to 30% and print them at 1/6000 without trouble. Like, I printed out fleets and fleets and fleets using the Badger with a quill, which was awesome models, especially because they're free. And they're designed to be printed at 1/6000, right? So they do not have a ton of detail on them, which is fine, especially for free 99, right? And
is that what the STLs are? About $4?
These guys usually are. Or I enjoy Naval Wargaming and stuff enough that I went for the national package deals, right?
Okay.
So like I bought the Royal Navy deal knowing that I was going to print them all in 1/6000, and then I printed a bunch of them in 1/2400, and then I printed these guys in 1/1200.
That's what I would do too.
Right.
Yeah, I would.
Not only that, but then I don't have to go. It's convenient. I don't have to go back. And when I was looking at what I actually wanted, right? Okay, so what ships do I actually want to print? It wound up being not a big difference between buying those ships individually in the national deal, and then it was one of those, okay, if I want to do it.
And then you get the rest of the ships that you might want later.
Yeah. Which,
of course, and if you don't have them, then you find out you did want them.
And that's what I'm doing, because not everything is in those World War II nation packs. So now I'm going back and looking at, okay, well, here's a pre-war or a World War I era thing that, okay, I want to grab that. But yeah, I did find there is a bunch of files on Thingiverse that are designed for a far smaller scale. I think they're probably designed for 1/3000 or 1/2400, and they are definitely gaming models as well, kind of like the Badger with a quill for Jutland. And I put all those onto a build plate. I need to print those once the weather heats up and my printer starts behaving a little bit more.
Yeah, that's what I'm waiting for, because it's just a little too cold for me to print without things separating right now.
Yeah, exactly. And
I went through that last winter not knowing, and I'm like, what the hell's going on with my prints?
I just got so discouraged doing it that it was kind of one of those, okay, I'm not going to piss myself off. I'm not going to do that this year. I'm just going to wait. It's not a big deal.
Yeah.
I have more than enough stuff to paint. So that has helped this year, to be honest with you, because I got real discouraged last winter.
Oh, so did I.
But granted, at the same time, I've gotten a 3D printer since it was really cold, and so that's really sad because it's huge, and I want to print all kinds of really big stuff on it and do cool stuff. But I don't want to do it. I don't want to piss myself off and get frustrated. Okay, take a breather, and we will print full 28mm sized airships in the springtime.
Then that printer is going to be working overtime.
Dog, that printer is going to be.
It's going to melt.
It's going to be making some noise, man. Yeah.
And Nagawai, have any of you gained the battle of Dogger Bank?
That is what I am specifically printing all of those Jutland ships for, is to do not Jutland, but Dogger Bank. Yes. So no, not yet, but yes. Hang tight, my man. Hang tight. That being said, I'm sure that once somebody said that, I think it was Decision maybe, was putting out a version of, or a World War I game using the system from Victory at Sea or War at Sea called Kaiser's Navy maybe. I'm sure that I'll wind up doing the same thing I've done with Victory at Sea and printing out miniatures for all of those, painting them up and putting the unit or the counter stats on it to then play that as a miniatures game. I am sure I will probably wind up doing the same thing for Kaiser's War. The I think it's a Decision or Compass maybe game, Nine Navies War. Is it a bad adaptation for World War I? but it pulls in quite literally everything based on a what if of what if the Germans won on the Eastern Front, which is kind of cool. It's a cool what if. I like the what, or on the Western Front. I like the what if, and it's really one of the only ways to make a what if scenario for naval World War I stuff interesting and make sense, right? Because that's the only way that you really get Germans getting anywhere past Wilhelmshaven or Kiel with any consistency.
See the landmass there.
There is a landmass there, yeah.
Got Savo Island. I got half of Savo Island.
You shut it off?
Got the edges cleaned off. So,
excuse me.
Next,
Let's stand flat.
well, I haven't sprayed them yet. So, but yes, so far they're staying flat. I think because that's a full. The raft on these are. Let's see here. The raft is. Okay, I'm having a hard time seeing. Hold on, guys.
It's thick. Thicker than a Snicker. Thick like a bowl of oatmeal.
It's a 16th of an inch.
Like Serena Williams.
Yes. The raft is a 16th of an inch. So I don't think I'm going to have any problems with it warping once I get it going. So
Okay.
these are gonna get we're getting close with it. I got the problem is my little battery powered Dremel. Battery isn't very strong on them because they're the ones that I'm using are designed as dog claw trimmers.
Okay.
So, you know, it doesn't take a lot of oomph to go on a dog's claw to, you know,
right,
knock it down a little. But using a cutting wheel to go through, you know, a 16th inch of low melting point ABS, or not ABS, but whatever the hell this shit is.
MDF.
No, it's the plastic. I thought it was ABS plastic, but that's okay.
No, I don't use ABS.
Oh, okay.
I use, what the hell is this stuff? Hold on.
Well, here we go, guys. While Chris is figuring that out, here we are, gents. Oh, Chris, where's your painting camera?
Oh, I basically got done.
Oh, okay.
Here, I'll well, we'll look at yours and you'll see how much better yours is compared to mine.
Well, mine are huge.
That's what she said.
Yeah, buddy, you know it.
Yours has water.
So there's mine. Got to get the strong tone to dry on it.
Yeah,
Not bad for a boat. Good job, Foghorn.
So that's
go.
I wonder if it would look better if I turned this light off.
Warmup wants the
There we go.
Zombicide version where the battleship is filled with zombies.
I got some crouch ships. I'll do that for you, Chris. Or, Jesus, not Chris, Brian. Here.
That's a nice job there, Chris.
I'll do that with this bad boy.
You know, I have not touched the Zombicide Mini this past couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's a Scharnhorst.
PLA. That's what I use. PLA.
There it is.
Polylactic acid. It's actually based on corn.
Kern?
Yeah.
Tell me you're a 3D printer in the Midwest, not telling me you're a 3D printer in the Midwest. Excuse me.
Right.
Did not mean to burp right
cool. What up for me is what if the relationship Great Britain and USA got so bad at the beginning of World War One that USA ends up siding with Germany, and Great Britain strengthens ties with Japan.
Yeah, like a warplane red type scenario.
Yeah.
But earlier, yeah.
Christopher says, I love the contrast McMurray is getting. Great for my old eyes.
That was
sight
the idea.
camo. Yeah. And then I got, well, see, the thing is with your turrets, are those guns basically flush mounted? They're on the deck. They're not separate tubes. Or
these
are
guys,
they
rear turret, they are separate. The B or C turret here mounts to the top of here, and these mount to that wave break. The number 3 turret, those are completely separate.
Okay.
Which I wish, honestly, I understand why they're like that, freeze of printing, but I wish that they were separate because that makes them a hell of a lot easier to paint.
Yeah. So, whereas mine, they're white metal that you glue in. So, but yeah.
Did you do?
PLA, go ahead.
No, you're good. I was gonna. Was yours? Did you just do KG5 or KG3?
Yeah, KG5, yeah.
Okay, I got one of the British. So British destroyers, there's a gajillion different lettered classes, but the big things are you've got either single gun turrets or doubles, and on the doubles you usually have 2 sets of torpedo racks, and here I got 1 set. So I mean, you just got 2 different torpedoes or 2 different destroyers, right? So there you go. Which one's? So this is like an I, or I'm sorry, like an E class. Here's like an N or an O.
Excuse me.
Right. It would be an
sharp,
N.
dude.
It would be an N class if this was a gun like that. Then this would have been Poirun, but that's okay.
Did you dry brush those?
Before hitting them with the wash, yes.
Okay.
But then the rest of this is solid line highlighting.
So you do the dry brush and then you knock it down to kind of tone it a little bit with the wash?
Yeah. Honestly,
Yeah,
the dry
sense.
brush is kind of just to see where I'm coming back with the heavier tones coming in.
No, that all, it makes sense, yeah.
But yeah. And so, yeah, it's a really high contrast style when it's done with it. But
I like it.
yeah, it kind of gives you that impression because when you back off something, your brain naturally does that, right? Just like your brain kind of naturally washes out colors.
Yep.
So like a black or a really white, like a grayscale thing. And then as you get closer, you can tell, okay, that's actually a green.
No, I was saying when I do my large scale abstracts, I use a lot of textures and layers. The texture with the paint and with the gesso that I put down, and then multiple layers of acrylic because of its transparency. And when you step back, you're in a room, you see a painting, it's got one look to it.
Correct.
But as you start walking up closer to it, it literally, first time this happened, it blew my mind.
Yeah.
I stepped up closer to my paintings and then the detail just pops out at you. And I'm like, oh my God, that's such a, because I never really experienced that with art. I never had gone to a lot of art museums. So first time it happened was with my own stuff and it just blew my mind.
That, or you can, the exact opposite sometimes true, and you get like a Monet or something. Like we've got St. Louis has a stellar art museum, so you like look at water lilies, and we look up close at it. It looks like you're zoomed in on, when you zoom in on an old digital image and it's really pixelated, then you back off and it's like, oh shit, okay, that's awesome.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I mean that's kind of the thing you're going for, right? Like when I get really close to this thing, you can see it looks coffee stained, it looks like crap. And then you pull it out, and all of a sudden you don't see that as much. That just hits as a dark shadow.
Yeah, no, it looks really good. I like you said, I love the contrast on it, and the detail just kind of pops at that level. No, that's really cool.
The fun part is, so here's a destroyer, right? So these two are both destroyers, right? Fun fact is, this is half the scale of this thing. It just is 50 years older. Just getting a weird perspective on the scale. So that, yeah. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. There we go. Those are my 4 for the night, and those took me a hell of a lot longer than my 2 miniatures took me last week or 2 weeks ago. Sorry, guys. And then, yeah, here's a Royal Navy protected cruiser that, again, is, 60, 70 years older, but double the scale. But you can see I did the same thing with like the tans on this guy.
Uh-huh.
And it makes them jump out at you.
Oh, yeah. No, they look really good.
But yeah,
I
so
like
there
that
you go.
style. I like that style a lot.
Yeah, they look all right.
God, man. Well, on the bright side, I've always got Brian to keep me from getting any sort of ego or feeling like I'm good at this.
I keep
Right.
it grounded.
Hey, I'm going to be honest
Because-
with you. If I don't
because-
like it, I'll just not say anything. If I like it, I'll say something.
Because Charles says, Chris, NotJay, and McMurray, you both do excellent work. Well,
I
appreciate
thought he
it,
was
sir.
saying nice job.
Chris is outstanding. As is Charles. As is everybody. I'm happy to be here, man. This makes me happy.
Yeah, got a good bunch of guys.
Well, I'll start
So-
painting once I get some more supplies in and things like that. I'll start getting into the paint.
Good. Next week, I think we'll be able to. Oof. Oh man, move too fast. That hurt. Next week we're gonna put this together. I guess I need to change my camera. Hold on.
Star Trek. No, Mandalorian.
Star Trek. Got to be Star Trek.
I'll say
That or
Mandalorian.
something.
Oh,
Star Trek.
There you go. You know what? I got to start on my my battle or my destroyer, my Japanese destroyer.
Yeah, because these little guys are gonna go together fast. That's the bird of prey.
Yeah.
And
Maybe this is what I'll do for that 24 hours.
that's the Grissom. They're not going to take long at all to put together, guys. So
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm about to say, you need to get 3 or 4 of those put together. Oh, I forgot. This thing's down here, too. This is one of my favorites. HMS Thunderchild.
there you go.
War of the Worlds. This is 1/600 like those the other ones are. But I did print one of these at 1/1200 like this. It's upstairs. But yeah, HMS Thunderchild, War of the Worlds. Hell yeah.
Maybe I'll do this on our 24-hour stream.
Do it, man.
Nice.
This is the easy one.
Which one's
This
that?
is the one that I got 2 of them. Same kit, different year.
Yeah.
So this is an older one. This one I've got all the photo etch for.
Yep. I was about to say
Nice.
here, I got some in that scale as well. Let me find
Yeah, I mean, look at that. That's going to be. Yeek. Even McMurray's blushing. He's like, "Oh my god, I couldn't handle that."
yeah, so here's that scale, that same Tamiya scale, that 1/700 scale.
Uh-huh.
That's I believe an I class. Destroyer.
That's 1/700 scale.
This one is, yeah.
Let me pull this one out of the box. What is
Or,
that?
I'm sorry, yeah, it's
color?
1/700. And then
Is that can that be used at gaming?
yeah,
So,
just on like a gym, just on like a gym floor. That's what I'm going to do for March to Victory.
Yeah.
I'm going to have models that
I mean,
are this same
that's-
scale.
That's the 1/700 right there.
Yep, these two are. Yep.
They just look smaller. That's weird.
So the Yubari is also a big destroyer.
Okay,
Or is Yubari a light cruiser, or is that a?
It's
it's a light cruiser. Did I say
Yeah,
the light
destroyer?
cruiser
Sorry.
that's the size of a
It's a light
big
cruiser.
destroyer.
There's my Sendai class light cruiser.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
a
I was
little
gonna
more
say
in line
Yubari
with what
should
I
be a
got.
light cruiser.
Yeah, it is. My bad.
You're good. But yeah, because there's Nomi, so that's a Japanese. I think that's Nomi. Yeah, that's Momi. That's a Japanese destroyer right there. It's an interwar really early destroyer. So you can see it's turtle backed on the bow. But yeah, then this is a Bakuma, which is a Sendai class light cruiser. One of those ones with 7 individually mounted 5.6-inch guns or
What
whatever.
kit is that, Chris?
This is USS Texas.
That's the okay. That's what I thought it was.
That's 1 to
700
350 though.
No, it's 1 to 700.
Oh, it is? Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. What am I talking about? Of course it is. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Otherwise, it'd be gigantic. My bad.
You don't see that too often, do you, Hissy? That's Halasan?
Yeah, I don't watch movies, so I don't know who
Well,
that is.
it's Predator, and the company's been out of business for, golly, 30
Oh
years.
wow,
Maybe.
that's a nice kit you got.
So, yeah.
Anyhow, hooray.
You guys need to stop building model kits because you're going to get me back in the model kits, man.
That's why I'm making these are gaming models, Brian.
Yeah.
These are models
Well,
specifically
when I
for
start,
games.
when I get my rhythm boss, I'm going to have quite a bit of modeling stuff. So I'll get you to come on. We'll have modeling days. I'll get
just
back
for you,
into it.
Bri guy.
I don't have much left.
Hey, but you know what? Stores do. There's a thing called the
I
internet.
don't need to start getting into that again.
So
we don't need to get into any of this, my friend.
Yeah.
this
That looks cool.
this is 9 3/4 inches long. This is
Yeah.
the deck.
Oh, here's Hood. And
But
700.
it's
Oh,
there's going
that's
to be
nice.
there's going to be a whole lot of just. Here's 3 sprues of just 50 calibers and 20 millimeter Ortlians.
I got a boat.
Nice. There you go, Bri guy.
So
You watch. In a year, his channel's going to have classic models again. He's going to be cussing his old channel. He's going to get 3,000 subs in a weekend.
Yeah.
and it does have photo etch. Not much.
Oh, I'm sure you can find some good aftermarket photo etch for that kit.
Oh, I'm sure they're out there. I just don't want to spend the money on it.
I'm gonna guess it's probably around $40 or $50. I'm gonna guess.
I didn't.
Yeah.
See, again, I'm using those ones that I just showed you as gaming models, so they don't even have all the stuff that comes in the Tamiya kits. To be honest with you, like.
Okay.
I tend to opt
But,
on the minimalist side of things.
Well, I'm gonna shoot a video for my channel on these kits. Look at that.
Got the fighting tops here.
Oh,
Yep. USS Texas is the first U.S. battleship to mount an anti-aircraft gun. It had a 3-inch mount over what was the 3-inch mount sticking up on? Over the fire control reactor?
Yeah. No. It was on the they were put on top of the crane hoists.
There you go. I'm about to say it was 100% something that probably shouldn't have a gun mounted on top of it. But yes.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
It was also the first American battleship to have an airplane fly off of it.
It was launched off one of those super cool turret top little zoomies.
Used sandbags to counterweight the slingshot.
Well, as Tim G says, he's got a debate on restoring his 350 Yamato or scrapping.
That is a big model.
Who?
Yeah,
Tim
that
D.
sounds like it.
Tim D, where do you live, my man?
And he said no, he's not going to upgrade it.
He's in. If I'm not mistaken, he's Rhode Island.
Okay.
That's probably a couple-year project. It sounds like.
So back into my lane now. I'm gonna build this one here real quick.
There you go.
So,
That looks sweet.
And then, of course, in a couple of months,
That's the one I want to see, dude. I'm really
we'll put this
jonesing
one
to see
together.
you do that one.
I'm just going to keep doing historical stuff, guys. So come back and see
That's
more.
fine. That's fine.
Brian's asleep. I'm sorry. The man, the myth, the mutt is asleep. That or he looked at a Hex Encounter game again, and now he's wishing he had taken his baby aspirin.
Oh yeah. You cardboard pushers.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, you know I'm gonna end up with one here. You know that.
I know.
Yeah.
And I might do a little spoof kind of video, man. I'm gonna protect the supply line over here.
You have to
over here. Wait.
like narrate the entire thing with your
I
tongue
will use
sticking
my
out the whole
tweezers.
time.
My tweezers, I will pick them up with my tweezers.
Well,
You should do
holler
your
before
best
you just
Jeff
jump into
impersonation.
buying something, my man. But
Right. Yeah, definitely. So this, I think, I'm going to zip an email off to Jester and his crew. We might have them on this coming Wednesday.
Oh, that'd be cool.
And then, like I said, next weekend is going to be the 2 starships. Going to get those built. And then in the next couple of weeks, we'll have Thomas Foss on.
The only question I have on your models there, McMurray, is where do the red plastic hit markers go?
I actually have casualty caps. So hold on, let me go show you.
Because the white ones are the misses and
Yep.
the red ones are the hits, right?
Yep.
Because you could totally use those to play Battleship,
That'd be one badass game of Battleship.
wouldn't it? I could totally
Yeah.
play that.
The red pegs and all
So,
that stuff.
Tim, he says those are awfully big Star Trek ships for gaming, going to need a large area. Actually, no, because I'm going to be using them for a version of Arena of Blood. Arena of Blood is the new single model combat for Fistful of Lead, where you've got a single character that you're activating with your cards, and it's straight up a gladiator fight between the 2 models. So I'm going to be doing that with it. I'm going to be
Oh, sweet. I was only kidding.
what?
Sorry, Chris.
I have casualty caps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's a wargaming thing. You know they're around here somewhere.
Yeah, there's
I should have known.
there 2 for destroyers, 3 for cruisers, 5 for battleships.
Nice.
Yeah, man. There's always casualty caps. Those are people use these when they've got multi-based figures like that going. 1 guy dead. 2 guys dead.
Devo action.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely. I got casualty
Very cool.
caps.
Yeah, and they sell them as that. You know,
Yeah, get 'em
they're
from-
produced.
Get them from Jeff. Jeff List at wargameaccessories.com. The website is ancient, but for casualty caps and steel bases, you can't find a better place.
Yeah.
Cool.
They also have casualty rings. I'm not as big of a fan of the rings.
They do have casualty rings as well. I always wind up picking my figures up when I'm trying to get them off of there.
Yeah. So, I know guys that use the rings and have tweezers to remove them.
Fair, yeah.
And it's like you might as well be playing a board game at that point.
So, Tim, if you got pictures, put it up on Discord if you're on the Discord channel so we can see that beast. That'd be cool.
Yeah. So, but yeah, my Star Trek ships are going to be doing gladiatorial battles because as soon as Jay told me that he was coming out with a gladiatorial game where it's, you know, each player has 1 figure, I immediately thought the Battle of Mutara Nebula from Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. So get the rules, start working them.
I thought it was Gladiator. That's what I thought of.
Yeah. Brian tends to think of gladiator movies, Turkish prisons.
Yeah. Discord. Let me get that for you. Oh crap.
Or the Rancor pit.
That'd be pretty cool. Doing like
That would.
Chris, what about the Star Wars like in Attack of Clones?
Yeah, with where you got
The Thunderdome.
Kenobi and Anakin and Padme going up against the monsters.
Yep.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
NotJay has a Discord, Tim.
What if
Yeah, I'm bringing it up right now.
what if
I
they
gotta
fight
remember.
like mermaids?
I got to
and
remember
stuff?
how to actually invite people to it.
Yeah.
Fighting mermaids. Modesty. Fighting mermaids and stuff.
I don't want to edit the channel. I want to. Oh, here you go. Invites.
Who's that dude off Thunderdome? Master Disaster? Master
Blaster?
Master Blaster. There it is. Master Blaster.
Yeah. Brian could bring his Wasteland Warriors in with that. Yeah.
You know, you'd be freaking awesome, man. I got myself. Do you know I built a Thunderdome yet?
Oh, Brian, look at this.
Trash
I painted up my monks.
Hey, those look familiar. Cool.
Yeah, my machine gun monks. I painted up the Spanish Inquisition guys too.
Good night, love you.
Good night, love you.
Okay.
Yeah, I painted up my Spanish Inquisition guys too.
Cool.
No one expected that.
Yeah, man.
Those monks in the game. You get the game going.
Dude, that's the thing. I got all of the packs, or the vast majority of his packs. So the next ones I'm going to do are the Coptics, and then there's the Orthodox Jewish-looking guys and all that. And they're going to just, I'm going to put on a game somewhere and just title it Wars of Religion and wait for people to like hope it's 1540s and stuff. And it's absolutely the exact opposite. It's just the goofiest shit they've ever seen. Yeah.
Get my reindeer games going.
All right, Tim D. This should connect you to the Discord channel.
Oh, did you see the epic pike and shot now?
The what?
Warlord Games came out with their epic pike and shot.
When I bought some English Civil War stuff, Perry miniatures, and I was going to do
For a minute there, people were complaining that they were going to do like an epic Ancients, and I was almost about to say, you know what, I'd do 12 weird millimeter Romans maybe,
yeah.
But
yeah, that would be tempting.
I'm not really tempted by ECW. But so here's nuns with guns.
Yeah, the nuns with guns.
Yep, nuns with guns.
Brian, what's the quality of those Warlord box sets that you got? Is that decent?
So War Games Factory, man.
No,
it means nothing to me.
They're a pain in the ass.
They're fiddly to put together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw some of the Napoleonics, and they're just all like one massive line.
That's epic.
That's epic.
That's epic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's that 12 and a half.
Okay, that's what I was talking about. Because again, I'm still trying to decide if I'm going to buy their American Civil War stuff.
Do it.
Don't buy that. Hop on like Bacchus. Like if you want to do that scale Civil War,
dude,
by no means am I saying.
Okay, here's the thing. Now, this is what I like about their system from what I've seen. Okay, it looks really simple.
Yep.
It's not like you have to have a ton of wound counters. You can get by with just a couple of half stands. You can paint up your miniatures. They look nice, at least the couple of games that I've seen that are not from Warlord, from other YouTubers. And it's like you can play a game fairly quickly.
So
the command structure looks pretty easy.
Here's the deal, his cat. This is. I'm not telling you what you have to do. This is what I would do. If I was to get into playing the game, I would buy the rule book separately and then go get 10 or 15 millimeter Civil War stuff because A, it's going to be less expensive. B, there's a lot more variety out there for you.
Honestly, I understand. It's so. No matter what you do, starter sets are always tempting because it's an all-in-one.
Yeah, that too. I'm going to fully admit it. Yeah, that's part of the deal.
It is. That's really tempting, and I fully understand that. And I'll be the first one to admit that. Brian should be right on my heels because that man's bought more damn starter sets than anybody I've ever met. But my advice would be, the issue that I have with Warlords stuff, right? Kind of like with Victory at Sea. they'll say they have all these scenarios. Like, okay, we have Surigao straight. The issue is when you play, if you were to try to play Surigao straight with Victory at Sea, all the way across the table is just this, which isn't a good gaming experience, right? That's not how any of this works. Just like in Warlords Epic ACW, every game of it that I've played at Miniature Market and whatnot, you've got your frontages are even bigger than what you would have with like Black Powder, right? Because you've got 5 of these regiments lined up, and you wind up with, you know, a 12-inch frontage for your unit.
Okay,
So
isn't Black Powder, isn't that Warlord?
It is.
Okay,
It's
what's the
usually
difference
played-
between Black Powder and Epic? I'm confused.
Scale.
Hang on, we're getting to that.
Okay, okay.
So Black Powder tends to be a traditional game where you've got, you know, 28 millimeter figures, and you've got, you know, 8 of them ranked up in 2 ranks, and that's supposed to represent your battalion, right?
Okay.
So it's a little more abstracted in terms of figure scale, because you could have, at the extreme end, you could have 1,000 miniatures on a table showing Waterloo, and yet you would still be looking at figures in like a 500 to 1. It's an exaggeration, but you get my point. Ratio, as opposed to epic battles, the idea is instead of having, you know, 12, 16 guys ranked up in, you know, either a 2x6 or 2x8 sized footprint formation, you've got these guys, right? So you're going to have 20 every 2.5 or 3 inches by 1 inch, because that's the base size.
Right.
But you still have 5 of these bases across to make one of your brigades or regiments or whatever. I don't remember exactly what it is. So I'm pretty sure it's different between Napoleonic and ACW. But anyways, the issue is what you wind up with, your maneuver element on the tabletop is, it's only, you know, 1 inch thick, but it's 12 or 10 inches across. So your frontage is only ever going to be 5, maybe 6 of those maneuver elements on a 4x6 table, right? So you don't have any jostling. There's no maneuver in the games that I've played, and that's really bugged me. My
So
suggestion,
it's basically just charge across the table, meet in the middle, and roll dice.
that has been the game experience that I've had.
Okay.
Your mileage may vary. I'll be the first one to admit that. My point in saying that is, if you were to grab, there's other rule books out there. There's other really good rules out there, whether that's Fire and Fury.
I have Fire and Fury.
You have Regimental or Brigade?
Let me go grab it. It's right here.
Okay. Either way, that's an outstanding rule system.
It is.
We're really devolving from our generated topic at the start of the show, but
Hey, we're also 3 hours in, so hey.
That's fair. Regimental Fire and Fury is out.
So I've got this.
Brigade Fire and Fury. Yeah, okay. So that's
And
the
I
original.
got,
That's the
There
supplement book, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the supplement book. Cool. Yeah. So I think that original one is what evolved into Brigade Fire and Fury. Either way,
as far as
those
I
are-
know, this is an original copy back when it first got published. I
Yeah.
believe.
yes, great game. That game
Okay,
is
so
incredible.
just stick with what I got. Just get minis for it then. Okay,
That would be my suggestion.
that makes sense.
Or if you like the all-in-one thing, Bacchus has and sells their 6mm game, which is also outstanding. I don't remember what the ACW one is called. The ancient one is Polemos. And then they will sell you a starter pack. It doesn't have the fancy packaging, but it has, you know, rule book bases, figures that you need. And there you go. And personally, I really like how 6mm figures look for massed battles.
Yeah, they do. They look real good.
I've been very tempted to use Fire and Fury rules with 6mm, 2 strips of 6mm figures on that 3/4 inch by 1 inch base. But I already have a ton of 15s.
That's borderline for me. I like the 15 mils,
Yep.
that size, and I get the 6 mil gives you the
Yeah.
sense of a real battle more so than the larger scale. But
yeah, that's what these guys are based up. These guys are on sticks ready to get painted for Fire and Fury.
okay.
Because that's 2 bases of Fire and Fury miniatures, because you put 3 on each base. And then I got a whole bunch more of them.
Did I do 3? It's been a while.
I know that
3 in the back, 6.
some people put 4, some people put 3. It depends. Some people use that to kind of denote what kind of regiment it is.
Okay, because as I remember, I was putting 5 or 6.
You can.
Okay.
These are Old Glory, so they're slightly bigger. They're like
Well,
16.
okay, correct me if I'm wrong. It's more about your frontage on your bases than the miniature count, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could use 6 mil. You just use those bases and then pack them in. Got it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And 6 are much easier to paint, obviously.
Dude, 6s you can paint so fast.
Yeah, Sam tempted. Oh my god, you guys!
Like 6mm World War II. Chris and Brian have seen me do this, but we'll be live chatting, and I'll knock out a 50 pack of the 6mm World War II stuff in like an hour.
Now, World War II. Do you play tactical man games with 6 mil? Is that realistic?
I know people play 6mm Chain of Command.
I've never played Chain of Command, so
so that's like a platoon-sized element on each side, and they play 6 mil for Chain of Command. I have not. Usually, if I'm playing 6 mil, I'm playing Rommel, which is a little extracted. That's like halfway to a war game, like a board game,
right?
But it's still really fun because each stand is. I use stands that are 2 inches by 1 3/4 because each stand represents a platoon. So there's big stands, and they've each got anywhere from 15 up to like 20 something miniatures on a base. Or
you wouldn't play skirmish with, or I shouldn't say you couldn't.
Oh my god, it's so much fun though, because I have 6 mil
skirmish.
I have 6 mil also that are single base tanks, and then 1 inch round bases that have 3 or 4 guys on it, and that's super fun to play. Also, you just don't play.
What about? But my question is more of single miniature 6 mil.
I don't do that just because I'm afraid I'd smash them up.
Yeah.
But you absolutely can.
I'm sure you could. I'm just wondering if that's even worth trying.
I mean, I do it with single base tanks all the time. There's people who play What a Tanker in 6 mil.
Well, I'm about to get some 10 mil.
10 mil's fun. You're usually looking at Pendraken.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going through because I've got that board game from Worthington, Tarawa, and it's cubes. And I want to replace all the cubes with, a stand of 3. And 10 mil, I think, will fit within the confines of what's on the game board. And the idea is I want to craft a whole island and then replace all the blocks with 10 mil miniatures. But I got to do the Marines both in the water and on the beach.
Yeah.
And so I've priced it's like $75-$80 worth of miniatures.
From Pendraken? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's I have to look, but I think that's where I was.
Yeah, if it's 10 mil, it's probably Pendraken. If it's 10 mil, World War II.
Yeah. So that'll be the smallest that I've ever gotten once I get those purchased.
And I think you're going to be happy with how quickly you can paint those up too. It's just
that's going to go on the builds channel and the studio channel. I'm going to do the crafting of the miniatures and the game board, and then I'll play it on the studio channel. So that's kind of
painting
like
6 mil stuff is this style of painting, not this style of painting.
Right.
You can do this style of painting with like 10s and 15s, but that
drives me nuts. Just buy it. It can't be that expensive to get into. Say under $100 to get a decent size 2 armies at 6 mil.
Oh, absolutely.
I haven't bought, so I don't know if that's a reason.
No, absolutely. The other place you can go is Irregular. E&K has the same beginning battle packs, and he'll sell you Confederate Army, Union Army, and rules right out the door. Because he's one of my favorite people to buy miniatures from over in the UK. I buy stuff from Peter all the time also at Bacchus. But yeah, I'm real sad that
Okay, I just got to just do it then.
I'll send a bunch of links over also to different products, and
Well,
you can.
if I do the 6 mil, you've kind of got me curious on the. You just keep my fire and fury and go do that at 6 mil and see what it looks like.
It's just going to look awesome. That's what it's going to look like.
Yeah, I'm sure.
All right, so here you go, Hissy. At Bacchus Miniatures, ACW Confederate Army Pack is 39 pounds 17.
Okay, so 40, 50 bucks.
Yeah.
Okay, so both sides about $100. Yeah.
Yep. Now we were talking about earlier. We were talking about Battle of Surigao Strait using this scale. They want you to play on a 4x6 table.
Show them the picture in the fucking rule book. Excuse me.
That's what I'm doing.
Oh, okay. Because it's kind of laughable. It looks
like they're tied together.
Yeah, exactly. It looks like Alameda. It looks like, Retirement Cove.
Yeah.
Hey, I grew up in Alameda.
No, but I mean, you were talking about the Navy scrapyard. That's what it looks like. Your ships are packed in like sardines.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And it's not cheap.
No.
It's not.
Because you're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 battleships for the Americans. Right there, that's $150.
Yeah, no, not
just for the American battleships.
And how many miniatures you said it was? Like 6?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 battleships. Then you got 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 cruisers. 18, 19, 20 destroyers.
That's why I was giggling
just
about
on the
buying
Americans.
a 3D printer in different rule sets.
Yeah.
Just for the Americans.
The
Japanese have got
big 3D printer and your own rules.
Well, shit. I mean, with these, you could, if you were just to buy those ships for Surigao Strait, you could buy a Saturn.
Exactly. And then you give David Manley $10 to get the old Mongoose rules, or you buy Find, Fix, and Strike or something like that, and you're golden set. And Brian is thoroughly hating all this ship talk, but that's okay.
So some questions have been, or questions or comments have been thrown up here. Christopher says, have you seen the figures put out by Perfect 6 Miniatures? The sculpts are so good that I would use their 6mm fancy figures individually.
Yes, and 2D6 Miniatures puts out beautiful 6mm World War II like that.
Mm-hmm.
But
along the 10mm lines, you've got Magister Militum and Lancashire.
Correct.
Both really good lines.
I think Magister Militum does. Do they both do? Oh Jesus. World War II. I think Magister Militum does. I never.
I don't know. They do Ancients. I know that for a fact.
Yeah.
And Tim D asked, "Isn't bolt action 6mm? No, that's 28mm."
Yeah.
So Charles says, "I've never based any of my GHQ micro armor vehicles, but guns and some infantry. Yes,
yeah.
I base my tanks in 6mm, and the reason for that is I don't want people thumbing up the models themselves."
Yeah, see, I bounce back and forth. I have some that I have based. I have some that I don't. I don't know.
No, that's another one of those.
The thing is, when you base
topics, right?
Yeah.
When you have to base your infantry, you base the tanks so they're all at the same level.
I know. I know.
That's that's me though. So 6mm is what they would call epic. So you got to be careful with the term epic,
right? Because Epic 40K, the old school epic, yes, is 6mm. Yeah. The epic size that Warlord is doing is like 12.5 or 13.5mm. It's a weird between 10 mil, or bigger than 10 mil, noticeably smaller than 15 mil.
Right.
almost the same size as Calistra's 12 millimeter ACW,
but not quite.
but still weirder. Also, they're in big strips. And the issue with Warlord's Epic stuff is that literally every figure that you get is going to look exactly like every other base that you have. Because there are 2 sculpts for infantry. There is a front line and a back line. That's it. There you go. Okay. I was about to say, I know Magister Militum has all kinds of stuff because they also, for the longest time, were the only places you could find 1/6000 Hallmark ships.
Right.
I didn't know if they made their own lines. That's awesome. Good to hear. Also, super cool company. Highly recommend. But yeah, Tim. So that 6 millimeter traditional 40K, epic 40K, epic scale, it is drastically different than Warlord's Epic lines that they have put out recently.
Yeah, I think I'm turned off by the sculpts on the epic stuff with Warlord. Having looked at them, like you say, they're just.
It's quite literally every figure or every strip.
No, I get it. There are people that don't want to have to worry about painting, and that makes it so much easier. And you can just. I get all of that, but that's just not what I like.
And honestly, the price point is supreme. The price point's incredible. It's wild. But
it's not worth it. Now, again, if those things cost half as much, I would be twice as interested.
But
right.
Let's see here.
If I can buy a starter box, even with all the same poses, like that Gettysburg box, if I could pick that up for $45, I would. But I don't know if I want to pay $120 or whatever it is for that.
$88 on Amazon right now.
88. See, that's still double my price.
For Epic or for Brian, is that for Epic or is that for whatchamacallit?
That's the Epic. The old the first Civil War box, not the newer ones that came out.
Yeah, it's the one that I had that I sold off.
Yeah.
There you go. Let's see here. I was about to say I'm trying to find what irregular.
Stick to 28s, man, and just go real, man.
You can. I mean, by all means, because
I love 28 mil. I love it. I do.
The
problem is that when you put
that they
5
put out,
miniatures on a stand, it just doesn't look like.
No, see, that's the thing. For me personally, I like to pluck them off. All 3 are dead, so I'm taking 3 off. I can't do the dice thing.
So the thing is, in 28 millimeter, when you're dealing with mass battles, when you're talking about Napoleonics, when you're talking about ACW or Ancients, at 28 millimeter, it looks like a couple of guys walking around with a flag.
Yeah,
correct.
It doesn't look like an army.
Yeah, and that's what for skirmish, 28, even 54, I would entertain.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But and the parries are such good skull, and there's so many nice 28 mil ACW. And I won't say I'll never do it. I'm tempted by it. It's just I would prefer the 15 or maybe even the 10 mil. 6 mil might be too small. I'll find where my happy medium is. It'll probably be all scales.
6 is cool. I really enjoy. If I'm going to get back into ACW on a small scale, I'm going to do 6s because of the cool variety. Like you can get a balloon and trains on ironclads and whatnot
Nice.
to all run in, which is just super cool. I was about to say, so on irregular, you use their Warring Empires rules, which is kind of their black powder thing. And then for 66 pounds, you have 2 armies plus the rules, which aren't quite, those aren't going to be huge armies necessarily, but they're more than enough to get you started.
Right.
If you want to buy just their armies, which is 500 I think it's supposed to be 600 figures, which again should be 150 strips. Dude, that's 35 pounds. That's a damn steal. Damn, that's nice.
Dude, Woo. 628s, dude. Freaking look awesome, dude.
That is true.
Oh yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Talking about 6
now,
here.
You could go crazy. You could go crazy and go Pico armor, 3 millimeter.
Nope. No, that's less likely to happen. But no, let's do the 28 mil. Now, if if I hit the lotto and had $1 billion and I could just have a warehouse to do gaming in, I would probably do a very large scale 28 mil Napoleonic ACW type of thing where a stand would be like this long, right? You'd have 50 miniatures on one stand.
You freaking awesome.
Yeah, I'd set up shop in Tijuana and I'd hire, I would.
See,
I go to
again-
Tijuana, I hire people to paint my miniatures for me.
Again, the problem I run into at that point
Why are
is
you laughing, Mutt? You'd join me. It's only a 6-hour drive. You and I could go to Tijuana.
I just go to a corner.
Again, my problem.
There you go,
is
Jim.
I have to paint my miniatures, so I could not have a large number of.
You're still young, man. Paint
I
it.
mean, you can't play miniatures somebody else painted.
I don't like to paint.
No. So
No,
would
he
you
can
would you
play
play
with-
miniatures that somebody else painted?
He can't.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
They're
I thought
not
you said
mine,
I had to
though.
Paint my miniatures. I thought you meant I'd have to be my painted miniatures.
No.
Okay. Gotcha.
I can't do what you want to do because I would have to paint those miniatures. Now, if you're going to do what you want to do, and you're going to pay somebody to paint them, and then I come and play with them, I don't got a problem with that.
There we go. There we go.
I'll come and play with somebody else's
Dude,
toys, but if they're my toys,
if I won the lotto and had that kind of money, I would have a Lear jet and and you guys could just fly over every
Yeah.
weekend and we could play.
I got no problem with that.
Because that's how I would roll.
I got no problem with that.
Except for Warmutt. Warmutt's gonna drive.
Yeah.
Let's see. Tim D says, I'm the same way. I have ceiling for certain items. Ironclads is something I was curious about. Christopher says, do you guys use scenery backdrops when playing? Normally, no, because I got to be able to walk completely around the table.
Yeah.
That's my Powerball dream. It has trains and slot cars also. Charles says bought some 2mm. They're okay. 28mm. He probably means 28mm is the way to go. And Tim D says I'm so there.
Yeah.
A great place for 2mm.
Well, let's put it this way, guys. If I were to, first off, I got to buy tickets. But if I bought tickets and I did win the lottery, first off, March to Victory would be in the nicest place we can find and still only cost $20 to get into, because I'd bankroll that shit.
You could build the year-round gaming hall.
Yeah, exactly.
You wouldn't rent. You just own a place that just
and then rent it out to other people.
Yeah.
But
I'd so do
actually, that'd be kind of cool. Build a location. And
wait. I'm gonna stop you. This is our topic for our next show. Is you've won $1 billion. How would you spend it hobby-wise? And let us all daydream for one show.
Oh, there you go.
But don't shoot your load yet.
Okay. But I know what I'm doing now.
We got a topic. Nobody's done this topic.
In this instant, when you brought that topic, I know exactly what I'm doing. Exactly.
I'm going to ponder. I'm going to have so many cool ideas. You guys are going to love me. You're going to want me to win. That's how much you're going to like my ideas.
Yep. Charles says 28 is what I feel most comfortable with. And you know what? I understand that. I really do. When it comes to my Star Wars, when it comes to Star Wars, this is the.
I think that's one of my favorite miniatures that I've seen you paint.
Yeah, he turned out pretty good.
Yeah,
all in all, he turned out pretty good. But this is the scale I'm happiest with. As for other stuff, I used to really, really love the 6mm stuff for Cold War. I'm all on board with. I'm all on board now with 3mm for Cold War.
Hmm.
And then Ships wise, World War II. I'm digging
Right?
this 6000 stuff, man.
I
But
was at
again,
it, man.
the reason I like the
We're gonna
6000
be-
is not because the miniatures are going to be popping off the table for me. It's because when I look at the table, it looks right. The distance looks right.
Mhm. That's important.
So, exactly. When just as there are people out there that are snobs about the colors of the underturns or whatever the hell they're called on Napoleonic models, I'm that way with when I'm looking at my historical battles. That's why I play World War II in 15 millimeter and not 28 millimeter.
I see
I'm
World
playing
War II as tactical squad level skirmish for me mostly. That would be what I'd want.
So my favorite World War II game is Chain of Command. You can play Chain of Command up to Company Plus level, but most of the time it's Platoon Plus level, where you've got a couple of different squads or whatnot, plus heavy weapons and that type of thing. So to me, 15 it just looks better in 15 millimeter because you're on a 4x6 table. You're on, it's when you're dealing with something this big compared to something this big, it just, again, when you're shooting at 24 inches, that at 15 millimeter, it just looks more realistic to me.
Yeah, Arizona, great retirement destination. It's the land of golf courses and strip joints.
You don't need to come out here. No more.
No, they put up a university. You get a bunch of young girls there, and the way they pay their tuition is they dance on the pole for all the old guys that are done playing golf, and they come in and go to strip joint. That's the Arizona lifestyle.
Yeah, and Hollywood's in what state? That's right. Okay, shut up.
Did I say anything that's untrue?
Yeah, so
I'm talking about
you're calling like kettle pot black whatever.
Did I say anything that's untrue?
Yeah, you did.
What?
You said. What did you say?
Now I can tell you where people go to retire if they're in the military. When they retire from the military, almost invariably they move to San Antonio.
Really?
Yeah. Because of the support level of support you've got there. Maybe not the Navy, but Air Force and Army. Yeah.
Okay.
Because just like you probably have a crap ton of retired Navy in San Diego. It's because they've got the support there. They've got the big VA hospitals. They've got everything around them to allow them to continue in the military lifestyle without being in the military lifestyle.
Got it.
Same thing with San Antonio. You've got Fort Sam Houston, which is headquarters of the 5th Army. It's also the place with the one of the largest VA hospitals.
Is he talking about Texas?
What's that?
Hold on, you're talking about Texas?
Yeah. Specifically San Antonio. And then you've also got like 4 Air Force bases there. Every single person that's ever been in the Air Force starts in San Antonio. Just like everybody that has ever been in the Navy starts in Chicago at Great Lakes.
Where's McMurray?
There's no other basic training for the Navy besides Great Lakes.
What do you need to learn in the Navy? You got to tie some knots and the water's deep.
Yeah, but everybody goes to Great Lakes Naval Station.
I do not know.
Just like with
I know the SEALs are in San Diego.
The Marines, you got 2 places for basic training. You got Parris Island in South Carolina, and you got what is it there in California?
Pendleton.
Yeah, Camp Pendleton.
Yeah, I
Mission
go by
Bay.
Camp Pendleton all the time, right
Yeah,
there on the beach.
You got the real Marines and you got Hollywood Marines.
I don't know. Those are some pretty tough dudes.
Oh, they are, but within the Marine Corps, if you went to Parris Island, in your brain, we're real Marines.
I got to stay the night in the barracks over there in Mission Bay, whatever. So that was pretty cool. That was during junior high.
I spent a weekend in Fort Ord in Monterey.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's now where my daughter goes to school.
They spent the night in a Fort Taco one time, but that's because they locked the doors.
I did spend the night in Drunk Tank once.
I've not done that.
Yeah, in the city of Oakland. In Oakland jail.
Ooh, O-Town.
Yeah.
Tim says he never saw San Antonio, stayed on base. So you never hopped on the bus and drove down to the Alamo and the Riverwalk. Wow. Watch the floor every day. Yeah, we basic training at Fort. See, that's the thing. There's no good Army basic training locations. You got Fort Polk, middle of the fucking swamp in Louisiana. You've got Fort Leonard Wood in the fucking Ozarks in Missouri. You got
Fort Leonard Wood's awesome.
It's great, but there's no place to go if you ever get a pass.
You're an hour and a half from St. Louis.
As he said, there's
during
no place
basic
to go.
training. During basic training, you don't got an hour and a half to go anywhere.
Where the fuck are you gonna go anyways then?
It's when you're at Lackland Air Force Base, you're a 20-minute drive from downtown San Antonio to go to the Riverwalk, to go to the Alamo, to see things.
I got the song.
What's the Riverwalk? You just walk along. It's just like shops. They have that in Reno. I don't get the attraction.
It's a lot.
That's just me.
It's a lot. It's a thing you have to experience, and I'm not going to say that it's great for everybody. It is, and it's a lot of people like it. It's also the time of year that you go. If you go at Christmas time, it's amazing because they've got all the Christmas lights hanging from the mangrove trees that line the Riverwalk, and then on the river barges they've got high school and college choirs singing. So it's being from San Antonio. We were the first ones to do it, so we think it's more special than other places. And I've been to other quote river walks, and they're garbage because
I can guarantee you that people in San Antonio were not the first people to walk next to a river.
Right. I wasn't going to mention Europe or anything like that.
What I'm saying is, when coming up with, hey, we're going to create a specific district along the river in the downtown district.
Chicago.
Not the same.
Rome.
The reason is along you're not. So in San Antonio, you've got your storefront, you've got your sidewalk, you've got the river. Chicago is you've got the storefront, you got the sidewalk, you've got 4 lanes of traffic, then you've got the river.
Well, before the 4 lanes of traffic, I'm sure there was just shops right next to the river.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about with I mean, you got the immortal city there. You got Rome. They didn't have cars in Rome until 1930.
Hey, we got Lake Havasu City.
And even then, there were like
Go to
4
South
cars
Lake
in Rome in
Tahoe.
1930.
North Lake Tahoe. The
Go
Truckee
ahead,
River
Google
coming out of the
it.
lake, Fanny Bridge.
Wait, we got the London Bridge.
You do. That's very cool.
Yeah, you do.
You guys have the London Bridge in Arizona?
Yeah, the original
the
London
London
Bridge was shipped
Well,
over to
it was
Arizona.
actually the second London. It was actually the second London.
Okay.
Bridge.
Pull the real.
It's a real London Bridge. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
Whatever
guys-
number it is, serial number 2.
Drop that reverse card on them. You gonna steal the British Museum next?
Yeah, pretty much. Well,
Nice.
why not? The British stole all the shit that's in it anyway.
There you go. Traded quite aggressively for the rest of it.
Just for me, I like I said, I've been to other places that we're gonna build a walk down by our river that's going to be just like San Antonio, and it's not. Now, I'm not saying that other places aren't as good. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm saying is it is a huge attraction for San Antonio, and it's.
Well, what else do you have? I mean,
Alamo?
seriously, what else do you have?
We've got the Alamo. We've got 4 colonial era Spanish missions, just like y'all have got the Spanish missions out in California and Arizona.
Oh yeah, they're a dime a dozen out here.
I'd lean real hard on that Alamo part.
Oh yeah. But
and they're the
whatever
first
reason,
state to have a place where Americans were massacred like that.
We got Picacho Peak.
You do have Pikachu Pass.
yes, but you don't have the last battle of the Civil War. Palmetto Ranch.
No.
See, the thing is, if it happened after the Civil War technically ended, is it really the last battle of the Civil War, or is it just people who, were too slow to catch up?
Oh, it was all about too slow to catch up.
Exactly.
But hey,
it's kind of like Andrew
I mean, if you've
Jackson's
only got
Brawl.
one attraction, you better get it right.
Again, that's why I'd lean real hard into the Alamo.
We got the big hole in the earth.
you do have the meteor crater.
Yeah, we got Sunset
I want to see that. I legitimately want.
I
to
will
go
say there's
see-
some really nice golf courses out there.
You can finally.
I give 2 shits about golf.
You can finally go and stand
But
in the
still.
middle of that crater now. So it's pretty
yeah?
dang cool. It's pretty dang cool to see that. So, and then of course the Grand Canyon, which hey,
Grand
I
Canyon's
want
awesome.
I want to go to the Grand Canyon, but I don't.
for me it's just because I've been there like 5,000-6,000 times. But they do have that skywalk now,
No,
which is making it easier now for people to jump off, since there seems to be an average of about 2 people a month dying.
Really?
not gonna happen.
That's gonna rival the Golden Gate Bridge then.
So yeah, so
Yeah, they
No,
have about
I-
40 to 50 people a year jump off the bridge.
What really gets me is I've been to California 3 times. I flew into San Jose, got on a coach bus, drove to Cupertino,
Okay.
spent the week in Cupertino, got on a coach bus, drove back to San Jose, flew out. Not once did I get a chance to go up to San Francisco. Would have loved to go and visit San Francisco.
San Francisco, politics aside, is a very cool city.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
it's also the county line. The county of San Francisco and the city of San Francisco are the exact same, border-wise.
Right. It's like Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County. Actually, they are so close to each other that they actually have a combined government.
No, I mean it's the exact border.
That's what I'm saying. Kansas City, Kansas, and Wyandotte County
One and the same.
physically cover the same spot and have a combined government.
No, they have 2 different. They have the county and the city. Yeah, but no, and you got water on 3 sides, which is kind of cool.
Tim says that's what tall buildings are for. Ask Moscow.
I was in San Francisco back in 1981. That's when I was there.
Let's see, I graduated in 79. What was cool is living on the base there in Alameda. We would go out to the end of the runway and fish, and at the Bay Bridge and the San Francisco skyline. And there was a place where you could go on the bay side and shoot trap and skeet. And so we'd shoot trap and skeet literally with the San Francisco skyline in the background. It's such a cool place to grow up as a kid.
Charles isn't a fan of California.
He lives in California.
Doesn't mean he has to like it. I live in Illinois.
Well,
Can't
it depends
stand
on what you
this
do too. I mean, there's a lot here, but if you don't go out and do it, the politics here are not the best, quite honestly, but there's just so much.
Yep.
You got the redwoods, you got the Sierras. Yeah, I'm not going to say you guys in California.
I got to
I
get
love
up to Montana though.
Montana's beautiful. I wouldn't mind going to Montana for a while.
I need to go up there.
But you know what? I thought Arizona was pretty too when I was there. Like I said, I'd go there for my daughter.
It's pretty dry.
It is, but it was nice.
Yeah, I just still can't get over how people from the East Coast come over here and they're just shocked at, because we're called the Valley. Well, we're the Valley, but we got the mountains and all that to the north and stuff. I mean, you're only like Flagstaff Snowball, 2.5 hours from going skiing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
well, I told you we used to go surfing on Friday and skiing on Saturday. It's a 4-hour drive.
Short to the mountains, short. Yep.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. See, being in a location like California. Yeah, California is really, really freaking long. North to south, it's like 12 hours if you're driving. 12.
I drive halfway,
hours.
and it takes me 7 to get from San Diego up to San Francisco Bay Area, and I drive
Right.
85.
Yeah, so it's long as shit, but it's not very wide. You're at max 4 hours to go from coast to
pretty much
to border.
Yeah,
no matter where you are in
how fast you
California.
drive and conditions in the mountains, as long as you don't get snow.
Right. But going from San Diego to Death Valley, what was that town there? Palm Springs.
Mm-hmm.
3.5 hours?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're almost Arizona in Palm Springs.
And Palm Springs gets hot too, man.
Yeah, it does.
Well, I went to the Air Museum there when I shot the video for the B-17.
Yeah.
And I got there in about 2.5 hours. But I had to go through oh my God.
So it blows my mind when people like here in Illinois. I'm literally 3 hours. I'm 15-minute drive from Missouri, and I'm only 3 hours from Indiana. I'm about 4 hours to Chicago, about 3 hours down to Cairo, which is the farthest south in Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
McMurray's asleep, isn't he?
Nope, I'm still here.
That's nothing to me. That's nothing of a drive for me. I'm thinking about in May, that first weekend of May, going out to the Heroicon in Decatur, which is a 2-hour drive.
Oh, that's
out, doing my thing, driving back. Yeah,
if I planned anything in LA, like business or whatever, as long as I don't hit traffic, I can get through LA. I can go from San Diego all the way through LA up to where Magic Mountain is, which is before you go over the Grapevine. If you know California, you know what I'm talking about. In 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Now, if you hit traffic, that could be 8 hours. that's the wild part, though.
True.
And
so
that's not fun.
Here in Illinois, in Podunk, Pike County,
Podunk,
people bitch about how far they have to drive anywhere. Literally, the only reason we still have a Walmart in this town is because people don't want to drive the 30 minutes to Bowling Green to a better Walmart.
Wow. You guys have a Walmart?
Yeah, and the only reason is because people don't want to drive 30 minutes to a
how are the roads?
Walmart.
Yeah, why do you want to drive 30 minutes to Walmart? I don't want to drive 5 minutes to Walmart.
My point is,
people don't like to drive.
People around here think driving more than 20 minutes is going out of your way to do anything.
Yeah.
And to me, growing up in San Antonio, living in Austin, it took me 20 minutes to get out of my neighborhood. You know, I one weekend,
So
we woke up. We decided we were living in Austin. We decided, you know what? We don't have to be anywhere today. Let's drive to Corpus for the day. We drove down, did our thing down in Corpus, drove back. Three hours down, 3 hours back.
yeah, that's a day trip.
People would lose their fucking minds. My coworker was like, God, I got to drive all the way to St. Louis to go visit my daughter. It's where her daughter lives is an hour and a half drive, hour and a half, maybe 2 hours with traffic.
I got a buddy who is he used to be with AEG, and he was the lead designer on Legend of the Five Rings. He lives in LA area, and he would have game get-togethers. I have no problem jumping in a car and driving up to his place, which is an hour to an hour and 15, play games, and then drive home and get home at midnight, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
That's like McMurray.
Yeah. McMurray will drive 3.5 hours one way to game for 3 hours and drive home.
I've done it before.
Yeah, he'll do it again.
I won't say I won't do that. I've never had the opportunity to do that, but I frequently will drive up to LA to hang out and turn around and come back.
Tim D says, I'm lucky Battleship Cove is 15 minutes away, not to mention Boston Museums and Groton. Oh, there you go. That's cool.
So you said you went to California 3 times. You mentioned your Silicon Valley-ish trip. What were the other 2?
Same. It was all for when I worked for Apple.
Okay. So you really didn't get to see much of California.
No. I saw the airport at San Jose. I saw...
Nice airport.
It is. It is a nice airport.
As far as airports go, it's not bad.
Saw the inside of a motor coach as we were driving to Apple headquarters. Saw Apple headquarters. Saw Steve Jobs. Saw the inside of the motor coach to the hotel. Saw the motor coach. Huh?
3 trips.
Yeah. That's my experience with California.
Oh, dude.
I want
okay, so living in the Bay Area, we were an hour drive from Napa.
Yeah. I would love to go see.
Oh, my God. Napa is and Sonoma are gorgeous. You go a little further and you're in the redwoods. Again, it's just beautiful.
There's still redwoods there, right? Because they didn't all burn down, did they?
No, there's still redwoods. There's still redwoods. Well, if you ever get a chance to go, one, we got to get your butt to San Diego.
Yeah, we do.
San Diego. The zoo.
I live like 2 miles from the zoo.
Gotta go see Shamu.
That's not the zoo, but
I could give 2 shits about going to SeaWorld. I've been to a SeaWorld.
SeaWorld.
Been to SeaWorld. Don't need to see it again.
Catalina Island's pretty nice.
Catalina with Avalon.
Yeah.
I have yet to go out there, but that's another little treasure. I know, right?
Christopher says, started playing U.S. Civil War with my friend that's Canadian. We know so little about American geography, so it's been informative to say the least. So there you go.
When we went to Disneyland, we always stayed at I can't remember the name. I think it's Buena Park Hotel. It was a fancy schmancy one there in Buena Park.
Holy shit.
Where at?
In Buena Park.
Wait, Buena Park. And you're talking San Diego?
Near Anaheim, Disneyland.
Oh, okay. No, okay, that's different. I was going to say. No, because we have Balboa Park is where the zoo is. We're talking about San Diego.
Yeah.
So it is apparently an arm and a leg to fly to San Diego.
Really?
For you guys?
How much?
You just get the car.
I could get the cheapest I can get for a Friday departure and a Sunday return The cheapest I can get is going to be for 2 people, round trip, $1,225.
Ow! $600 a piece, round trip.
Yep.
That's what I was looking at going to Kansas
How
City.
long of a flight?
Takeoff from St. Louis at 1:20. Arrive in San Diego at 3:15, so 3 hours and 55 minutes.
Okay.
The flight back is 5 hours and 20 minutes with one stop.
Where are you stopping?
Oh, Brian's getting tips.
Vegas,
Yeah. Okay.
Uh-oh. I'll be right back, wife.
a 1 hour layover.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a bit steep.
Yeah, it's now again that was a flight out Friday, fly back Sunday. About 4 months out, 3 months out. Let me see if it's a little different during the week, because I know sometimes it's cheaper to.
Yeah, sometimes it can be much cheaper.
Okay, let's do that. Middle of the week. Not much.
That's a shame.
And so fly out Tuesday, back on Thursday, $867. So
There you go,
Right.
Charles. Little Italy. God, good food there, man. Oh man.
I actually saw a video about this. There's an American living over in England and talking about how people in Europe, it's not fair in the way that people in Europe basically, denigrate Americans for not traveling. Because over there, they can hop on a plane and, you can fly from London to Barcelona for like $75.
Oh, nice.
You've got the time to do it, because the least amount of vacation time you're going to have is 5 weeks.
Yeah.
Right. I will, after this July, I will only ever have 10 days of vacation and 3 days of sick time. Ever. As long as I stay with the company I'm with, that's all I will ever have. I will never have more vacation time than that.
When I ran my business, I gave all of my employees 3 weeks. 3 weeks vacation.
Yeah. Because you've got to be able to disconnect. You just got to. But when you don't have time to travel, you don't travel.
But $1,200 is, man, that's
the other thing.
That's not cheap.
No,
dude, it's worth it. You go to get a little Italy dinner from Charles.
Oh, there's a lot of good little restaurants.
Well, let's put it this way: that better be the best fucking dinner I've ever had in my life for $1,200 goddamn dollars.
Hey,
nothing against you, Charles.
You guys came out, I would do my best to show you a good time.
Oh, I know. And if
because San Diego's got some pretty cool places.
And it's not a if, it will be a win. It will happen eventually for me. We will get out there, because I have promised myself that
how long of a
of
drive
all of
is
the
it?
different World War II Navy memorial ships that are out there, because of my direct ties to Midway, I've got to get out there.
Yeah,
I got to get out there. Unfortunately, I can't get to the other carriers that I'm directly tied to, because they are all now reefs somewhere.
Well, you need to schedule it, if possible, when San Diego Histocon is going on in November, right? So you can come out, do some gaming, and go, like I said, go see some parts of the city are just, it's cool.
And I'll be completely honest. I'm going to be hard pressed to be impressed by San Diego Zoo
You don't need to be.
because I've got St. Louis Zoo, which is a great zoo in and of itself, but second, it's free to get into.
Mhm.
And then also I'm San Antonio Zoo, which is obviously growing up there, I've been there many times, and it's always considered one of the best, right up there with the San Diego Zoo. So it's one of those things. It'd be cool to go, but I don't have to, type thing.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I live close to it. I've been to it a few times. I need to go more.
You said November is when Historicon, or
No, October or November.
October. Well, I can't see October yet because it's not far enough out, but I can. Let me see about going as late in September as possible. Fly out there, fly back there, and let's see what happens.
And what airline is that? Southwest?
Southwest.
Yeah. People complain about Southwest. I always.
I never had a problem with Southwest.
Yeah.
I've never had a problem with Southwest.
I'm not looking to be wined and dined on an airplane. Not
Right.
for those relatively short flights, because when I fly up and down the coast, when I used to do that a lot, it's an hour and 10 minutes. You're up, you're down.
Yep.
Even to Vegas, it's the 2-hour flight or something like that.
Now, that being said, if I'm going to go international,
that's different.
That's completely different because if I'm flying to England or France or Germany or Greece or Australia or anywhere like that.
Oh, that's a completely different ballgame.
Yeah, I'm going because it's for recreation. Let's see here. Chris says, perfect example of what we're talking about, NotJay. When I was in England, I remember someone mentioning they were going to Mexico on a holiday, and everyone was amazed. Perspective and distance. Yeah, but still, flying to Mexico from England it's the same as me flying to San Diego.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
He's talking cost-wise.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, are you high?
No, distance-wise, no.
He sparked one up a little while ago.
Jesus Christ.
Puff pass, bitches.
Chris has been engaging with that fucking electric lettuce over here.
Right. Hey, it's illegal in Illinois.
So, how long of a drive is it? Like 2 days?
What?
From where you're at? If you were to drive.
San Diego?
Yeah. How many miles is it?
Let me pull this up.
If you did like 500 miles a day, which is I think a realistic
I'll
number.
say 1,786 miles away.
San Diego.
3 days of driving?
San Diego directions.
For me to drive, to get in my car and drive to the Golden Gate Bridge right now is
That's going to be farther.
calculating. I thought the Golden Gate Bridge was in that's San Francisco, isn't it?
Yeah. Little known fact, San Francisco is 100 miles west of LA.
Okay,
Yes, it is.
so it'd be 1,950 miles.
So
it's 1 day and 6
days.
hours with no stops.
Okay.
So that'd be 30
I'm
hours.
just thinking for myself, if I drive out in your direction, I don't want to be paying $600. I don't know.
Come on.
2,000 to Chicago.
Chicago.
That being said, driving to Gilbert, Arizona, on the other hand,
There you go, McMurray. You come on out here. I'll take care of you.
that's 1,400 miles. Are you high?
That's what I was. Yeah.
Doug, we got to meet in Kansas City. That way, it's only 18 hours of driving for you.
And what for you?
4.
Yeah.
Or the way I drive 3.5.
Well, you're the Kansas City fan. Go watch a game.
That's fair.
That's how you get him out there. Get him tickets to a game. He'll show up.
They don't play in March.
Well, then we'll have Arrowhead all to ourselves.
All right. So from
yeah, like that's going to stop you guys.
From Pleasant Hill to San Diego, California, which I'm assuming when I say San Diego, it's talking about downtown. It is a 27-hour drive.
Oh, okay.
It is 1,785 miles.
Okay. So Pleasant Hill is where you're at? Because there's a Pleasant Hill in Northern California. That's why.
Oh, there's a Pleasant Hill in every fucking state.
Probably, yeah.
Brian, how about we meet in Hooker, Oklahoma? That seems to be right about dead center between the two of us.
Really? Is that by Guyman?
It's the next town up the highway.
Yep.
So where the map takes me in San Diego is it's at the corner of Broadway and 4th Avenue.
Okay. That's probably downtown.
Yeah, it's downtown. It's a block north of Balboa Theater.
Okay. So you're looking at a map of San Diego?
Yeah.
Okay, you see Balboa Park?
Yeah.
Okay. Go to the east.
Burlingame.
Yeah, so there's 30th Street. I don't know what the map you're looking at. You zoom in on 30th, which runs vertical.
Yep.
Then you want to see Calmia, which is up near the upper left-hand or right-hand corner
Like
of the park.
Here, shops right here, and then
You'll see a thing called Calmia. That's the street I live on.
Yep. I googled your address.
Okay.
I thought it looks nice right there.
I'm fortunate. I'm in a really old place, but the neighborhood is like multi-million-dollar homes all around, and some old stuff. So it's a really eclectic neighborhood.
There's like shops right on the corner.
Oh yeah.
Category like from you and yeah.
I am literally when I do a 2-mile walk, I go by like 3 tattoo parlors, a wine bar, 2 dive bars, 2 really good Italian restaurants. There's just so much. I literally have gone out and had too much to drink and just stumble home. I don't have to drive anywhere. It's one of the reasons I moved into this neighborhood is so that I could go out. And what was amazing is when I moved here, hey, being in the Bay Area, that's a pretty active community up there. But the nightlife in San Diego starts on Tuesdays. It's like
that's like the
Sundays and Mondays it's semi-dead, but every other night it's popping. At least pre-COVID.
So that's like your happy hour starting on Tuesday is like fucking traffic, rush hour in Austin. Rush hour in Austin starts at about 6 a.m., ends at about 10 p.m.
Wow.
Every day.
Well, it's interesting in San Diego because, one, it's one of the largest, people don't realize San Diego is one of the largest cities in the United States.
Metropolitan.
Okay.
Not San Diego proper.
Fair point.
Sorry, that's the geographer coming out and me making a differentiation.
Fair point.
But yes, the San Diego metro area is gigantic.
So what you have is you've got a lot of little coastal like La Jolla and Carlsbad and all these little communities along the coast. You got people that work inland, people that work from Mexico to come into San Diego, from San Diego up the coast, from the coast down. It's not like there's just one major, at least in my experience, one major flow of traffic. It's not like everybody from the burbs goes into the city. It's just, it's so dispersed in so many different ways. And there are some major traffic corridors, but it's like, and I work out of the house, so I don't have to worry about any of that. I got a really good Italian restaurant literally a block away. A rib place just opened, a good dive bar, and a pub, all within a block and a half of me. And then the food trucks are everywhere. Charles knows.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know what he hates. He just hates a good time, I guess, huh, Charles?
No, he doesn't like the cities. He likes going out to the.
I'm giving him a hard time.
So Chris, yeah, I would be able to drive by and pick up McMurray on the way.
Well, I'm seriously thinking about how we coordinate us getting together. I mean, outside of you coming to San Diego, if I go in that direction, I'll probably fly because I'm lazy.
Right.
And it depends on when. And because if I get to a financial situation where I've got a Tesla, I might drive a Tesla across country just to do it.
There you go.
But I don't have one now, so that means I'm flying.
Yeah. Hooker, Oklahoma is
right about halfway.
There's
like a rock star. No, I'm no rock star, Tim.
There's about no shit out there. There is like zero to see.
Where's that?
Yeah.
It's in the panhandle of Oklahoma, north of Amarillo.
Yeah, I think the biggest town in that part is Guyman.
Yeah, and Guyman's ain't big.
Yeah, I know.
Um,
Go through that way all the time going to Iowa.
So what
it's
is
got a population of 13,000.
So you just hit the highway and it's just nada?
Especially when you get to, or if you take Dodge City route.
Yeah, so US 54 ends just to the north of Pittsfield, Illinois, which is the town that I work in. So you get on 54, wherever the hell is, you would get onto 54.
Does it even make it out to the coast?
What about
no, it looks like it terminates in Tucumcari, New Mexico.
Doesn't 80 go like almost across the whole country, right?
I-80 is north.
No, I know, but
yeah. I-80.
A little known. I don't know. You might know this, but freeways or highways, even numbers or and odds are vertical. Yeah.
Yeah. I grew up on the crossroads of I-35 and I-10. Okay. I-10 goes from Jacksonville, Florida, to San Diego, California. I-35 goes from Mexico border all the way up to Duluth, Minnesota.
Yeah. If you want 10, yeah. Actually, does it go into, I think, does 10 go into LA or does it come down here to San Diego?
I-10. Oh, no. I-10 goes to Los Angeles.
Yeah. The only reason I question is because a lot of times for me to get to 10, I got to take 15 north.
Yeah.
Or 5. I mean, depending on which way I'm going.
Yeah. You would take 8 out to Phoenix, pick up Warmont, and then take 87.
Well, I'd take whatever Warmont told me.
You take 87 up to.
You said go that way. That's the way I'd be going.
To pick up Gallup, New Mexico, and take 40 across to Tucumcari, and then 54 on in.
Okay. Was that 3 days of driving?
What's that?
3 days of driving? What do you say, 1,500 miles?
Yeah, it's about that.
Okay.
From here to Blue Springs, it's an 18-hour trip, 19-hour trip, or whatever. And we would stop in Albuquerque probably overnight or make it to Santa Rosa and hit that one Mexican restaurant I know over there.
That's what I said. I just listened to him.
Yeah.
Once I got outside the state, I'd be like, it's all roads to me at that point. So, go with the local.
Oh, I have to go through Liberal, Kansas. Oh.
Yeah, that.
You'll notice I said we were stopping in Hooker, not there.
There's Hooker, yeah. And
Chris said just took apart a camera tripod and glued one of the legs to the ceiling. I now can extend and retract a webcam with ease for overhead shots of the game table. Outstanding.
I'm glad he said game table. I'm glad he clarified that because I didn't know where that was going.
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Hey, Hooker has a Mr. Burger.
Okay, so so burger joints. You know, we've got In-N-Out, which are just fabulous. We got Five Guys, which is pretty damn good. And there's one other.
All right,
Yeah, do you have Five Guys?
Yeah, we got Five Guys. We got In-N-Out.
They are too damn expensive.
Not In-N-Out. In-N-Out is
No. Five Guys.
In-N-Out, they're cheap, man.
No, I'm talking about Five Guys.
when I go to In-N-Out, I order a 3-by or a 4-by.
You don't get the animal?
I don't do animal. I just want meat, cheese, and bun.
Yeah.
That's what I tell them. Meat, cheese, and bun. 3x3 or 4x4.
Yeah.
Now there are In-N-Outs in Austin, and people really like them. I have not had one before.
Well, like anything, people hype them up. It's really good. I like them a lot. It's my favorite burger, but I'm not going to say it's the greatest thing ever because then somebody eats it and goes, "Oh, it's not as good as this or that," and it's a different taste.
Yeah, because I was going to say mine's Habit Burger.
I'm a Whataburger guy.
A what?
A Whataburger guy.
Yes, I've never had one. So, but I'm sure they're really good.
Yeah.
Well, you say that.
What?
Of late, they have not been as. And this is going to sound like I'm a Texas homer, and I am. But since they were sold, the family sold out to the company in Chicago, they're not as good anymore.
That happens though sometimes.
And it's really, really depressing because and they're still good. At least the one that I can get in Independence, Missouri, because the other great thing about Patrick Mahomes being a Kansas City Chiefs player is that being that he grew up in East Texas and went to school in Lubbock, Texas, he likes his Whataburger. So he brought Whataburger to Kansas City.
I love it.
He's actually he's actually the owner of like 12.5 stores that are going to be built out there.
Yeah, that's not uncommon.
But they're good. I still enjoy it. But they're not as good as I remember.
I'm smack dab halfway between two of the Whataburgers over here.
Have you had?
So
you've
had In-N-Out, right, Brian?
Oh, yeah, I got an In-N-Out just over here too.
Now I will say this: I have not been to an In-N-Out that doesn't have a drive-through line out the yin yang.
Oh,
every hour they're open.
Whataburger is the same way.
You think, oh no, Sunday night at 8:30. That's probably no. I'm like, God dang it! When can I find a time not to have to sit for 20 minutes in the drive? It's never.
Yeah.
I mean, the day they open, there's a line, and it just never goes away.
That's the same thing with Chick-fil-A.
I'm not a Chick-fil-A fan. To me, they're a step up from McDonald's.
You can't drive by the Chick-fil-A in Springfield, Missouri, or Springfield, Illinois, without having to deal with the friggin' traffic.
See, I'll take the Whataburger grilled chicken over Chick-fil-A, and I'd also take the Wendy's grilled chicken over Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
No, for fast food burgers, actually, I like a Wendy's burger.
Wendy's got a good burger, and what's the Sonic is actually pretty good. Do you guys have a Sonic?
Sonic is Sonic's is out.
You need tater tots at Sonic.
Yep. So Sonic,
dude, I love me some tater tots.
Sonic is the closest burger to a Whataburger that I've found that's not a Whataburger.
Oh, Charles likes some barrels. We get that.
Yeah, and you can be a veggie. Nobody's going to hate on you, boss.
Yeah, no, man. You do you, brother. I mean, if that's what you want, Yeah. I have been known at a cookout to grill up a portobello mushroom for a friend that was a vegetarian. I got no problems.
Being a vegetarian is fine, but you better clip your corners on your counters. That we don't put up with.
Supposedly Burger King's what is it? Can't believe Whopper, whatever, is supposed to be pretty good. I can't remember what they named their veggies hamburger.
Oh, the better than burger or whatever the hell it's called.
The only thing that I and again, I'm not a vegetarian at all, but I wish they'd stop trying to name their food after meats, because it's not. Just name it something else and people will be fine with it. But it's like, oh no, this is a vegetarian bacon, and you're like, this is not even it's seaweed or whatever it is. Just call it what it is and market it that way. You don't need to market it after food name or meat name products, in my opinion.
Well, what I find interesting is how do you make a plant-based chicken breast taste like chicken? Will you rub it on the chicken?
Tastes like rattlesnake.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand. Grilled chicken's great for you, so well.
Well, it's not that. I mean, it's there's a lot behind why people choose to eat what they eat, but
And I legitimately know people that can't eat meat. So they're.
When you say can't, you mean shouldn't or can't?
No. They physically cannot process the food that they eat and become violently ill.
That's the same way with me and pork.
I had a friend who was allergic to chicken, but he loved Kentucky Fried Chicken. So once a year he'd go eat it and just deal with the after effects. I'm like, damn.
I ate ice cream yesterday. It happens.
Yeah.
Just poop a lot. Whatever.
I haven't had ice cream forever.
Ice cream and pizza are worth it sometimes. You just got to make sure you don't have to do much that day.
Well, currently I don't have any foods that I can't not eat other than what I don't like. I'm picky with what I don't like.
I
don't eat mushrooms.
I don't like raw tomatoes.
I don't like tomatoes. I don't like onions. I don't like a bunch of stuff.
I'm so happy that Pillsbury made sugar-free brownies, though. And they taste just like brownies.
You're lying to yourself.
So, what?
Oh, Chris says dark chocolate Magnum ice cream bar. Nah, I can't do the dark chocolate, man. I'm not a fan of dark chocolate.
I do the Halo Tops.
I'm not.
I'm
not a big fan of chocolate. What's that?
Where I really became a fan of dark chocolate is you get a really good dark chocolate with a really good red wine. Oh man, that's such a good combination.
I'm not a big chocolate fan in the first place.
That's why you're weird.
I mean, I like it okay, but I prefer as ice cream goes. There was chocolate ice cream's the best.
Oh no, not chocolate ice cream.
Meh. No, the best ice cream is strawberry.
Oh, God.
Best ice cream is strawberry.
Yeah, it doesn't even register. Yeah. Vanilla, chocolate chip, mint chocolate chip.
Oh God, no.
Peppermint chocolate chip.
Again, you got chocolate in there. I again, cookies. I'm not a big fan of chocolate chip cookies.
So you just don't like
go straight to hell. That is the gold standard of all cookies.
Right? No.
I am going to piss off everybody when I tell you.
No. You know what? He's a Russian.
No, I got you.
He probably doesn't eat apple pie either.
No, you're good, Chris.
No, you don't. No, you can't not eat chocolate chip cookies and like apple pie. You can't do that. That's not possible.
It's real easy.
See, I got you, Chris. That's one of my metrics, right? Like, there's all these. I don't know about you guys, but at least around the Midwest and the St. Louis area, there's all these fancy cookie places now that make cookies, and they charge like $5 for a fucking cookie, and it's the dumbest shit on earth, right? Because you can quite seriously take 2 cookies from the store and take them home and cook them, and as long as you pull them out before they get too torched, they honest to God taste damn near just as good, if not better, because these fancy cookie places, they make them like you eat a cookie and you're either in a diabetic coma or you just ate like 2,500 fucking calories, which means they legitimately they sit super heavy. They don't taste that good. It's like they're being absurd just for the sake of the absurdity of these stupid fucking cookies. Excuse me. Sorry. This is a bit of a rant. I had an ex who really insisted all the time that we go get 4 cookies.
Rant on, my friend.
About the dumbest thing ever. But my point is, like, that's one of the metrics, right? Like, if a cookie place can't make a good basic chocolate chip cookie where you eat that and it's like, damn, that tastes good. That makes me feel like my childhood. Then it's probably not a thing. Just like, there's burger places. You get a hamburger, right? Is it good? Yes, no. Like Italian places, how's their spaghetti and meatballs? Is it good? Awesome. If it's not, man, maybe that's
it's all about the meatball, though.
That's my point, though. Just like a Greek place, you order a euro. If it's great, the food's probably pretty good. If you go to a pizza place and they make a crappy pepperoni pizza, it's probably not going to be that good of a pizza place.
Yeah.
Because you're talking about just the basic
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I like a good chocolate chip cookie. Like a fresh Toll House cookie. Right out of the oven.
Hard?
A fresh Toll House cookie right out of the oven. Where it's crispy on the outside, and nice and chewy on the inside. I don't like Chips Ahoy.
I grew up on Mother's chocolate chip cookies.
Yeah, I remember Mother's. They're still around.
They're out of Oakland.
Yeah.
They are, to me, the quintessential chocolate chip cookie. Nobody comes close. Again, it's growing up, eating them. They're out of Oakland. They're local.
So are they
small ones or the large ones? They're thin.
Are they like Chips Ahoy where they're crunchy all the way through and dry?
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
What you do is you freeze them. You get a tall glass of cold ass milk. Now I only drink non-fat milk.
Ew, ass milk's got to taste terrible.
No,
well,
I don't want the fat in my milk.
What's ass milk?
It's no fat milk.
I'm kidding. I don't
no
care.
fat milk is ass.
Not
milk.
low fat, no fat.
Right.
That's
you might
again coming straight
water
back to
with flour in it.
I love it.
Skim milk,
It's because I don't want to have to gag my milk down.
It's skim milk, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's anyway. Ice cold milk.
That's not milk.
Anyhow,
I don't know what it is, but it ain't milk.
That's a topic for another night. My point being is Mother's cookies, the small ones or the big ones, frozen. The other cookie are the animal frosted animal
crackers.
Yeah,
The circus.
the circus ones
The
from
Marlon
Mother's.
Bailey
Again,
animal crackers.
You got to get them from the right place.
Now, again, I like a fresh Toll House cookie where it's like a little crispy on the edges and nice and soft and chewy on the inside.
Yeah,
I
get right out of the oven.
I don't like a crunchy cookie.
I'll eat those, but I got to have my Mother's. I like them with the crunch. I like them. Get them with the milk. Oy.
Now, there is a crunchy cookie that I do like.
the Snickerdoodle.
No. See, Snickerdoodles, I like them the same way I like my chocolate chip cookies. No, pecan sandies. Pecan sandies.
Those are serial killer cookies.
Yeah, they are. And my granddad ate 2 pecan sandies with a bowl of vanilla ice cream every night of his life.
Right after he finished eating the neighbor boy's liver.
Well,
I'm just fucking with you.
Is what it is.
You know where I hear
it
they
just
serve?
comes out of left field.
You know where I heard they serve? No, pecan sandies are 100% serial killer cookies.
Okay, first off, it's pecan.
Pecan, not pecan.
Pecan.
Pecan is where you take a piss.
Well, I usually use the
I
toilet.
say
for that.
pecan. I'm in the pecan camp.
I usually use a toilet crisp, but it's
Yeah.
not here nor there. Good for you. You're in Illinois.
Pecan
That's fair.
is a toilet.
Yeah.
That's why Chris likes coming to St. Louis and Kansas City so much, because we got all this indoor plumbing and electricity and whatnot. It's wild.
And a river walk.
He got to yeah, there's a really nice river in St. Louis. You should go walk down by that one.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, you should wear a helmet and a bulletproof vest. See if you can borrow a Humvee from Jay. Maybe a Bradley.
Yeah.
But the hell was I talking about? I don't know.
Oh, we got some
Cookies.
good looking Petridge Farm vanilla cake.
Hey,
Yes.
you know where?
Actually, the Petra, what we get here, what one of our normal desserts that we cycle through, Pepperidge Farm's coconut cake. It's
I don't like
the
coconut.
white cake with the white frosting with the coconut on it.
Yeah, I'm not a coconut fan, but
So my favorite cookie, my absolute favorite cookie, and I will probably lose subscribers on this.
Oatmeal raisin.
Exactly.
I'm on the unsub button right now. Go.
Oatmeal raisin.
Because my grandmother made them.
There you go. Oatmeal
For me.
cookies are good, not with raisins.
They're good if you're
well,
constipated.
My grandmother made them for me when I was a kid, and yeah, the reason why I like strawberry ice cream so much is because we would every summer in Minnesota we would go pick fresh strawberries, come home, she would hull them out, cut them up, and we would make fresh strawberry ice cream.
It
There you
seems
go.
like there's a lot to unpack in all of your food preferences, my dude.
Goes back to when you was a
It's
kid.
like Hissy Cat's mother's cookies. It's what he grew up with.
I
Yeah.
think that was the brand name.
Tiger Shadow,
Holy
how are
Tiger
you
Shadow,
doing,
buddy?
buddy?
Yeah, you really lost your Tiger Shadow. We're not doing anything
Oh,
even
kangaroo
remotely
tail?
relevant to anything. But I bet you guys got good cookies over there. Then you got some weird cookies that taste like salted herring or something. I don't really know. It's probably no in between.
Now
Just have a
oatmeal
little bit
cookies,
of
I like.
dribble.
Sorry, I like my oatmeal cookies soft,
Yeah.
but no raisins.
Like I said, it's because it's what my grandmother made for us.
Yeah.
She also made a cookie called a Wheaties cookie, and I would stab somebody to get that recipe because those were so good because they were literally made out of Wheaties.
Yeah,
But
no,
I
that
don't know
sounds-
what else goes in them because they were crispy, they were chewy, they were sweet,
and milk.
and milk. Yes, well,
Skim
all
milk.
the cookies that I'm eating obviously go with full fat milk, all 3% of it.
See, I can't really knock on oatmeal too much because my favorite cookie is no bakes.
There you go.
No bakes.
Charles wants to stir the shit here. Beans with or without chili.
There you go. Good call, Charles. Thank you.
I gotta have my chili for the Wednesday night show. I gotta go pick up a can.
Tiger Shadow says a little bit of honey drizzled over kangaroo tail. Mm.
Now, is that
I
fried
don't know if
tail?
that's a euphemism, but from Australia, it's probably not.
Oh yeah, certainly eating a kangaroo tail. Like,
Tim Tams? Okay, now Tiger Shadow, are Tim Tams the same in Australia as they are in Britain? Because a British Tim Tam is fucking amazing.
what's
I
a British
want
Tim
blueberry
Tam?
cookies? That sounds good.
It's like if I remember correctly, it's like a shortbread cookie with like an orange jam covered in chocolate.
I knew I had a question for you, Chris. Cornbread, with or without corn?
What?
Actual corn in it, the husk.
Oh. So it depends. If it's gonna be like a side dish and more of like a corn casserole, I want the corn in it. But if it's gonna be
Okay, corn casserole. I don't consider that cornbread.
okay, so for
Eat your corn.
For me, it's basically corn casserole is corn cornbread mix with corn in it, but it's not as dry and crumbly as a cornbread.
It's probably really good.
It is really good.
It sounds.
Cornbread doesn't have to be dry and crumbly, by the way.
Oh no, a good cornbread is moist.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to say dry. I don't want to say dry. Dry in comparison to a corn casserole.
cornbread on top of a chili with beans.
I like it. I do it.
Hey, we had last night. We had chili with cornbread.
Well, you had brought up that, and that's what made me think. And
Yeah.
I go, I wonder how he likes his cornbread, because I know that could be
So
a bit of a contentious point too.
again, to me, when you put the corn in, it becomes a corn casserole because it's even more moist.
I prefer it without the corn in it, and it's got to have a sweet taste to it. But I've had some cornbread that I love the taste of that has some corn husks in it, and I'll eat it. But I love grits too. Grits are one of my favorite.
I like grits. One of the best meals I ever had. One of the best meals I had when we went to Walt Disney was cheese grits and shrimp at the Reef.
Oh yeah, I was going to say one of the best meals I had here in San Diego was shrimp over grits. Oh my god!
With cheese. It had to have cheese on it.
I don't remember this having cheese. I think it had a sauce.
There is nothing. There is nothing, absolutely nothing that cheese doesn't make better.
Well,
except in McMurray's, in McMurray's case.
I don't know. Well, let me say this. What I had, I don't remember if it was cheese, but it had a really good sauce. And the grits were just perfect. And the shrimp, they were tiger shrimp. Good. Oh my God. I would have ordered myself if I could have afforded like 3 or 4 orders of it.
Tiger Shadow is Googling grits now. So Tiger Shadow, being from the South, the very far South, like the other side of the equator South, grits is basically you take hominy, and what hominy is you've taken dried corn that you have soaked in water so it gets all fat and bloated, and then you grind that up, and then you dry it out, and then you steam it again and make a porridge out of it. And it's
like corn oatmeal.
Yeah. Exactly. Or cream of wheat.
And if you make it at breakfast time, you got your bacon fat, you flop a little grits down there, and you crust the bottom half, and the top is all gritsy. Oh,
yeah. Now what that is.
Make me some grits.
Now see what that is. What my grandmother used to do, she would make the grits and then put it into a loaf pan and refrigerate it. The next day, she would pull it out, slice that, and then fry it.
Fry it, yeah.
And we call it mush.
Okay.
And what you can do to do that, an easy way, I'm not going to say a cheap way, an easy way to do that is I don't know if they've got it out there in California, but here in the Midwest, they've got, how they've got the tubes of sausage or the tubes of a hamburger. They've got tubes of polenta.
I'm sure there's probably some around somewhere.
And you just slice it up and throw it in, fry it up, boom, done. You don't have to deal with making the grits yourself.
When I lived in New Orleans,
so good.
We used to be part of this group that was social group that would go camping all the time. Oh yeah, bacon. Grits and bacon.
No. Instant grits? No.
In a pinch, I'll do instant grits in a pinch.
If you're going to do grits, it's got to be. If you've ever seen My Cousin Vinny, everybody knows that you don't make instant grits. No true Southerner.
Okay, then put me on bury me in the swamp. But in a pinch, I will do instant grits.
Well, in a pinch, yeah. When you just got to have it and you don't got the 20 minutes to make the grits.
Yeah. But, yeah, grits over oatmeal any day.
Unless it's steel cut oats. I like steel cut oats oatmeal.
I almost exclusively eat steel rolled or whatever they call it. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yuck.
I love good oatmeal.
Oh yeah.
Regular old oatmeal.
Yep. You can feed me oatmeal, grits. It's just mush, but I'll eat it.
I like cream of wheat. I love cream of
I
wheat.
haven't had cream of wheat in a long time.
Cream of corn.
Now, cream corn, you can go
It's a
really
question,
good.
Cream of wheat.
Cream of wheat, well, it's like
It's
grits,
like
but
grits
for wheat.
with wheat. Yeah. It's like oatmeal, but with wheat.
Yeah.
You just mess up wheat until it just gets nasty. Like, you know how almond milk isn't obviously milk?
Right.
It's just almonds and water. But they
Almond
fuck
milk
up the
is
almonds
good.
so much it looks like milk.
Has full of
You know why they
lectin in
call it
man.
almond milk?
To sell it.
Because nobody in the right mind will drink nut juice.
Yeah. Well,
Oh no, I've dated some women.
Hey-o.
Oh,
Good grief, man.
Welcome to NotJay After Hours.
hey, this has been a great. This has been fun tonight. 4.5 hours, and it doesn't even seem like it, man. Cool Saturday night.
Cream of beans. Cream of beans is called refried beans, sir.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
And
Charles
they're
should know
delicious.
about that.
And they're delicious.
I just
Yeah.
had refried beans on the feed I made.
Oh, there you go, brother.
This fall through the grill. That's the problem.
There's a very, very racist joke that goes with that, but we'll leave that alone.
Yeah, we don't.
On
Need to.
up. Finally got a piece
Okay.
of the
Oh, my
pie.
But seriously,
Oh.
the grits with the shrimp was to die for.
I'm a big fan of shellfish in general. I don't like bivalves. I don't like clams or oysters. I don't like salt. I don't like ocean flavored snot.
What about split pea soup?
No.
Ooh.
God,
Yep.
no.
I'll do pea
Really?
soup. I'll do-
Split pea soup in
Now
a bread
I'll do.
bowl?
I will do. I will do it if there's like big chunks of ham in it.
Alrighty,
Yeah,
guys.
well, okay, that's a given. And you put it in a bread bowl,
That I'm good with.
and you're scooping the bread with the my
That
You're
I'm good
forcing
with.
me to say this. Top 16.
huh?
No.
Yep.
God,
That's essentially what we've been doing in a
16.
free format. Brian's not wrong at all.
That's what I'm saying.
and that's okay though. Doing it this way is a lot better than
It's pretty much the
clams
same.
good, oysters yuck.
That
Now,
being
I
said,
do like
no
a
one
good
is about to
scallop.
click on our 5-hour-long how to paint video. But yeah,
Right. Yeah, we had about 2.5 hours of painting ships, and well, we got 2 hours just talking about random shit devolving into what we like to eat.
Hey, it's what it should be, man.
I like scallops though. I don't like clams. I don't like oysters. I do like a good scallop.
I like
I'll
scallop
eat
potatoes.
oysters, but it's not my go-to. If I'm in a
Whoa.
social environment and people are having them, or you take them you drink them like in a hot sauce shot, I'll do that.
No. Nope. Like I said, I don't like ocean flavored snot.
No, again love it.
Chris, cheese soup, the local convenience store here, about every third day rolls out a really good cheddar broccoli soup. It is
That sounds good. What about red beans and rice?
Love red beans and
So
rice
when I was a
with
kid-
cornbread.
With your cornbread.
When I was a kid, my dad was stationed in New Orleans for 2 years. So 8th grade and 9th grade. I won't get into what I went through as a freshman. That was crazy. But in 8th grade, we had a cafeteria that every day you could go in and get a hot lunch, and there were 2 lines. You could go to the left or go to the right. Going to the left, you got red beans and rice every day. I don't ever remember going to the right.
You have no idea what was on
I don't
the
even
right,
know what
did
was
you?
on the menu. It could have been turkey. Who knows? All I know is coming from California
So
and having a Southern family, from Kentucky, and getting red beans and rice with the sausage and the spicy beans and oh my God, I was in heaven every day. I ate red beans and rice.
Crawfish etouffee.
Crawfish. We used to catch them.
Crawdads.
Crawdads, crawfish,
So-
and they're big
so-
up in the Sacramento Bay Area, up in that area, there's a
I-
lot of crawfish.
I love me a crawfish etouffee.
And what's a
Or
touffee?
or a jump, huh?
What
It,
is
it's
that?
it's the crawfish and
Now, do you suck the heads?
some sort of magical. No.
Wait, what?
It's
You don't suck the heads?
no, because they're not. It's not a crawfish boil. There's a difference between a crawfish boil.
Because
and
my introduction when I
crawfish
lived
etouffee.
in New Orleans was you would get a plastic bag, like you get popcorn at the state
Yeah,
fair.
full of crawfish.
Yeah, you walk along with this big ass bag of, and you just pop them and eat them and suck the heads and oh.
But this is you get the meat out of the tail, and it's some sort of magic sauce that the Creoles have invented, that they have concocted over a witch's cauldron, and you've got the dirty rice.
Yep.
And you put this on top of it. Oh my God! And you've got this.
You're killing me because I'm outside of my window to eat.
Sucks to be you, Mr. Fast Boy.
Oh, because I could go someplace and get me some food, but it's outside my window. Ay, ay,
Oh yeah. He wants to know if we've ever gone to food stall binges at some of the state fairs. Yeah. Oh, dude. State fair food is some of the best food.
Worst best,
around.
exactly. Worst best. And you got to finish it off once you're gluttonly full with funnel cake.
Yeah.
Here we go,
Oh,
McMurray.
fuck yeah.
16 fried foods.
You have to stuff the funnel cake in your mouth because there's no more room in your stomach.
Is it just the funnel cake with the powdered sugar, or do you put something on top of that? Do you put a?
Not me. I like my funnel cake hot with the oil melts the powdered sugar.
Yes, exactly.
That's what
exactly.
I want.
Yeah. And
I don't need nothing else.
Fucking foot-long corn dogs. And up here they call them lemon shake-ups. It's basically fresh squeezed lemonade.
Oh no.
Yeah.
No, the other so I think I was telling you guys about the Reno rib cook-off.
Yes.
And what you can get on the street corners are your ears of corn, hot ears of corn on a stick with butter and salt.
Yes.
And
Popular here. Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Going back to corn.
Here they don't do it. They don't do it on a stick. They just peel the husks back and hand it to you on the husk.
Different.
That's because it's fresh here.
Some have a stick, some peel it back. Yeah, either or.
Yeah, because literally the piece of corn you ate probably got picked that morning.
Oh yeah,
like 15 feet that direction.
Yeah.
Little guy on his bicycle comes around neighborhoods and stuff, and he sells that stuff, on a stick.
Yeah.
Now, best talking about driving around with a bicycle. Best summer treat is a raspa.
What is that?
It's snow cone, shaved ice.
Okay,
shaved ice.
The best shaved ice I've ever had in my life was at Sandy's Beach when I was boogie boarding in Oahu.
Boogie boarding.
What flavor?
I had them all.
Okay.
Root beer.
Because I was in the ocean, I'd come out, my tongue would be swollen from all the salt water. Yeah. I don't know if you know where Sandy's is, but it's a shore break. So you've got this much water below you and 6 feet waves coming over and smashing on the sand.
Right. Yeah.
And that's where I would body surf. And they would have their little shaved ice, and nowhere in the world have I had it as good as Hawaii. Just going to say. And you said you'd have, other than you want to go to Hawaii, get the shaved ice there. It's the best in the world.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Christopher says, I want to try deep fried Snickers or Mars bar or something evilly sugary.
Yep.
When I went out to Vegas for my buddy's wedding, we did deep fried Twinkies and Oreos.
I was about to say deep fried Oreos are real common. Those are really good.
They
kind of melt.
Yeah.
I like Oreos.
Now at the Texas State Fair, you can get deep fried Dr. Pepper and deep fried beer. I don't know how the hell they do it, but they do it.
Same way you deep fry ice cream, they freeze it.
That would
I
be
guess.
interesting to try.
Root beer flavored bottle caps. I remember those.
Oh yeah.
Now we're going into candy.
I'm gonna stay away from because I don't eat candy nowadays for the most part.
No, I might look thin.
You don't.
Because
But okay.
Dude, if you, I'm sorry, hold on. Hold on.
Did I cross the line? Sorry.
Oh, I thought he was gonna stand up and lift his shirt up like, dude.
No, he's gonna find an old picture.
Yeah.
Oh, your most recent profile picture shows you all puffy.
Oh no.
I'm giving him shit.
No.
You look fluffy.
Um,
I'm not fat. I'm
Hold on.
fluffy.
albums. Where am I? Here I am. Here I
You're
am.
sitting
And we're
in
gonna.
the
Is
chair.
this where we go into the glory days?
No, this is when he's gonna show us his fat body.
Oh, when he used to be bigger.
Mm-hmm. Right,
Okay.
I'm on T's and 230s now, man. Oh,
Good job.
look at you look healthy right there,
Yeah.
man.
Shit. I was 285.
Wow. How tall?
Yeah. What's that?
How tall are you?
At that point in time, I was 6'3".
Okay, so you were like an offensive tackle,
Yes.
just not agile. I'm kidding.
Agile as a wounded walrus. Yeah, that's that was me. That was me at about my heaviest.
Keep it
Well,
behind the baby.
good thing that you're not now.
Here you go.
That doesn't look like you at all.
That's me.
Huh. Well, witness protection's been good for you.
It has. Chuck says, or Charles says, time for a PB and J. I love me a PB and J.
Yeah.
I
I like PB without the J.
like peanut butter without the jelly.
Yeah,
Or
in fact, I had two of
For
them.
anybody that may be British watching, because we might get we're late enough. We might get a John Harrington sighting.
It's a Sunday morning. I hope he's sleeping in.
So do I, but you never know.
So Tim, I always tell people I have a washboard stomach. I just keep a lot of clothes on it.
Right. Let's see here. Chris says, I wonder how long you can go before you died of a heart attack going on a state fair road trip. You could probably get about 10, maybe 12 state fairs in before you.
I don't think you could do all 50.
I'm about to say
Before
you're
you-
going to start in the Midwest because it's not going to last long.
No, not at all. I got a 6-pack.
Well, I'll
I
say
keep it
this:
behind
even
the
in
baby
California,
bed.
they know how to do a state fair.
There you go.
It must be the same people.
The ride's
Chris
probably
says, I like a PB&J without the P. Oh, butter and jelly? I like butter and jelly too.
Yeah,
Well,
most
I'll
of
use the peanut butter with butter.
That's my dad. My dad did that, and
It's
for the longest time,
25% butter to 75% peanut butter. Otherwise, it's a little too rich.
yeah, he would do that. He for the longest time I thought it was because that was a northerner thing. That was a Yankee thing because grandmother grew up in Minnesota, and that's where he got it from. But yeah, it's a thing. Let's see. Yeah, peanut butter with. Now I like toast and peanut butter.
Oh yeah.
well, it
Toast and peanut butter.
gets all thin and runny.
So I started making. I don't know what you'd call this. I have this little toaster oven, and I'll make a peanut butter sandwich. Just peanut butter and bread, white bread. I put it in there, and it toasts one side of my sandwich. So I have half toast, half normal bread. I call it my half toasted peanut butter sandwich.
Yeah, see, you lost me on the white bread thing.
Yeah.
Not a
For
fan
us,
of white bread.
during our food stamp days, that was our dessert, was buttered bread with sugar on it.
Yep.
Okay.
So I remember
Well, see, what
that.
we would do is we would do that. We would butter the bread, put the sugar on it, and then throw that into the skillet.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. Because I
And
would do
toast it up and-
the toast with the butter, but I'd put cinnamon with the sugar.
Yeah, cinnamon. Yeah,
And
cinnamon
you do that
toast.
with an English muffin with the nooks and crannies and the butter and the cinnamon. Oh, that's good too.
Yep. No sugar added peanut butter sucks. Yes, it does, Charles. Vegix on toast. Okay, Tiger Shadow. What's Vegix? Is that anything like Marmite or that other
Some sort of
Vegemite.
Vegemite thing. I don't know.
Vegemite thing? Because if it is, no thanks. Made my own flatbread, so fresh off the pan and hello peanut butter. That's good. Yeah.
What about tortillas and peanut butter?
Well, yeah.
Definitely done that.
You roll it.
You heat up the tortilla. Growing up in San Antonio, we had a gas stove,
Uh-huh.
so we would just turn the stove on, throw the
Yeah.
tortilla down on the burner.
Flour or corn?
Flour. Flip it because corn we would put a little butter in a skillet and then heat it up that way.
Yeah.
It because it rolls better when
Yep.
it's heated in the butter. But the flour tortilla, you just slap it on the burner straight, flip it, so you get a little bit of black crispiness on it. Butter, roll it up. No peanut butter, nothing. Just regular butter.
I'll eat what I'll do with the flour tortillas. Obviously, they're all lower down here. I'll just eat them cold. I'll roll them up and just eat them.
Yep. I
love a good fresh flour tortilla.
I miss. So there's a chain store in Texas called HEB, and it's the big chain in Texas. Everybody goes to HEB, right? And in some of their bigger stores, they've got a kiosk right between the bakery and the fresh produce.
Mm-hmm.
All they do is make tortillas there. All day, every day.
Fresh tortillas are so good.
And they just crank them out. They got two little old Mexican ladies, and they've got a machine that they've got one that anybody can run, and they just take the dough, the tortilla dough, and throw it on there, and it flattens it out, and it's on a little spiral,
Uh-huh.
and halfway down it flips and keeps going. So when it shoots out the bottom, it's fully cooked because the spiral is metal and heated.
Right.
But there's when the little old ladies come in, they don't put the dough through the presser. They'll do it.
Have you ever had pupusas?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I love pupusas too.
Yeah. But yeah, we would go when we go shopping.
Yes,
we would-
Charles. PBJ and flour tortilla.
We would get a
Mapo
stack
spread.
of them, and we would get two packages. One we would eat while we're walking through the store, and then the other one.
McMurray was talking about kind of signature. You go into a certain style of restaurant and they have to make some of the basic things, right?
Uh-huh.
Handmade raviolis and tamales, handmade tamales. If you know people who can make those good, they are probably good at anything else that they cook. I dated this girl who was Italian and she made homemade raviolis. It was like a family thing at Christmas. Oh my God. They were so good.
Yep. I'm a lucky man.
Yeah. You get the homemade raviolis?
Yeah, my mother-in-law is Sicilian.
Oh, yeah, you are lucky.
She does all the homemade lasagna, the homemade manicotti. And
So
And I bet the meatballs are just perfect, aren't they?
if you want,
like-
but she
they're
makes
just-
the big ones too.
And there's like no fat in them, right?
Yeah,
They're just
Great.
I don't know how they do it. It's like the perfect hamburger meat. I don't know what they do.
Yeah.
There's a place in San
because
Francisco.
Normally
near-
50-50 hamburger, Italian sausage.
Oh, Italian sausage is good.
Yeah.
But the meatballs, the way I don't know what they do. They're just. But there's a place in San Francisco that was famous for them, and they're huge. You know, like 3-4 inch size meatballs.
Oh yeah. Her sauce is sweet. She has a kind of a sweet sauce, marinara. Oh,
Tim D wants to know Vegemite.
I
I'm
am.
not
Yes,
mistaken-
I
If
get
I'm
that.
not mistaken, Vegemite is a yeast-based concoction that is slightly fermented.
Is it an acquired taste? I guess if
Yes.
you grow up on it, you probably like it.
It's very much an Australian thing. If I remember correctly, it's like the yeast sludge from the bottom of a beer barrel.
now who's here ate can of sardines just straight up?
No.
Oh, my dad did. That was my dad's thing, man.
The
It was
real struggle question is: have you done that with a can of Vienna sausages?
Yes.
Because that's fucking gnarly. I've done it too, but I can't.
Those little
stand those
wieners?
damn things.
Yeah.
I love.
I
Vienna
won't do it
sausages.
now, but as a kid, that was a thing. Yeah.
I love Vienna sausages, man.
Also, I still say we try Vegemite the way Paul suggested it, where everybody just gets a spoonful and you just hammer down on it.
God, no.
There you go, Charles. Yeah,
Okay.
tamales. Oh man, homemade tamales when somebody knows what they're doing. Yeah.
So, again, what I miss about San Antonio, especially around Christmas and New Year's, you can drive past an old shacked up storefront, and there's going to be somebody with their trunk open with about 10 56 quart coolers
Full of tamales.
full of tamales.
Ah,
Now, in
those are
San
gonna be so
Antonio,
good.
in San Antonio, there's a place called Delicious Tamales,
Mhm.
and Donna and I would stop there. We lived in Austin. We would drive to San Antonio about an hour and a half to go to the zoo, and we'd stop at Delicious Tamales and pick up 2 dozen, throw them in the backpack.
Literally 2 blocks from me, there's this really good Mexican restaurant. They make sweet corn tamales,
Oh man,
and yeah, they're sweet. But yeah, that might be dinner tomorrow. Now that I think about it.
Jay and Beth went and visited Dad the week after
Nectar
Christmas.
of the Gods and great engine grease too.
Oh God, it's so. I will say this, McMurray.
Yep.
If we get everybody together at like March to Victory or something like that, and you can get a jar of Vegemite, I'll do that for you with Paul.
You can get Vegemite just off of Amazon. Like, getting Vegemite isn't a problem.
All right.
It's
That's a
being
problem,
dumb
man.
enough to just go hammer down on a full spoonful of it. That
I'll do it with you for Paulie.
he told me to do it outside.
Well, yeah, you want to do that shit outside because it might go down, but there's a good bet it's coming back up.
I think that was one on his Discord channel. He and like British Legion and Leon used to hop on what was their Sunday afternoons and talk live. And I caught him a couple of times. Sometimes it was earlier in the day, but either way, it's usually early in the morning on Sundays here. And I caught a couple times talking live with him, and that was always a delightful time. But
Chris says, if you like cheese and you have not tried it yet, you need to eat some poutine. Dude, I will throw down on poutine. I am there for it. French fries with cheese curds and gravy. Yes, please.
And all this food talk. Now I'm trying to decide. Tamales, grits, they're all corn based, but
You know why? You know why the best food is corn based?
Yeah.
Because the best food comes from the Americas.
I'm about to say,
Oh man, that's hard because I love me some good sushi.
man,
And that's the rice, right? I mean, and some nigiri, and I prefer salmon. That's my preference.
Las Cuatro Mil Pass on Logan Avenue. Fresh tortillas serve food until they run out, and they always run out. Very simple menu, always a line.
That's the places with the simple menus, like In-N-Out. It's a simple menu.
Yeah.
You know what you're going for. You don't have a zillion different choices. It's I want that and that. There's 5 items on the menu or whatever it is, and they just do it good.
Tim D says, yeah, but then you're hungry again. I'm assuming he's talking about sushi.
Well, all I know is I'm going to be in downtown Phoenix for that book thing, man. So there's going to be nice little Mexican joints down there.
Oh, yeah. That's right. You're going to have a big day tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah.
Dude, if there isn't like 100,000 fucking food trucks out in front of that joint, somebody's doing something wrong.
So it's going to be great.
I'm a big fan. There's a thing floating around St. Louis called the Slinger. It's like a breakfast food type thing, but you can eat it 24/7 because there's always, obviously everywhere there's breakfast food places that are open. But
yeah,
it's a bed of hash browns that then you toss either 1 or 2 hamburger patties, depending on how hungry you are. On top of that, then scrambled eggs, and then chili with beans, because apparently that needs to be differentiated. On top of that, and it's really good. You can if you want them to add cheese on top of that, or onions, or jalapenos, or whatever. But damn, that's good. There's none of those individual parts are remotely distinct to St. Louis, but I've never been able to find a Slinger.
So that's very similar to the horseshoe that you can get in Illinois.
Oh, there you go.
Illinois starts off with the classic horseshoe. You start off with 2 pieces of Texas toast, 2 hamburger patties, cover it with legitimately a metric fuck ton of French fries, and then this ungodly whitish yellow cheese sauce.
That has to be cheese sauce. I love
terrible.
Oh, it is. No, dude, it's amazing.
Okay, what about homemade grilled cheese sandwiches?
Oh, absolutely.
I make them with an iron.
Now the only that's one of the few things.
If you don't make your grilled cheese sandwich with an iron, you're doing it wrong.
That's one of the few things that I will acquiesce to with white bread.
So how do you do it?
Doug, this reminds me of
take the aluminum foil, you butter up 2 sides of bread, put the cheese in the middle, slap it together so it's like a taco between the aluminum foil. You just set the iron on top and let it cook one side, flip it over, cook the other side. You peel the aluminum open, get all the cheese that's squirted out, make sure you pick that up, and then you just go to town.
Yes, it sounds like guys talking about the conversations they had in the Hanoi Hilton. Like, just saying. Except for every one of us can, if we really wanted to, just go eat something.
Right.
Huh.
Best breakfast, bar none, is breakfast tacos.
No, the best breakfast is having it at dinner time.
Accurate.
I eat breakfast 24/7. I can eat me a breakfast.
It's so weird. It's just special.
Pancakes, grits, bacon, thick bacon.
The Tiger Shadow, yes, it's been 2 hours of food talk. Yes.
Honest to God, if you want to watch, painting World War II British stuff, I did do that for the first, hour and a half, 2 hours. We were.
Oh yeah, they painted.
I'm still building away here.
Miniatures.
Yeah, I painted my 4 miniatures, my 1/12.
I could have started a new hobby and mastered it by now.
Probably
accurate.
So. Tim D says, "What foil? Tin foil.
Aluminum.
Yeah, not this aluminum shit.
No. You don't. Okay, I love me some ham, but you don't want it in your grilled cheese. What you want is you want to get your bread. You want to slather butter on the outside. You put it on the aluminum foil. You put your cheese, whatever kind of flavors of cheese you want. Make it nice and thick. You fold it over. You put the iron on it. Cook the one side. Flip it over. Cook the other side. It's soaked in butter, melted cheese. Yeah, you don't need ham, in my opinion.
Okay. I don't know what a dunk sausage is. It's an Australian thing. Because Tiger Shadow brought it up. Best brekkie is dunk sausages and ice cream.
What are dunk sausages?
I don't know.
I mean, I imagine Tiger Shadow might elaborate.
Is it kangaroo meat?
I thought that was in Jack in the Box.
I'm sure there's got to be food with kangaroo meat.
Do y'all remember that back in the early 80s? There was a rumor going around that Jack in the Box used kangaroo meat for their burgers.
Seems like it'd be ridiculously expensive.
Yeah.
Dude, it was back in the 80s. There was all kinds of weird shit going on.
Kangaroos are like rodents over there.
They might be, but getting rodent meat over to the U.S. is still expensive, man.
Yeah.
Okay. Tiger Shadow, you're not helping yourself here. I don't know what a dip sausage is. Dip, dunk, I have no idea what those are.
I was about to say, all I'm finding is...
we're going to assume when he says sausages, it's some sort of meat product in a
casing.
A casing of some
That's all I can think of is like little finger sausages.
Yeah. Dip sausage is probably, yeah.
Chorizo with potato, bacon, eggs, and cheese, avocado, and flour tortillas. Yes.
No avocado for me, but everything else, that's a double thumbs up. Yes.
Do you not like avocado?
I do not.
Oh, no. I love avocado.
I know. I told you I'm strange with some foods and avocados on my...
And that's fine. I mean, that leaves more for me, man, because the problem with the avocado, one of the few mistakes God ever made, if you believe in God, one of the few he ever made was the pit to meat in the avocado ratio. The pit is way too damn big in the avocado. Put a sausage in your hand and dip it in ice cream. Okay.
There you go. All right.
So yeah, like little finger. There you go. So that's very similar with what people do in the United States with Wendy's Frosties and French fries.
Yeah.
And don't give me this bullshit that there's a such thing as a vanilla Frosty. I don't know what the fuck that is. But Frosties, no, a Frosty by definition is a chocolate flavored, not
vanilla ice cream, vanilla Frosty.
No.
Dude, this is ridiculous. Yes, there's vanilla. There is vanilla ice cream out there in this world.
Yes, no. This is like there's not a vanilla Frosty. It's just like
this is him with his sloppy joes trying to say sloppy joes is chili because it doesn't have meat. Yeah. He's trying to upscale it.
I guess
it's like saying
all right.
There's such a thing as chicken fajitas. There's no such thing as chicken fajitas.
What?
There is.
No, fajitas by definition.
There's beans and chili, dude.
Skirt is grilled skirt steak,
and you throw chicken in with it.
No,
why not?
Because fajitas. By definition, you're talking to the guy who grew up where this shit was invented.
Remember, they had the first river that people walked by.
That's right. I forgot. Nothing
back in the day. Adam and Eve, when they went down to the river, it was in San Antonio.
Yes, it was.
Oh, and nothing about the gondolas in Venice. But that's all right. You're right.
So that's not a river. That's a bay. It's obviously not a river.
San Antonio invented the river.
Yes, we did. And the sooner you people understand this,
the fajitas, but without the chicken.
And you used to walk by the river, and then that's where you would get your whatever.
Some poor schmo in San Antonio had to say, you know what, we ran out of beef. Well, there's chicken.
But by definition, fajitas is a dish.
That-
Just like chili, just like enchiladas, just like
chicken
it's
enchiladas
no, yeah, there's chicken enchiladas.
and chicken fajitas.
And chicken
No.
fajitas.
If you're gonna have chicken chicken in the tortillas, you're gonna have chicken in the fajita.
No,
There
that's
is
a
no
grilled
argument
chicken
here, man.
taco.
This is a ridiculous argument. Chat, speak.
Yeah, I don't get why. Are you trying to say fajitas are only meat?
No,
Not poultry?
no,
chicken's
beef.
meat.
It's specifically grilled skirt steak in tortillas. That is what the dish fajitas is.
Back
It's not
in
a
the
fajita
day.
taco. It's not a fajita
Kids,
taco.
kids today, that's not true.
Step into now.
I understand things change. I don't like that change.
Oh, okay.
Growing up, fajitas was the dishes like
Make your reality match Chris's fantasy, you two.
Whatever, dude. No, that ain't happening.
I
shall
reject
not
reality
be-
and substitute my
demand
own.
it.
You know the Talking Head song, Take Me to the River? It was about San
Take me to
Antonio.
the river.
It was all about San Antonio.
That wasn't sung by Talking Heads. That was sung by Billy the Big Mouth Bass. This is
Oh man.
horrible.
No, but I do.
In
I
fact,
do.
that river is where catfish came from.
That is.
Nobody else in the world had catfish before San Antonio.
Nope. Not a single. There weren't any even fish in the world before San Antonio.
No.
Yeah, I don't. I could give two shits about catfish.
Well, but you guys
I don't-
invented them.
I don't.
Oh, they are so fun to kill, though.
They
I
are.
don't
Kill
like
them with
that.
the hammer on the
Man.
head.
Those suckers are hard to kill, Brian.
I know. That's why I have to take a hammer or a mallet to their head and listen to
You
them
could
croak
go-
like. Whack.
Lay those things out, and they're still going to be like scooping around, acting like
Yeah.
little kids.
Tiger Shadow says in England we were eating horses sold as beef.
It's not.
So you're having horse meat.
Yeah, except for the first time anybody ate horse meat, it was in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Right.
Down by the river in a
Sorry.
van.
Yeah.
Beside the river, yes.
Chris Farley is the
From
only
San
Canadian
Antonio,
from San Antonio. They grew up in Chicago.
Down by the river
Right.
in a van.
Avocado is a new kid on the block out east.
Yeah, I'm just not an avocado guy.
I
Charles
love
will know this
avocado.
about the great avocado wars here in Lemon Grove.
Charles is saying having too much fun, way behind in my meds, but I don't care.
Good.
Fair
Oh, I
enough,
haven't
dude.
Charles, please take your meds.
I gotta go take mine too.
Yeah,
This whole thing needs to be put on a pause for people to take their heart meds.
Yeah. Oh, good thing it's Saturday night. Hey, this is a warm up for our 24 hours because if it goes like this for 24 hours, it's going to be kicking.
oh
No.
yeah. I will be doing more painting during the 24 hours.
A little bit. I'm probably going to work on Yabari
Nice.
with the photo etch. I think I got to get my little tool and I'm going to go for it. If I screw it up, I'll just buy another one.
I was about to say that's the nice thing is most of those, especially if you get on like eBay or something, you can find most of those for $15, $10 shipping.
Yeah.
Not too bad.
Oh yeah, the Yabari I got the photo etch for reasonable amount of money. It wasn't too crazy. It was like $30, I think.
Yeah. Well,
But the amount of entertainment I'll get out of it is going to be priceless.
exactly. The other nice,
Um,
a lot of
go
those
ahead.
kits are like pretty. Some of the kits can get pretty expensive, but once you realize that they all break down to this, most of them break down to the same 4 classes.
Mm-hmm.
You can kind of get maybe one. You just get the cheap ones that you can find. It doesn't matter. You have more than enough spare parts on there. To
You know what I've been doing with my builds channel, which I need to get a video up on, is I got back into plastic model building, but I gave myself a hard limit of 1/72 scale models including shipping, no more than $15.
Yeah.
If it's $16, I won't buy it.
Yep.
And I've got models. I've been gluing stuff. I've been screwing it up. Because it's all, for me, it's just getting back into the habit of filing things and cutting things and gluing things. And I don't want to go spend $75 on a really nice model and then F it up because I don't know how to use glue anymore, or whatever.
Yep.
So to your point, there's a lot of really good stuff out there for $10, $12, including shipping.
Yep. Just
speaking of meds, I gotta go take mine. I will be right back, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some water and take a pee. I'll be right back as well.
Oh, we're having an interlude here.
they left us here alone, Brian. So today we're going to talk about the glories of batch painting, right, Brian?
Batch painting, yes. Glory
And how the thing that everyone needs to do in this hobby is batch paint. We need to paint more figures. More figures.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of figures. Brian and I are about to stomp the ever-loving Christ out of everyone else here
Yes.
at this painting challenge.
Yes.
It's going to be absolutely amazing.
None of this painting one miniature in 3 months.
No, I did 20-something in a night last week. Like, no, we're serious here. We are 110% serious here.
Yeah.
If Brian guy is just gonna contrast paint everything. He's gonna have one layer on everything. You guys, I fully intend on painting everything at least like I painted these ships today, where I block everything out, do a wash or two, come back onto it. No, we're getting serious here.
Yeah.
We are going to mop the floor.
And it all started in San Antonio.
It did, right on the Riverwalk. That's where we're going to have to go to accept our trophies.
Freaking chicken fajitas on her. Whatever.
Jesus Christ. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Hissy's back, huh?
But
Yeah,
yeah.
I could hear you guys the whole time.
So then this one time, Brian was building these plastic models, see? And he had this really awesome channel called Atomic Dog, which was actually a great channel. And I used to really enjoy watching the videos on. But then somebody had to delete them all.
Delete them.
And it made me real sad. But that's okay, because Brian's about to catapult into like 8,000 subscribers.
That's right.
You're close, aren't you?
I totally forgot about that.
If I could have more channels or accounts, I would.
I am now officially 9 away.
All right, folks, go tell your friends.
9.
Go make some fake Yahoo accounts.
Oh, dude, I want them to be legit, dude.
No, you don't. You just want 1,000. Come on.
Brian's using the Twitter stuff. He had like 80 million Twitter followers, and then all of a sudden they deleted the bots, and he has 6 now. But that's okay, because we're really happy 6. Yeah, jump on over there, subscribe to Bri Guy, subscribe to Hissy while you're at it. It's a good day.
Yeah.
I don't even know what else to do here. I've been in a weird painting block thing for a couple days here. So I painted that big 28 mil ship. I painted this thing. I got all put off by that Mayflower and pissed off because I burned the rigging on it. That made me really, really frustrated. That really kind of...
Doesn't that suck when you're kind of in a creative mode and then you do something like that and it just derails what you want to do on anything?
I owe you an apology, Mike. That Chat GPT,
yeah,
it actually works great for like an outline.
It's amazing. You know what? And here's, in all seriousness, I was not trying to make fun of you guys. I was trying
not for writing books, but for the outline. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a lot of uses. You know, I'm making money now off of the mid journey.
Because I just sat there and I was like, I'm going to try this. I took some of my old stuff that I had out here, and I was trying to fill in with, use the outlines I used, and it turned out all right.
Charles,
so,
I have suggestions. Charles, he forgot to figure out a scenario for the large dinos I bought, 4 to 6 inches tall.
Dude, there's tons of them. Yeah, McMurray.
So, hey, Charles, you got Fistful Lights, you got the fantasy book and stuff. I know you got the fantasy book. The monster rules in there are super cool. For making like dinosaurs, as well as other monsters to fight. So you can have like monster fights. Done a few of those. Also, if you can't find any World War II figures, Charles, I can help you with World War II figures. And then I have this fantastic rule set for you, Charles, called Eat Hitler. It's wonderful. And at Dollar Tree, they have $1 dinosaur hats.
Dude, we could probably send them the PDF.
The dinosaur hats?
Or the Hitler.
Oh, the miniature? Yeah, that's fair. We could probably find a Hitler miniature around here somewhere.
Yeah.
I was about to say, here are my bad guys for you, Hitler. Hang on a sec. Here.
Oh, yeah, those dino hats.
Here still.
Apparently, I got in trouble for not liking dinosaur hats.
Yeah, that's because dinosaur hats are the lifeblood. There's the little Austrian corporal right there. And then all kinds of other ones. Where is he?
Black Friday at the mall.
There's the dude from Indiana Jones.
Nice.
Oh, Chris has his dinosaur hat on. Hang on a second.
Oh, crap. Hey, McMurray, put your overalls on and all that.
What?
You put on your one-piece jumper or whatever.
I don't think they make two-piece jumpers, and that's not just me being facetious. I don't think they do. I think by definition a jumper has to be one piece.
That's what I said,
No.
one-piece jumper.
That's being redundant.
Oh.
I put on my hat from running that game.
I've got the same hat.
Oh, you're redundant, like tuna fish sandwich, right?
Dude.
I love tuna fish sandwich. Do you like tuna fish sandwich, Hissy? You don't like
I
tuna?
like tuna, but I don't like it mushed like that.
Oh, so you don't like tuna fish, huh? Someone over here.
I know.
Charles, send one of us.
That's like saying chili with beans. You don't need to say that. It's just chili.
Charles,
Obviously, it has
address.
beans.
We'll figure out getting some good dino treats to you.
You know, the whole dinosaur hat thing may put me off from traveling east.
You don't have to play Eat Hitler. You just aren't going to have as much fun. That's all.
I'm open to not having fun. You know, the more you get to know me, the more not fun you'll have.
That's fair.
You know.
So while I was away, Chris was saying, if you have time, I hope you can drop by and say hello on my first year birthday party live stream on Saturday, March 25th, the Saturday before the marathon, especially if you can chat about World War I gaming. So I will do my best to come drop by and talk to you on that day. I need to know when, because I will be at March to Victory. I can be there for a little while.
Likewise. I'll give it a shot, my man.
Yeah. So we'll drop in. I can't speak to World War I gaming very much because I don't
Before your time?
know. Barely.
He was
Barely
in college.
before
He
my
wasn't paying attention.
Right. Yeah. I it was all about the hookers and blow.
And the chicken fajitas.
And the chicken fajitas, yeah.
This is gonna go on for a while.
Oh no, this whole down by the river thing, he's not going to live that down for a few years.
No, he's not.
We're going to get some mileage out of that.
Shit. Dude, do you think I would have brought it up if I didn't think that y'all were going to beat it like the dead chili horse that it is?
You've brought up a lot of stuff for that today.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, we're going to get mileage out of that down by the river in a van.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I
In fact,
expect
you know
it.
what? When I'm at that book sale tomorrow, if I can find chicken fajita, I'll try to get on Facebook, whatever. For you.
Hey, we need to see some shorts.
So the thing is, every time
Chicken
someone
fajita
says
short.
chicken fajitas, I think about anytime anybody talks about chicken fajitas, I immediately think about Family Guy, where Peter goes to a drive-through and orders chicken fajitas.
Not the same thing, but okay.
but it is because he's from Providence, Rhode Island, and up in
Tastes
them
like
parts,
chicken.
they say they don't know that the J sounds like an H.
Right.
Maybe where you're from, it does.
Again, we don't need the jokes explained.
I kind of.
It's not the first time that's happened today.
But that joke originated from San Antonio.
Yeah, I was going to say they
No,
didn't really have jokes
that-
until the Riverwalk.
That shit
Yeah.
that shit originated from Rhode Island with.
Did you guys know that Daniel Boone brought the first jokes to America from the Alamo? Oh, Jesus, man. Holy cannoli. What did I eat today?
I don't know, but
I
it
ate
sounds like it's
something
not settling well.
Dog. Oh, it's settling. It's getting through, man. We're powering. We are getting through it.
Oh, gosh.
Tim D says we don't all talk like Kennedy.
There you go.
Now,
Plant-based fajitas. There we go.
So speaking of Canadian foods, I'll get down on I'll get down on some poutine. What I would really like.
The hockey pucks, that's Canadian food, right?
Right.
Yep.
No. What I would really like to throw down on, I'd like to get a hold of some Tim Hortons donuts. I hear those are phenomenal.
Well, isn't that like the only food place in Canada is Tim Hortons? Doesn't he like own everything?
I don't know. Yeah, Chris, what you do is you open up 2 different browsers. That's how I do it. I've got my main browser for whatever I want my main camera to be, and then I open a second browser.
You live the life, dude. I
Log
can
in.
only afford one browser.
Well, that's because you're not in San Antonio.
What do you mean you can only afford one browser?
I have one. I only have one.
Browsers are free, sir.
Mine aren't.
Shh. And you're doing something wrong.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Do I need to explain this joke?
No.
Yep.
Okay.
My browser lives in a castle and he fights a little Italian plumber guy.
Right.
Kind of a dick.
Wow.
Chris, you need to go to sleep. That was not that fucking funny.
Oh shit.
Boy, howdy.
You lost all the Hortons to Duncan.
Yep.
I don't
yeah.
know if there's very many Dunkin' Donuts in California.
There's tons over here.
We had Krispy Kreme for a while. That was all the rage.
That kind of faded away over here, though. The Krispy
Yeah,
Kreme.
even here. We don't see. I think they're in Vegas still, but
You know why? Because Krispy Kremes are not all that.
well, they were good, but they're not all that. But see, okay, what's your favorite donut? And there's
Well,
only
mine's-
one correct answer, and it's plain cake.
What? Oh, you're talking about the style of donut. As far as traditional donuts go,
Okay, other than beignets from the South, which you can get at Disneyland. Those
Or Popeyes.
Mhm.
I like.
They're not as good at Popeyes. They're close, but they're not as good.
I like a good old fashioned, which is like a cake donut,
Yep. Dunkin' Donuts has the old-fashioned ones.
crispy. Got the crispy
Yeah.
around the edges.
And then they put a little sugar on it, but a good plain cake is sweet enough for me.
Now, if you're talking about just pastries in general, apple fritter.
I won't argue with you on an apple fritter.
Now, the problem is,
But again, you're communist. You don't like American food like apples.
the problem with most places is they drown their apple fritters in the fucking glaze.
Yeah, too much glaze. I want some cinnamon. I want me some apples.
Yep.
And I want some chewy chunks in between, and then a
Yep.
little glaze on the top, just to kind of
Just like
Yeah.
wave the pot over it, and like
yeah.
3 drizzles is all you need.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I want my sweetness to come from the apples and from the cinnamon, not from the sugar glaze.
I also like they're good now. They were better before. The apple pie from McDonald's is now just a baked apple pie.
Oh my God, they used to be the best.
The fried apple pies.
When they were 400 degrees
Yes.
and you'd literally burn your esophagus eating them.
Yeah.
Oh,
You're
those
doing-
but
Yeah.
you still go, yeah. Well, that's like Captain Crunch cereal. If you're not ripping the roof of your mouth, you're not eating
Oh yeah,
it.
you're not eating it right. You're not eating it fast enough. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Because if it's not ripping off, it's gotten mushy, and the
Yeah.
consistency is.
That was part of my dental hygiene, was just ripping off that top layer of skin in your mouth with your Captain
Yeah.
Crunch. Get rid of that old stuff. Let some new cells grow.
Shoot, what damaged your gums was freaking Captain Crunch.
That's what we just said.
Oh.
Look, he's got his head someplace. It ain't here.
Yeah, up his fourth point of contact.
We just went on for 3 minutes about Captain Crunch, and he pops in like, "You ever heard of Captain Crunch?"
Well, he is on Arizona time.
Yeah.
Tired.
Mike,
Wow.
if you're gonna ding me about San Antonio and the river, I'm gonna ding you about your fucking Arizona time.
Mm. Yeah. All right.
Oh man.
Oh, that was classic. Acting like he's paying attention. 5 minutes
Love
into
you,
the
Brian.
conversation. Hey, have you ever heard of Captain Crunch?
Anyways.
Tiger Shadow says 3 hours of food. You guys have ADHD.
Mhm.
Tim says not true. It's been all food.
Yeah, I'm about to say there's not been much deviance on the topic, to be honest with you.
I didn't know it was a topic, though.
Charles says another great
Fat
donut place
syndrome.
is Mary's in Santee.
Okay.
Here we got a mom and pop joint that's kind of been growing here. It's called Bosa Donuts.
Oh, those mom and pops make the best donuts.
Yeah,
They
they're
really
real.
do.
Yeah,
There's one in Round Rock, just north of Austin, called Round Rock Donuts. They're pretty well known. The thing about those is they're only good when they're fresh, right out of the fryer. You
Hard to beat
you
a
let it,
good donut right out of the fryer.
what's that?
It's hard to beat a good donut right out of the fryer.
Right now, the problem is that after you let them sit, they
Really?
yeah, they're not as good. They're not as flavorful.
Man, see, okay. Now I've got a choice to make. Apple fritter. There's a donut place here in San Diego that makes like a 3-pound apple fritter. I could eat for a week.
Shit, dude, you bring that home. That's like the natives bringing home a fucking
kill.
buffalo.
Dude, it's like this big. When I say 3 pounds, I'm exaggerating, okay? But
okay.
Not by much. There's a place in Kansas City called the Corner Cafe. They make a cinnamon roll that is legitimately this big around and legitimately a pound and a half.
Oh, what's that Cinnabons? I gotta say, Cinnabons are good.
These okay, as good as a Cinnabon is, don't get me wrong. Cinnabon is good. These are so much far superior.
Again, family, small businesses make better ones than Cinnabon,
Yeah.
but I'm going to say Cinnabons are. I'm not going to knock them.
No.
A good Cinnabon.
There's been many a time.
I get
sitting
extra frosting.
Many a time sitting in Dallas Love Field, waiting for my flight to fucking El Paso or Lubbock or wherever the hell I'm waiting to go to.
Why don't you just take the river?
Duh.
What are you flying for? You just take the river.
Because the San Antonio River doesn't go that far. I'll be honest. The San Antonio River is
Unless it's too far to walk.
Dumbest river on earth.
shit,
God.
dude.
I bet you it's not even fun to walk next to it.
No, it's not. They had to build shit to make it fun.
Anyway, you're waiting for your flight, eating your Cinnabons.
I would be sitting there. I was like, I'm not really hungry, but man, that Cinnabon smells good. And so I'd go slap down the $7.50 for a fucking Cinnabon because it's in the airport.
Charles, she might be open 24 hours, but I have a small window now because I'm fasting for the last few weeks. And I'm not in my window to eat, so I can't go. I won't go. I can go, but I won't.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
You know, Taco Bell had that apple empanada for a while.
Those were good.
Yeah. They got
I mean,
You know what? I haven't been to a Taco Bell since I moved to San Diego.
yeah.
So the thing with Taco Bell is
They're
people need to
lifesaver.
realize it's not Mexican food.
No, but it's a lifesaver for me because they have that fresco meal. So
No,
But
I'm not.
damn, is it not
I'm not
good.
dissing Taco Bell. When I'm up north, I'll go to Taco Bell. I love their crunchy tacos. I'm just saying when I'm home,
Yeah,
it's like why?
I mean,
I'm the same. I'm the
Taco
same way
Bells
when
around
I'm
here.
back in Texas.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not complaining. I'll eat Taco Bell. It's not. I'm not above it.
Oh yeah, I prefer. We already talked about. I prefer the nice little mom. Whatever. But with me and my diet and stuff, that helps me out a lot.
There you go.
Chris says Yorkshire pudding, extremely low temp and slow cooked roast beef, leeks, and cream, red cabbage with apple.
Okay, red
that-
cabbage is good.
That sounds delicious.
Pudding is always good.
Well, keep in mind this is British pudding, so it's not the same.
Well, yeah, it's less free. Probably doesn't taste as good when you hear the bald eagle.
Sauerkraut, yes or no?
What's up?
Oh, sauerkraut on a good sausage? Absolutely.
Nasty sauerkraut sucks.
Oh my God! As picky as I am, I dig
Damn it.
me a good sauerkraut.
Okay, question.
Damn the smell.
Cold
of
or
sauerkraut.
warm sauerkraut?
Both.
Okay.
Good
Now I prefer when it's
Depends
Oh,
on the
preference?
application.
when it's on a sausage. I like it to be cold, or cool. Doesn't have to be cold. Cool. But I will tear up a Reuben.
Yes, I was going to say it depends. Like, okay, you said it perfectly. If it's on a sausage, then it's cool because the sausage is hot. But
Yes.
if it's part of the sandwich, you want it hot.
Yeah.
At the ballpark, you get it hot.
It's okay. I can live
I
with it
love me a
like that.
good sauerkraut.
But in a Reuben, the rye needs to be toasted perfectly. The corned beef needs to be sliced, probably about 1/8 of an inch thick, so there's some chew to it. The sauerkraut needs to be hot. The Swiss
There's a
needs
very
to be
famous.
melted.
There used to be a very famous deli in New York.
Katz's.
What was that?
Katz's.
Katz's?
KATZ''S.
I don't know if it's okay. I went many moons ago. I was on a reality TV show, and I went to New York where they were filming it. And I went. And I think this deli is now closed, but I had their roast beef sandwich there. Oh my God!
What reality TV show were you on there, Hissy Cat?
It still airs. Say Yes to the Dress. I went to the most famous bridal boutique in the world there in New York. Long story short.
Were you the bride or the bridesmaid?
No. So what happened was,
Yes.
got engaged. The girl that I was engaged to, her cousin reached out to the show pretending it was her, and they liked her story and invited her to be on. And then it was like, oh, by the way, I just got you on this reality show. So the three of us flew back to New York and we're on Say Yes to the Dress.
When's that?
Which is on this.
No shit. Hissy Cat's on Say Yes to the Dress?
Yes.
My ex
All right.
watched every fucking episode of that show.
Well, I'm there.
Huh.
I was on it. But my point being, I went to that deli and had the best roast beef or whatever the
Corned beef.
corned beef. Thank you. Sandwich. Oh my God, it was so good.
Oh,
You won't find it. You can search. You guys won't find it. Trust me.
It just means I'm going to watch every episode of Say Yes to the Dress until I find it.
Well, it's been out for years and years, right? So you got a lot of episodes, and I'm not going to help you on that one.
That's fine.
Well, there's 21 seasons.
Oh my God.
Goodness, 21 seasons?
He said several years, many years ago, so we can start with season 1 and be pretty confident we'll get it pretty quickly.
Are they all in New York?
Yes.
Yeah, fuck
Yeah.
that. Never mind.
No, they're all at. Oh my God! How can I forget the name of it's a world famous bridal boutique. It's been in movies. It's like considered the place to go get your dress. That's why they film it there. Kleinfeld.
Well, Chris, where did you get your? Sorry, not Chris. Chris's weddings were all.
Kleinfeld
Brian,
is the
where
name
did
of
you get
the
your
dress place.
No, my wife used to watch that show a lot. So.
I got recognized at bank.
What?
I was
long ago
heading into the bank like a couple years after it, and this woman looked at me and goes, "Were you on?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, actually I was." But that was,
Oh shit!
that was
Dude,
so.
the first season only had 6 episodes.
Yeah, how many does the second season have? 21.
Oh, I'm looking up now.
Where?
I'm not giving you any more information. You guys can probably find it, but I'm going to let you have the.
Did you have hair?
I'm not giving you any more information.
13 looks like 13 in season 2.
It was a
what
blast.
season
I had
is
a
it?
good time.
Now season 3, there's 19.
No mask. I've shaved my head since I was in my 20s.
So no
I made
mask.
that choice early on.
Okay.
So no hair.
So here's 300 fucking episodes of this show. You must be high.
Oh, we can get it figured out. I'll get it figured out, and then what we will do
No.
is we'll do a watch along.
What kind of shitty Wikipedia page doesn't have summaries of the episodes? Jeez.
Yeah, it's been for. I had a
If you
great
go-
time though.
If you go to go.tlc.com/show/say-yes-2-the-dress-tlc.
Dash.
We're gonna crowdsource this shit. All right, everybody.
Yeah, it's fair. All right, Charles, I need you to start with season 5.
Here's the link.
Can you watch it on TLC's website?
Oh my God.
It looks like they're locked.
Right
If you're not a TLC subscriber.
Okay,
That
so Chris
being
is going to get a
said-
subscription to TLC and post the password in the Discord group. And there we go.
Oh. And obviously, we're not married now. So, for what it's worth, we actually broke up before the show aired.
Dog, that's embarrassing.
It is what it's life.
That's fair.
So we still have 3 people watching this shit.
I
So,
can't fucking
I
believe
want to. It's
Yeah.
Chris, Tim, and Charles. It's got to be the 3 that are out there. And we're down to 2.
Yeah,
So-
Charles just said fuck that because I said he had to start at season 5. Charles said nope. Unsubscribe from the channel. Nope.
Oh.
Actually, I do want to see where we are on, with all this.
It's been a great night. 5.5 hours. This is 5:40. This is a good warm up for the 24 hours, dude.
I'm still at 326, so I haven't lost anybody.
Cool.
Oh, you don't know. You could have lost 5 and gained 5.
You know what?
Yeah, we're gaining the say yes to the dress vote right now.
Hey, you'd think it'd help my channel.
Yeah, it's fair.
Maybe
Well,
I
you
should
gotta
put a
put
link
up-
to it.
You got to put on there that yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty, guys.
I was gonna say, are we getting close to crashing here now?
Yeah,
Well,
we're
it's
gonna go ahead.
11:40 for me.
I'm sitting here
I'll be
thinking-
up for a while longer, but I'm sure for you guys.
Oh, I can hear my wife like, you should have went to bed earlier and stuff because we're gonna be have to get up in like 6 hours now.
Oh yeah, you got a big
6
day,
hours
boss.
ain't nothing. 6 hours ain't nothing.
Look at
Tim,
the-
we're going to close down for the night also, buddy.
Yeah, be
Thanks
good,
for
guys.
staying with us. I appreciate it. Tim,
Oh, this has been so much fun. I appreciate it too,
Thank
guys.
y'all.
Lights off.
Now you got
So-
a mission. Go find what episode I'm on.
That's right.
You're being serious though, right? Because I don't want to start looking around and you freaking.
100% no bullshit. I was on Say Yes to the Dress.
And which town was this in or whatever?
It's
They're all in New York.
in
so-
Kleinfeld's. It's at one Bretto boutique. It's world famous.
Yeah.
That's why the show is there. I got to know Randy. He's the flamboyant guy. He's really funny. I had him in stitches. I was making him laugh. It was a good time.
Tim says he's got the page open. We're crowdsourcing this shit.
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
guys.
and I will tell you, there was no river walk or anything like that.
No, but you had the East River right there. So
It was in Manhattan. Yeah.
All right. See you guys.
All right. Good
take
night.
care.
See you.
Later, peeps.
Bye. You gonna say bye, Chris?
Yeah. We'll see you until next time. Take care, guys. Appreciate it. And we're out.